Hello, I'm here to introduce you to Drupal 8. I've been using Drupal for almost a decade and have seen it change and grow. Over time, it has become a much more accessible web development tool for beginners, and I'm excited to share that with you. This course is designed for beginners. Together, we will explore the basic concepts of Drupal and how a Drupal site is structured. This is different from other open source content management systems because Drupal is about creating your customized structure rather than using something out of the box. Although it is possible to do a lot of very nice work directly out of the box as well. In this course, you will learn how you can set up your Drupal site from beginning to end without ever touching code. In the Drupal world, this is referred to as site building. We will cover installing Drupal, customizing and creating content types, manipulating content displays and views, using taxonomy and menus for site navigation, managing users, user roles, and permissions, applying different themes for a new design, and deploying your completed site to production so that the world is able to see it. In order to follow along with this course, you will need the following: a web browser or two, an internet connection, an AMP stack, Apache, MySQL, PHP, or equivalent, and optionally, the course materials that are available with this video course. You can, of course, use your own materials if desired as you're following along with the work that we do throughout this course. And with that, let's get started. I'd like to take this moment to introduce myself. I'm Rain Bria Michaels, and I've been building websites since the late 90s. My passion has long been accessibility and user experience, and Drupal is a great tool for both. I'm currently the president and user experience designer at the Cherry Hill Company, which focuses on building sites and web applications for libraries, education, and nonprofits. Before joining Cherry Hill, I built hundreds of sites through my own web development company and taught CSS, HTML, web accessibility, and Drupal classes and workshops at UMass Lowell, Ulster County Community College, Vassar College, and UC Santa Barbara. I have also had the pleasure of presenting at Drupal camps and DrupalCons over the years. Outside of web development, I am a martial artist and a mom. I am also celiac, which explains the demo site that we will build during this course. What is Drupal? If you are watching this video course, you probably have an idea of what Drupal is and why you want to use it. Many refer to Drupal as a content management system or framework, and Drupal.org states that Drupal can be used to build anything from a personal blog to an enterprise application. When we think or talk about Drupal, we typically think about the open source code that, when combined, makes up Drupal. This code includes Drupal core, what you get when you download Drupal from Drupal.org, and contributed modules and themes, or any modules or themes that you build yourself. Drupal is, however, so much more than the code. It is an international community of people who share ideas, help each other, and work together to improve the internet one contribution at a time. Drupal is a web development framework that enables you to stand on the shoulders of giants. If you are curious, you can see a lot of beautifully built, high-profile sites on the Drupal Showcase at www.drupalshowcase.com.
Greetings and welcome to your Infinite Skills training course. This movie is going to help you find and easily access your working files for your Infinite Skills course. The working files are designed to allow you to work alongside the author as they're teaching the course material, and in most cases, the author will announce whenever they have provided a working file. Please note that the courses seen in this video may not be the same as the course you are currently learning. This video is meant only to demonstrate how to get your working files. If you are a subscriber to our learning library, you will see a Download Working Files button once you get into the details of the course. To download the working files, simply left-click on the Download Working Files button and your browser will automatically download the working files as a zip file. Once the working files have finished downloading, you can simply extract the downloaded zip file and place them directly onto your desktop. It's as easy as that. If you have downloaded this course from our website, then you will have gone to a download page that looks like this, and you may see that the working files are a separate download file. Once you have downloaded the working files, You can extract the downloaded zip files and place them directly onto your desktop. From the player, you will see a menu bar located up here with various buttons just above the video. From the player menu bar, look for this button. When you move your mouse over it, a label will show up that reads Open Working Files. Left-click on this icon and a window will open up to show you where the files are located. You may see multiple files as the working files are organized within them. To make things easier for yourself, we suggest copying all of these working files to the desktop of your computer. Please note that if you downloaded the working files separately, as we mentioned earlier, you will not see them here. However, you should already know where they are, as you should have extracted them and placed them somewhere on your computer, well, like the desktop. If you are watching this from the DVD, there are a couple of ways to access the working files directory so you can open up your files. Now, you will only be able to open these files from the DVD. If you make some changes and would like to save them, you will need to save them onto your computer. Copy the working files to the desktop, as we have shown earlier from the player. This way you can find them quickly and easily because they are located on your desktop, and you can open and save any changes as you work along with the lessons. You can also find the working files by going directly into the Files folder. To get to this folder from your DVD on your PC, go into your computer, find your DVD drive with the disk in it, and select it. You will see that there will be a Working Files folder on the disk that you can drag and drop to your desktop. You can also copy this to your desktop by right-clicking on the folder and selecting Copy, then right-clicking on your desktop and selecting Paste. If you are on a Mac, click on the DVD icon for the disk on your desktop. A window will open and show you all the files on the disk. You can then drag and drop the working files to your desktop. You can also copy this to your desktop by right-clicking on the folder and selecting Copy, then right-clicking on your desktop and selecting Paste.
In this chapter, we're going to cover a few options for getting yourself set up with Drupal. Installing Drupal is often the most challenging part for a new Drupal user, though the community as a whole is working hard to make this easier. This is particularly challenging because you need an AMP stack or similar to run Drupal. AMP is spelled A-M-P and stands for Apache MySQL PHP. There are other web server and database options for running Drupal, but these are the recommended ones and the simplest place to start. I would like to mention that this is the point where many new Drupal users give up. If you can get through this process and get Drupal installed either on your local system or in a hosted environment, the rewards are wonderful, and you will find Drupal a lot of fun to work with. So please stick through it. Some of the biggest players in the Drupal community are now offering online services that you can use to quickly install and run a Drupal site on their hosted environment. This will be the easiest way for you to get started, though it may not provide you with an option to run Drupal 8 until Drupal 8 is officially released. So if you are watching this video while Drupal 8 is still in beta, you may need to move on to the next lesson and set up your site locally. You'll find these options by going to Drupal.org and following the Try Drupal path, which gives you this option to start a hosted Drupal demo. Clicking on this will show you all of the options for free hosted Drupal demos. You'll follow the step-by-step instructions on any one of these options to gain access to a Drupal site. Each of the options will be a little bit different, and I want to point out that for Drupal 7, the option is Try Panoply on Pantheon, which is slightly different than default Drupal. Once Drupal 8 is released, there may be differences as well in each of these options, and one of them may be slightly different from base Drupal. We are not going to go through the steps and sign up here because these are all tuned for Drupal 7, not Drupal 8 at this time. In the remainder of this chapter, we will look at setting up your local system to run whatever version of Drupal you like, and using the Drupal installer to get started. In this lesson, we're going to look at preparing your local system to run Drupal 8. This demo is being done on a Mac running Mac OS X, but the concepts are the same regardless of your operating system. I highly recommend that you review the installation guide on Drupal.org, which you can find by going to Drupal.org, following the link to Documentation, and then choosing the second option here, Installation Guide. This will give you all of your options for running Drupal, as well as give you some insights into how Drupal works and why it has the specific structure and requirements that it does. In order to run Drupal on your local system or web server, you're going to need to be running an AMP stack or similar. AMP, spelled A-M-P, stands for Apache, which is the web server, MySQL, which is the database server, and PHP. Many advanced users, especially those who develop on Linux, will use a VirtualBox setup. Many PC users, whether they use Mac or Windows, will use MAMP, which is a great tool for running Apache, MySQL, and PHP on your local computer, or they'll use something like XAMPP, which is another tool that you can use to run Apache, MySQL, and PHP on your local computer. MAMP can be found at mamp.info, mamp.info. XAMPP can be found at sourceforge.net/projects/XAMPP. A Google search for either of these tools will also bring up the links to their download pages at the top level. Since you are just getting started with Drupal, I'm going to recommend and demonstrate the easiest way for you to get set up locally, which is to use Acquia Dev Desktop. Let's take a look at that on the Acquia site. You can find Acquia Dev Desktop at acquia, acquia.com/downloads. This particular solution is completely optimized for Drupal. So when you install it, everything that you need for Drupal and the proper configuration will be set up for you right from the get-go. This will be the same whether you're using a Mac or Windows. And you can see here that Acquia has provided a Mac download and a Windows download right here. Acquia is a well-known digital experience company that both works with and actively supports Drupal at a very high level, including offering resources to people just getting started with Drupal. Their Dev Desktop is a major step forward in making it easy for individuals to get Drupal running on their local desktops with ease. So we're going to go ahead and download the installer and run it. Now that the installer is downloaded, I can go ahead and click on the Acquia Dev Desktop installer here to continue this process. I trust this particular application. I've used it before and I know where it came from, so I'm going to select Open and let it run. I'm going to close this window behind here to clean up this interface a little bit, and now we'll walk through the steps on the installer. You'll see here under the You are about to install the following, it says Acquia Dev Desktop, Apache, MySQL, PHP, and PHP so I know exactly what I'm getting as I'm going to go through this installer. Obviously, I need to accept the terms of the license agreement in order to use this. It's also a nice thing for me to allow diagnostic data to be sent to Acquia for the use of Dev Desktop, since they are providing this tool for free. So I'll go ahead and click Next. Now it's going to ask me both where I want to store Dev Desktop itself as an application, which I'll put into my Applications directory. It's also going to ask me where it needs to store the sites. This is important because the sites will be all of the files that go with Drupal, both the Drupal code and also any images, attachments, CSS files, anything that you create that goes with the site and needs to be part of it. So we'll click Next here. Since you're using your local system, you're going to need to have ports assigned to the different things that Acquia Dev Desktop needs to do. I suggest leaving these at their defaults unless you have a very strong reason to need to use different port numbers. And we'll click Next, and now it's installing Acquia Dev Desktop. I'll go ahead and launch Acquia Dev Desktop after clicking Finish. That sounds like a nice thing to do, then I don't have to hunt for it in the Applications folder. Now I need to decide what I'm going to do in order to get set up with Drupal. I have my Apache, MySQL, and PHP stack here, which is available using Acquia Dev Desktop. So now I need a Drupal site in my stack. I'm going to start from scratch because at this time there is no existing Drupal site that we're working with, but we need to create one. Now I have a bunch of options available to me. It's asking which Drupal distribution would I like to start with. Drupal distributions are definitely worth taking a look at because there are all kinds of packages out there that might satisfy most of the requirements that you may have for a specific site. In this case, however, we're looking for Drupal 8. So I'm going to scroll down and I just want clean vanilla Drupal 8. So here's clean vanilla Drupal, which will give me the current version of Drupal that's being considered appropriate for production use. That would be Drupal 7 at the time of recording this video because Drupal 8 is still in beta. If I scroll down a little bit further, it's going to give me access to Drupal 8. It is warning me right now that Drupal 8 is only in beta release and is only provided for development and should not be used on production. I'm going to go ahead and click Install. And now it's going to ask me a few things. Where do I want the code base to be stored? It's going to default to the directory that I told Acquia Dev Desktop to use for sites, and I'm going to go ahead and leave that as it is. It's also asking me for a local site name. This is going to be the URL that I'm going to use to access the site when I go into my browser. Because it's local, it's going to use the port number rather than something like .com or .net. So in this case, I'll just call it Drupal Beta 10. We'll keep it all lowercase for fun. And then you'll see here that I have a local site URL, which is drupalbeta10.dd for Dev Desktop, colon, and then the port number. It's asking me which version of PHP I want to use. I'll go ahead and leave this at the default. And it's going to ask me if I want to create a new database or if I want to make use of something else. In this case, I want to create a new one. It's also asking me what I want the database name to be. So I could change this. By default, it's going to be the same as your local site name. And then I'll go ahead and click Finish. Not only is it downloading Drupal, but it's also setting up a database for me because my Drupal site is going to need to have a database in order to work, because the database is where all of the content that is created by the user is going to be stored. Now Acquia Dev Desktop is showing me that my site has been created. It's telling me where the local database is. I can go ahead and actually click on this to take a look at the database. It's showing me where the code is located, and I could click on that to go directly to the code itself. And it's showing me the URL for the local site if I want to take a look at this site. So let's actually take a look at some of these. I'm going to click on the local code first, and it pops me directly into the folder and shows me my Drupal code right here. If I click on the local database, it's going to launch phpMyAdmin, and I can see the database right here. There are no tables in it yet because I haven't installed Drupal. When I actually run the Drupal installer, then this will fill out with a lot of tables. And if I click on the site itself, it's going to take me to the install page for my Drupal site so that I can run the Drupal installer and actually have my site up and running. You can use phpMyAdmin to set up your own databases if you need to, as well as to create usernames and passwords for those databases. You can easily get to phpMyAdmin by clicking on any one of the database names for any site that you've created in Dev Desktop. So if we go back to this here, we're in phpMyAdmin, and we can go ahead and create new databases right here. You do not typically need to know how to work with MySQL to be a Drupal site builder. You will rarely work with the database, if ever, until you are more advanced or need to deploy your site to production. As you become more adventurous with Drupal, however, you should take the time to understand the database. This is, however, a separate topic from what this video course covers. If you have more than one site in development, you can add multiple sites to Acquia Dev Desktop. You can do this by clicking on the little plus icon at the bottom here and setting up a new Drupal site, or importing a local Drupal site if needed. In this lesson, we covered what you need to run a Drupal site locally or on your server. We also went over the easiest way to get Drupal up and running on your computer. Next, we're going to take a look at the file system, and then we're going to run the Drupal installer. Before we run this Drupal installer, let's take a look at the file structure in the Drupal directory that came when we downloaded Drupal to our computer. So I'm heading over to Finder here, and we're looking at the Drupal folder that we downloaded. Each directory in your Drupal directory will contain a readme.txt file. These files are incredibly useful. They contain information about what to do with the directory and how to treat its contents. And you should definitely take a look at these files when working with your Drupal site. The top level of your Drupal directory contains key files that run your site. You should not delete any of these files because they all serve a purpose. There are also a number of directories in here which are of note. The core directory is where the core code for your Drupal site is stored. You should never, ever, ever edit anything in this directory. You may need to replace the contents of this directory when doing a Drupal core security update. Note that the path for security updates is not yet settled in this version of the Drupal 8 beta. You should not use Drupal 8 for production until this is settled, because this is a content management system which does allow people to log in and make changes to the database. So you want to make sure that you're always on top of security updates. The modules directory is where you will place contributed modules that you download to extend the functionality of your Drupal site. The Profiles directory is available because the Drupal community has created a number of installation profiles that include pre-configured or customized elements for Drupal to fit a specific solution. For example, there are profiles for commerce, profiles for government, and profiles for many other types of sites that you might want. This can be a great way for you to get started quickly with a site that has a lot of wonderful features. The Themes directory is where you will store any contributed themes that you download from Drupal.org or any custom themes that you build yourself. And last but not least is the Sites directory. This directory is crucial to your site or your sites if you're doing multi-site. If you are only running one site from your codebase, then you will primarily work with the default directory inside the Sites directory. In here is a settings.php file as well as a default.settings.php file if you mess up your settings.php file and need to start from scratch. Settings.php contains all of the info that your site needs to run, including the database information. The Files directory will contain all of the temporal files for your site, such as images, PDFs, and cache files. What you're not seeing right now, but you will see if we take a look at an existing site. So let's move to a different directory where we have a site that's already been installed. Once your site is installed, the sites directory will contain a directory called config, followed by a long hash. This is where all of the configuration changes that you make to your site will be stored, enabling you to move configuration from one environment to another. This aspect of Drupal 8 is still being finalized. We will demo it in the chapter on managing and deploying your Drupal site. But the way that it works when you use Drupal 8 may be a little bit different from what you're seeing demonstrated here. If you're using version control, most of the items in the sites directory are ones that you will want to leave out of version control because they are temporal or environment specific. In this lesson, we went over the file structure of a Drupal site directory. We will take another look at this in the chapter on maintaining and deploying your Drupal site. We will also visit this directory often throughout this course, as we will need to be able to put contributed modules and themes into their appropriate locations in the directory structure. We will need to be able to do this in order to extend our Drupal site. And now, let's install Drupal. In this video, we will cover installing a fresh Drupal site using the Drupal installer. Your environment is set to go, and you have created an empty database for your site. Now what do you do? Fortunately, the Drupal community wants installation to be as easy as possible. So the first time a new Drupal site is visited, the user is prompted with a very easy step-by-step installer, which we will now go through. If you have installed Drupal on a web host with a domain name, then at this point you will simply go to that domain name to visit your site and to run the installer. If you have installed Drupal locally on your own system, you may need to follow instructions from whatever tool it is that you are using to power your LAMP or WAMP stack on your system. For example, I am using MAMP, which requires the user to access the site through port 8888. I'm also using the default hostname from MAMP, which is localhost. And so in order for me to access the site that I'm now setting up, and for which I just downloaded Drupal and set up a database, I will go to localhost colon 8888, and I'm going to press return. This takes me to the Drupal installer, which, as you can see, is fairly straightforward in the steps that it provides. Step 1. The language that you're going to choose here is going to be the language that your administrators and content editors are most comfortable with, not necessarily the language with which you are going to deliver content. If you want to deliver content in various languages, that's set up through multilingual settings later on. For now, we're going to choose English so that the administrative interface is in the English language. Step 2 is to choose an installation profile. If you are installing plain Drupal core, then your choices will simply be what you see here, standard and minimal. You're going to choose standard for the majority of the sites that you might set up, and you will only choose minimal if you truly are an advanced user and you intend to heavily customize the Drupal site that you are setting up. The Drupal community creates a plethora of installation profiles that pre-configure a site to meet specific needs. If you have downloaded one of these profiles, such as the popular Drupal Commons profile for Drupal 7, then you will be able to choose that profile from this list when you're installing your Drupal site. At the time of recording this video, there are not a lot of installation profiles for Drupal 8 because Drupal 8 is still in beta. It is very likely, however, that shortly after the release candidate is out, that installation profiles for Drupal 8 will begin to appear. And it is worthwhile to look up these installation profiles before building your Drupal site, because a lot of the work for what you need may have already been done for you. And we will look at installation profiles in another video. You'll notice that the step to verify requirements was just passed through very quickly and nothing actually appeared to happen except moving on to the fourth step of setting up the database. This is because verification of requirements happens on the back-end side, and it's just making sure that the environment that you have set up is capable of running a Drupal site. At this point, you need to hook into the database that you have created for your Drupal site. Drupal is a content management system, and as such, it needs a place to store that content and to store the activity that happens with that content. Some configuration elements are also stored in your Drupal database. One of the great differences between Drupal 7 and Drupal 8 is that Drupal 8 has taken some of the configuration settings out of being stored in the database and put them into code. And we will look at this in another video. We need to connect to the database before we can continue. The database, remember, has already been set up when you set up your environment you needed to create this database. So you know the name, the username, and the password for the database that you have created. And I'm going to enter those here. The first step is to enter the database name. So I've created a database called D80205, and I've entered that here in database name. The next step is to put in your username. I have left my username as root. This is not necessarily best practice, but I've done that for the purposes of this video to make things easy. That'll be your default database username if you're not setting up a database user for your databases. And I will also now go in and enter my password. The Advanced tab is available for advanced settings. So if you know that your database has a table name prefix, for example, which is something that will happen frequently if you're using web hosts such as GoDaddy or Media Temple, then you will need to enter that here. If you have a port number for your database, you will also need to enter that into this field. Some web hosts will actually have a separate URL for your database. And if that's the case, then your host field will need to indicate what that URL is as well. Ideally, whatever web host you're using will have good help documentation to help you find the actual information for where your database can be accessed. At this point, I will save and continue, and the site will now be installed. So we'll wait while the site installs. What's happening here is that all of the modules that are part of Drupal core and that make it easy for you to set up a Drupal site out of the box with a fair amount of functionality are being installed and many of them enabled for you at this time. This is coming from the standard installation profile. If you use the minimal installation profile, then a lot of these would not be installed out of the box, and you would have to make your choices after the install took place. Okay, our Drupal site has now installed, and now it's time for us to set up basic configuration settings for the site before we move on to start working with customizations and making this the site that we're working on. The first step is to fill in site information. So I'm going to come up here to the site information section, and I'm going to look first at site name. Site name is for what this site is for. So if your company is called Green Tomatoes, site name would not be Green Tomatoes website, but rather simply Green Tomatoes. In this case, we're building a site for an imaginary company called Tasty Cakes for All. Tasty Cakes for All is a company that will provide workshops on methods for creating treats with consideration for food allergies and sensitivities. It will also provide a database of recipes that is contributed to by invited individuals who might have valuable recipes to share. This will allow us, over the course of these videos, to explore a lot of the functionality that is possible within Drupal and makes Drupal such a wonderful tool, especially if you need a highly customized site. For now, however, I will simply add Tasty Cakes for All. The site email address is a system email address. It's not your email address. And this is really important to keep in mind. You don't want your personal email address to be the address that the site uses when it needs to send a password reset email to a user who forgot their password. Or if it sends out automated messages, should you have rules, which we'll also talk about in another video, that have emails sent out at certain points in time when things happen on the site. This email address, you're going to choose something generic, and this is very important as well, and is in the help text right under site email address. It will use the same domain name that your website has. So your email address would be communications@tastykakesforall.com if your website were tastykakesforall.com, not tastykakesadmin@gmail.com. By making sure that these match, you're helping yourself stay out of people's spam boxes. One of the key flags that a lot of ISPs look for to determine if something is spam is if the origin domain and the email address domain don't match. And you definitely don't want your content, your emails to be flagged as spam. So I'm going to add into site email address an email that has the same domain as this imaginary site that we're creating. The site maintenance account is a critical user on the site. It's what we call user one. User one will always be the all-powerful account on your site. This is the user that can truly do anything, including serious harm to your site. In the chapter on Drupal users, we will talk more about user one. For the purposes of this course, we will be using user one for the majority of the demonstrations. However, it's really important for me to point out here that this is not best practice. You do not want to use your user one account to work on your site. For now, we will continue using the user one account. We'll talk about this further, and you will have an idea of what best practice actually will be for the sites that you build. The other thing to note about the user one account is that it should not be you, even if you think that you are the only person who will ever manage this site. Remember that things change. You may, for example, invite another person to be an administrator on your site, or you may leave whatever company you're building the site for and someone else may take over. You definitely don't want this user account to be tied to you as an individual, because then you will be enmeshed in the site in ways that aren't necessarily helpful to you. It's also a good idea that this user account does not have the username admin. And the reason why this is not a good idea is because this is the most likely username that the user one account will be on any content management site. And so it's the one that hackers will try if they're attempting to get into your site. So you'll want to come up with something unique that can't necessarily be guessed with ease. So in this case, I'm putting in TC4A, or Tasty Cakes for All. And the password that I'm going to use here for the purposes of demonstration is password, but you'll want to make sure that your password is a good one. The nice thing about this installer is that Drupal tells you the quality of your user password. For your user one account, make sure that the password strength that you get in this indicator is strong. There's an email address field as well, and you'll notice that by default, the email address that I put in for the site address has filled into the email address field here. But this isn't actually what we want. This is the email address that will be used if you forget the user one account password and need to have a password reset sent to you. So this email address needs to be one that you're actually going to use and that makes sense with the admin account. So I'm putting in siteadmin@tastycakesforall.com. Okay, moving on to the final settings here, regional settings. All of the information that you set up in this configuration pane is changeable later on. So if you need to change the email address, if you want to change the site name, if you want to change the username or password for the user one account, all of this is easily doable at a later point in time. Regional settings is also changeable later on. However, it's the one section in here that you really want to get right when you first install your Drupal site. And the reason for this is because if you have any content on your site that is date or time sensitive, you'll want to make sure that the dates and times on that content are in the region that your site events will actually be within. If you change your regional settings after date and time content has been created, it is possible that your configuration will become a little bit messy and you'll have to go back and troubleshoot and make sure that things actually line up the way that you need them to. So in this case, I'm going to set the default country to the United States, and the default time zone is already set to America, Los Angeles, because it has a sense of where I am. The final settings on this particular screen are update notifications, which can also be changed later on in this process if you change your mind or if you go to production and want these settings to be different. Drupal is a content management system with a database and user accounts that allow human beings to authenticate and make changes to the site. As such, there is an inherent security risk. And so the best practice is that you make sure that your site, that your code is always up to date, especially when security updates are released. I will continue to mention best practices throughout this course, and you will want to take note of what those best practices are and make them part of your standard workflow on every Drupal site that you do. The Drupal site is superb at identifying and patching security risks. So by keeping your code up to date and paying attention to the security updates that are available, you will have the best chance of having a very secure site. We're going to leave these options checked, check for updates automatically, and receive email notifications. Those email notifications will go to the email address that's set up for the user one account. So this email address right here. I want to point out here that many developers opt not to check for updates automatically on production sites. And this is done for performance reasons. These developers will always have another method of knowing when updates are required and available, and they will be able to keep their sites up to date. And it's really important that if you choose not to have updates checked automatically or the notifications sent to you by email, that you have another method and are ensuring that your site is up to date. And now I'm going to click Save and Continue. This is going to take a moment to set all of those settings in the database. And here we are. We have a notice here that says, "Congratulations, you installed Drupal." We're automatically taken to the home page of our new site. We have a link to add content. And at the very top of the site, we have a black bar and a gray bar, which give us access to all kinds of site configuration tools. These are available to us because we are logged in as the user one account, which in this case is TC4A. And this account can do anything it wants on the site. So to recap here, we have used the Drupal installer to walk through all of the steps required to set up an out-of-the-box Drupal site. On the site configuration screen, all of the choices that we've made can be changed later on, with the exception of the creation of the user one account. We can still change the email address and the username of that account if needed. We've also set our regional settings and our time zone and made sure that those are correct because changing those later on could wreak havoc on our site, and we don't really want to go through that. Also, if you do not keep update notifications enabled, make sure that you have another method of knowing when your Drupal site requires security updates. Otherwise, you might become behind in your security updates and your site could be at risk. This lesson goes into more detail on the User 1 account. The User 1 account is a very special user on a Drupal site. This user can do absolutely anything on the site, including some configuration options that, once you are more advanced, you might disable for other user types, including the administrative user types on your site, if you are following best practices to make sure that your site is secure from potential risks. The User 1 account is also an account that you cannot delete. There are many aspects of your Drupal site and the database that depend on the existence of this User 1 account. In fact, one of the most common reasons why errors may occur on a Drupal site is because for some reason the database isn't able to recognize the User 1 account. And so it doesn't really have all of the information that it needs in order to provide the user experience or the configuration that has been set on the site. Many Drupal developers will also follow a best practice of blocking the User 1 account once they've created a site admin account for themselves. And this is something that you will want to consider doing as well because it ensures that the User 1 account cannot accidentally be logged into. So you wouldn't necessarily make the mistake of logging in as User 1 when you mean to log in as your own administrative account. It also means that the administrator must reactivate that account if they need to use it, therefore putting a little extra thought into whether or not they need to be logged in as user 1. Notice that when you are logged into the site, as we are now, you have administrative tools at the top of the site. There's the black bar and then the gray bar just beneath it that says Content, Structure, Appearance, Extend. These bars give you access to sections of the site where you can manage your content, manage configuration, manage people, and do whatever else it is that you might need to do to make your Drupal site the site that you need it to be. When working on a Drupal site, it's often very helpful to open the site in two different browsers, one in which you are logged in and one where you are an anonymous user. This way, you can experience the site as the public will experience it while you're working and make it easier for you to catch errors in settings or permissions. So, for example, right now I am using Chrome and I'm logged in as user 1. If I navigate over to Safari and go to the site, you'll see that the site looks very different. First of all, on the left-hand side, there's no search box, there's no add content box, and at the very top, those admin bars are not available. Also, on the left-hand side here, you see user login. If I go back to Chrome, you'll see the bars at the top, you'll see the search box, you'll see the tools for adding content on the left. This is a very helpful way to develop, especially once you start getting into setting permission levels for different user experiences. And if you have multiple user roles, not just anonymous and administrator, you may choose to have 5 or 6 different browsers on your computer so that you can actually look at the site as different user roles all in one go. In this chapter, we prepared our local environment for running Drupal using Acquia Dev Desktop. We reviewed the file system in a Drupal site. Let's take a quick look at that again. Here's our Drupal site, and these are the files that belong with that Drupal site. Remember that the sites directory is special, and it is where environment-specific and temporal files are stored, so it is not likely to be version controlled. We also installed Drupal using the Drupal installer, and we went over what each part of the installer meant. Finally, we discussed the very important user account, User 1. If you have any difficulty installing Drupal on your system, visit one of your local user groups and ask for help. The community is very supportive, and someone will have encountered your specific issue before and know how to work past it. You can find local user groups at groups.drupal.org, or GDO as we often call it in the Drupal community. This is groups.drupal.org. You can browse for groups, find groups, and definitely make use of this as a resource because it is very valuable. And now let's get to the fun part and actually play with Drupal 8. In this lesson, we will be covering the basic content, pages, and articles which come with Drupal out of the box. What makes Drupal so incredible as a content management system and a web application framework is the ability to customize pretty much everything. If you can imagine it and you have the time and the resources to produce it, then with Drupal, you can build it. At the same time, as a content management system, Drupal makes it possible to spin up a very simple site without any customization at all. Therefore, the Drupal learning curve can be either incredibly steep or very gradual depending on the type of site that you need to build. So when you first install Drupal, you end up with a front page and configuration options, which is what you're looking at here. The front page says, "Welcome to Tasty Cakes for All," and has this nice little note saying no front page content has been created yet. At the top of the browser, you'll see the black bar and the silver bar, which are the configuration options. The most important configuration on your site is content entry. Without content, your site probably doesn't really serve much of a purpose. It is possible for a site to have a purpose without content, but you probably wouldn't be using something as complex as Drupal to build such a site. Since we're currently logged in as an administrator, we have the administrative menu at the top, which says Manage, Shortcuts, and then our username, TC4A. The Manage tab then shows us all of the configuration access that we have on our site, starting with the most important one, Content. We'll go ahead and click on Content and get started. By clicking on Content, we come to a page that shows us a list of all of the content available on our site. And at this time, there is no content available, and it tells us so. But there's also a big blue button that says Add Content, which we can click on to start adding content. We have two options available to us by default, Article and Basic Page. And underneath each of these options, you will see a little description. At this point, it's worth mentioning, according to Steve Krug's book, Don't Make Me Think, the golden rule is get rid of half of the text on your page, and when you're done, go through and get rid of half of the text again, because your users don't read. You are probably no different than your typical user. If you think about how you use websites in general, you probably will realize that what you do is you skim and look for what it is that you need rather than actually reading the blocks of text. Unless, of course, you're looking at an article that you chose to read. As such, more likely than not, without even realizing it, you will not pay attention to the help text. And now is a really good time to start making a habit of reading the help text in your Drupal configuration options because the Drupal community is really good at providing documentation that can be very useful to you. For example, the help text here explains that an article is great for time-sensitive content and basic pages are great for static content that will rarely be changed. And this is because each of these forms offers different options that determine how that content will display and where it will display as well. We're going to go ahead and create a couple of pieces of content, an article and a basic page, in order to see how these types of content work and display out of the box. So we'll start with article. Since Tasty Cakes for All is a site that is servicing an audience that is interested in learning about food sensitivities, our first article will be about gluten sensitivity. We'll go ahead and type that in. And then we're going to add some dummy text or lorem ipsum in order to fill out the body and see how this page looks. I'm using an add-on for Google Chrome called Dummy Text, and I'm going to go over to that now. And it will create a bunch of paragraphs of generic pseudo-Latin text that can be used to see how the content will look. I'm going to drop that into my body field. We're just doing the very basics here. Scrolling down, I'm going to add a couple of tags. So gluten-free and baked goods. And then I'm going to add an image because that's available by default in this form. I'm navigating to an image and I will choose sticky buns. Once I added the image, I did get the alternative text field. And it's very important that you always fill out your alt text field on any piece of content when you add an image, because this is the text that screen readers and search engines will receive in the event that the image is not available. So for example, if you have a non-sighted user, you want to give them alt text as opposed to having them hear code or having them not receive the experience that you're trying to provide to your users. So in this case, the alt text will be delicious sticky buns. I'm going to leave everything else at the default for now and save and publish this piece of content so that we can see what happens. Okay, now I'm on the gluten sensitivity article page, and if I scroll down, we can see how the image displays. I'm going to scroll up a little. You can see when it was submitted, who submitted it, the image, the text. And if I scroll down further, you will see that tags are available and there's a comment field. So this particular content type has comments enabled by default. I'm going to scroll back up and go to the home page. We no longer have a note that says no front page content has been created yet because now we do have a piece of content on the front page, and this piece of content is the article that we just created. It's displaying with a smaller version of the image and a teaser. Now we'll go ahead and create a basic page. So I'm going to go back to content, add content, basic page. Remember that basic pages are for more static content that won't change over time. This particular page might be about Tasty Cakes for All. I'm going to grab some more lorem ipsum for the body. And now you'll notice these are the only two fields that are available on this form, unlike the article form, which had tags and an image and all kinds of stuff that you could fill out. Now the next option that we have is Save and Publish. But I'm also going to direct you over to the right-hand side where you'll see menu settings in the list of links on the right. And if I click on that, it's going to expand for me. And now I have an option to provide a menu link with this particular page. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. It gives me a title automatically based on the title of the page itself, and it asks me what the parent item is, and we'll talk about menus in another lesson. I'm going to leave that as main navigation, but I will change the menu link title to About. And now we'll go ahead and save and publish this particular piece of content. So if I scroll down on this page, it's just the text. There's no comment field, and there's also no time and date stamp or author stamp on this particular piece of content. So it displays very differently by default. And if I scroll back up, you'll see the menu at the top, the navigation under the title, Tasty Cakes for All. Now we have About and Home. So this shows you right here how much you can create with Drupal out of the box without doing any customization at all. If your site is a brochure style site that simply needs to provide some static information and then have a river of news, then out of the box Drupal will give you everything that you need right there. To recap, out of the box, Drupal offers us two content types, article and basic page. Articles will automatically display on the home page with a teaser, and they have an image field available to them as well. Basic pages can be added to the navigation system through the menu settings, and they can determine the site structure. In this video, we're going to cover the basic publishing options in Drupal out of the box. These options dictate how and where your content displays, and all of these options are completely customizable with configuration. For example, complex publication workflows are possible in which you might require content to go through some kind of an approval process before it is visible to the public. So here we're going to add a new piece of content. It's going to be an article, and this time we're not going to follow the default settings all the way through. So I'm creating an article that talks about using peanut butter as a substitute for eggs. I'm going to grab my dummy text, pop it in, and just like last time we created an article, I'm going to add tags and an image. I'm going to add my alt text here. And now, rather than choosing Save and Publish, I'm going to use the little drop-down arrow on this button, and I'm going to choose the second option, which is Save as Unpublished. So now I'm on this article, and I'm going to scroll down and show you that beneath the article is this pale shade of pink. That pink is a visual indicator that this piece of content is unpublished. And what that means is that it will not show up in any of the displays where it might normally display. For example, this is a piece of article content, and article content is meant to display on the front page. At this time, however, because it's unpublished, it will not show up on the front page of the site. Additionally, if I try to go to this site in a browser where I'm not authenticated, then I won't be able to get to the content at all. And I'm going to show that to you. I'm going to go ahead and copy this URL and head over to Safari, another browser where I am not logged in, and paste this URL. Notice that I get access denied. This is because this particular piece of content is not published. Let's head back to Chrome where I am logged in, and we're going to go to the home page and see that this content does not display. So now we'll go back to this piece of content and change some of our settings. I'm going to use the back arrow, and then I'm going to look at this content. I'm going to find the Edit tab right here on the content, which I only see because I'm logged in as a user that has permission to edit content. So now I have the same form that I had when I created this piece of content. Now I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the publication options on the right-hand side. The first thing that you'll see is that it says that this is not published, and it'll give me a timestamp of the last time that this piece of content was saved. What I'm interested in right now, however, are the comment settings, so I'm going to go ahead and expand those. The options I have here are comments open, so users can post comments, and closed, where users cannot post comments. Since this piece of content is about using peanut butter as a substitute for eggs, and I don't want this blog post to be derailed into a huge discussion about peanut allergies, I'm going to go ahead and close the comments on this particular piece of content. The next thing that I'm going to look at in the publication settings on the right-hand side here is authoring information. We'll go ahead and expand that. You'll see that I have options to actually change the username of the author of this particular piece of content and to change when this particular piece of content was created. This can be really useful if you are putting in a piece of content for someone else, or if a piece of content probably should have been published earlier than you're actually putting it on the site. At this time, however, TC4A is the only user on the site, and the date and timestamp don't matter, so I'm going to leave those be. Now, if I look at the bottom of the page, I have this big blue button here, which I can click on, and my options are save and keep unpublished or save and publish. And I'm going to go ahead and publish this piece of content. If I scroll down here, the comment box is now disabled, and the pink is no longer in the background of this particular piece of content. If I go back to Safari where I'm not authenticated and reload the page, now I'm able to read this particular article. We can also take a look at the home page on both of our browsers and see that this article has now been added to the River of News on the home page. Now, what if I want the gluten sensitivity article to be at the top? Right now it's hidden because it's after the peanut substitute article. So I'm going to scroll down and show you that the gluten sensitivity article is still here, but it's down lower. And really, even though it was published first, I want this article at the top because gluten sensitivity is a very key part of thinking about food sensitivities. So what we can do is go to this particular article by clicking on it, click Edit, and look at our publishing options on the right-hand side, again, where we were before when we looked at comments and authoring information. The final item here is promotion options. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that to expand it. One of the options here, in addition to promoted to the front page, which determines whether or not this article shows up on the front page at all, is sticky at top of lists. If I click sticky at top of lists and save this particular article, I'm going to save and keep published, and then go back to the home page. So gluten sensitivity has now moved to the top, and it looks a little bit different because this particular article has been deemed special. There's one more thing that I want to show you in the publishing options, which is the URL of a particular piece of content. So we're going to go actually to the About page here, and I want to show you the URL in the browser for this About page. If you notice at the top here, it says localhost, the port. This is the domain to access the site. And then it says node 4. By default, all content in Drupal has what's called a node ID. This is a unique number assigned to each piece of content in your site so that it can be referenced by the machine and always have a consistent identifier. This really doesn't make for a very good URL. For your About page, for example, the path should probably be domain name / about. So I'm going to go ahead and edit this particular piece of content and go back to the publishing options on the right-hand side. I'm going to scroll down a little bit here and expand URL path settings. I have an option here to add a URL alias. In this case, I'm going to add about. And then I'm going to go ahead and save this piece of content and keep it published. If we go back up to the URL bar now, you'll see that the URL makes a lot more sense. It's a helpful URL for this particular piece of content. In this video, we covered the default publishing settings for an out-of-the-box Drupal content type. These options included published versus unpublished, promotion status, so making something sticky so that it displays above everything else regardless of the other sort settings on the content, the URL path settings for a particular piece of content, and authoring information. In this chapter, we covered Drupal's out-of-the-box content types, pages, and articles. We also went over the publishing options that are available by default to these content types, and those publishing options will determine how and where the content created in these content types will display on the site. So as a brief recap, pages are meant for static content. So we'll head over to a page that we find in the menu item here. By default, pages do not have comments, they don't have images, and they don't have tags. They don't display on the front page, and they can easily be placed in the menu system, as is the case with this particular page that we created. Articles, on the other hand, are meant for temporal items, news, blog posts, anything that might be ephemeral or have a sense of urgency to it. By default, this content type has comments enabled. It allows for tags, it has a main image, and it displays on the front page by default as well. What shows on the front page, however, is a summary, not the entirety of the content. Any content on the site can either be published or unpublished. We'll take a look at that. So I can edit this piece of content, and then I'm going to save it as unpublished. When content is not published, it is not visible to the public, and it typically displays with a pink background behind the content area in order to allow you to know that this particular piece of content is not published. I'm going to pop over to a different web browser, Safari, where I am not logged in so that you can see that this piece of content no longer displays for the public. I'm going to reload and gluten sensitivity will disappear. The basic editing form for a piece of content, which we'll now go back to, gives you access to a lot of publishing controls. For example, you can change the authoring information. So you can set this content as being authored by a different user or on a different date at a different time. You can also change the URL of the content to give it a friendly path. If the content has commenting available to it, then you can determine whether or not this particular item allows comments to be open or closed. And you can also set the promotion options for a particular piece of content to determine whether or not it shows on the front page in the river of news, if you are using the default front page settings in your Drupal site. And you can determine whether or not the content is sticky at the top of lists, which means that regardless of whatever other sort options are governing the view of items that you're looking at, the sticky items will come to the top whether or not they fit within those sort criteria. I'm going to go ahead and republish this page. And if we go back to the home page, we'll see that it appears on the home page as a sticky item at the top. This river of news display that you see on a site is the default for a Drupal site. It is very rare that any Drupal site will stick with the basic configuration options that come with Drupal out of the box. The remainder of this course will show you how to customize your Drupal configuration and build your specific site to the parameters that you need to deliver your content. In this chapter, we will cover basic site configuration, which includes the configuration tools that you see at the top of the browser. So manage, shortcuts, and then your username, and then all of the options that you see under manage, content structure, appearance, extend, configuration, people reports, and help, which is a very nice one. This chapter will also tell you how to set Drupal to find a file system so that you can upload things like images and documents to your website. In this lesson, we're going to cover site information, which includes things like your site name, slogan, the system email address, and your settings for front page and access denied and page not found pages. To access site information, we're going to go under the Manage tab right here, and then we're going to head over to Configuration. In the system box on the right-hand side, the first option is Site Information. We set some of this information up when we installed Drupal, but now we're going to go ahead and expand this a little bit further. So under site details, we have the site name, which is correct. We could change it here if we wanted to. We also have the site email address. So this is the origin email address for any communication that needs to be sent out from the site, such as a password reset or some other notification. We may want to add a slogan, and in this case, I'm going to go ahead and do so. We also have the ability to change the URL to which the front page points. So this means that when somebody comes to your website, they type in your top level domain, tastykakesforall.com, they're going to get a page. That page will be your home page or front page. And that, just like any other page on your site, actually has its own node or URL. This allows you to set what that points to. We're going to leave this alone because that's a more advanced setting that we're going to cover much later on. But in this particular lesson, we're also going to go over the next option, which is error pages. Those settings include the default 403 page and the default 404 page. The help text here is very useful. It explains what these are. But a default 403 access denied page is the page that the user is going to see if they land on a page for which they don't have permission to view the content. So a 403 error in the web world is an access denied or permissions denied error. The 404 page, the page not found, means that the URL that you went to does not have a destination. There's nothing there at that path. So the page that you access here tells you the content that you were looking for is not where you were searching for it. And it might be very helpful to give the user some kind of tool to look for the content that they're trying to find. You've probably been on a site before where you've accidentally landed on a page that you shouldn't have been visiting. Or perhaps you've tried to find a page that no longer existed. And the site may have given you something fun or cheeky like a Yeti saying, hey, you don't really belong here. Maybe you want to go to that other page. And having that on your site gives the user a sense that the site maintainers care about the users. So if the user is lost, the site maintainers are trying to help them. Or if the user is trying to get into pages where they shouldn't be, the site maintainers are trying to guide them back to where they should be. It's much friendlier than having something that says, access denied, go away, or something like that. So this is a very good tool to use to really help your brand and make your site feel friendly. In order to direct the user to these pages, we need to create the ones that we want here. We're going to go ahead and save the site information configuration here and create an error 403 page, an access denied page, and then come back to this. If I go home now, I'll now see the slogan that I added right under the site title. Okay, so we're going to add a piece of content. We're going to add a basic page that will not go into the menu system that can be used for the error 403 page. And I'll try to make this a fun message. The other thing that I'm going to do on this page is set the URL path settings. So on the right-hand side, I'm going to go ahead and expand that tab and give it a path that makes sense. In this particular case, this is the page that is intended for the error 403. So I'm going to use 403 as my path. And I'll go ahead and save and publish. I got an error message here saying that the alias is already in use. This is because I went through this process before recording the video. And so I had created this page. And even though I deleted the page, the alias that I just tried to create, which is the URL path, already existed. So I have a couple of options. I can go ahead and clean up the alias, which is more advanced settings, so we'll save that for another lesson. Or I can go back to my URL path settings and set it to something slightly different. So I'm going to set it to error 403. Okay, now I have a page that says, sorry, this isn't for you. And I can use this particular page in the configuration settings for the error 403 page. So we're going to go ahead and go back to site information and set that. Configuration, system, site information. I'm going to scroll down here and I have the two settings, the 403 page and the 404 page not found. So for the error 403, I'm going to use the page that I just created. For the 404 page not found page, I'm actually going to direct the user to the default out-of-the-box system search in a Drupal site. I happen to know that URL, so I'm going to add it here. It's search/node. This way, if a page is not found, then the user is automatically directed to the search field. And I'll go ahead and save this. Okay, so now we're going to see how this behavior actually works by going to a page that we know doesn't exist. So I'm going to go up to the URL here and change it to something that I know I haven't created, monkey. And it automatically takes me to the search page, which is very helpful. Okay, so how does the 403, the access denied, work? At this time, by default, Drupal out of the box, the search functionality, which you currently see in a little box in the left sidebar, is not available to the unauthenticated user. The general public, basically, does not have permission to use search functionality on this site. So if I go to a browser where I'm not authenticated, I'm going to switch over to Safari, you'll notice that there is no search box in the left sidebar. Since going to a page that doesn't exist automatically now takes the user to search, then what happens next is the user can't access the search page, and so they're going to get the access denied page. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the same URL in Safari, and you'll see that it directs me past the search all the way to the 403 access denied page. So to recap, basic configuration options give you some essential branding on your site and can help your user when they're unable to find content or when they accidentally end up somewhere that they shouldn't be on your site. And it's really good to give that user that help because then they feel like you are taking care of them and they trust your site. In this lesson, we'll take a look at the navigation toolbar, which is the toolbar at the top of the browser that gives you access to all of the configuration options available in an out-of-the-box Drupal installation. The navigation toolbar is the black menu that you see at the very top of your browser when you're logged in as an administrative user. You will also see this toolbar if you're logged in as a content editor or any other role that has been given permission to make use of this navigation toolbar by the administrative user. One of the things that really puts Drupal 8 ahead of previous versions of Drupal is the mobile-friendly configuration menu. And we're going to take a look at that configuration menu and what mobile-friendly means by moving over to Safari, a different web browser that I have open here. Okay, so we're now looking at Safari where I have an extension installed, and that extension is called Responsive Resize. And I'm going to click on it to enable it. And you'll see that it gives me a number of pixel dimensions that I can use to take a look at this site at different sizes. And if I click on any one of those, it will resize the browser for me. 768 is a pretty good example of a tablet size. We'll click on that. And if we drop down to 480, that's starting to get into the mobile layout. Now, as I'm clicking on these, you're seeing changes in the navigation toolbar, including the way that it displays. So let's go back to 768, and you'll see that we have the icon and we have the text next to it. If I click on 320, now we're seeing just the menu and we're seeing the icons but not the text. If I collapse the menu, we see the site and it is a mobile-friendly site. If I go back to full screen and then expand the menu, now it all lays out at the top. So this is mobile-friendly, and that's really helpful for the content editors who are working on the site. This is also a good indication that everything about Drupal 8 has mobile first in mind. Okay, so now I'm going to head back to Chrome and we're going to walk through the options that are available in the configuration menu. First, there are 4 options available in the black navigation toolbar. The 3 on the left, Manage, Shortcuts, and what is currently labeled TC4A, because this is the user account that we're logged in as, give you access to tools within the configuration. And we're going to go through each of those. The 4th option, which is all the way over on the right-hand side, is a toggle. And let's take a look at that really quickly. Mouse over here and click on that toggle. And when I do that, you'll see little pencil icons appearing all over the interface. Let's take a look at a couple of those by mousing over them. So here's one, and here's another, and here are 2 more next to each other. and we'll look at those a little bit later as well. I'm going to click that toggle again just to clean up the interface a little bit. Okay, so let's start with the Manage section of the configuration options available to us. When I have Manage selected, the bar underneath shows Content, Structure, Appearance, Extend, Configuration, People, Reports, and Help. We're going to take a look at each of these. And it's really good practice when you start working with a Drupal site, especially as you download new versions, which might have new elements within them, or you install new modules, which might change your configuration menu, to just go through each section and see what's in there, because that will give you a lot of information about how to use Drupal. Starting with content, I'm going to click on this. The content section gives you the ability to add content. It gives you the ability to look at existing content and to filter that existing content in different ways. We've been through this page in a few lessons, and we will continue to come back to this because this is really the heart of your site, because a website is really about the content that exists within that site. There are two other tabs on this page, Files and Comments. Files will give you access to anything that's been uploaded to the site, such as an image or a PDF, or if you have other file types that you're accepting. And you can use this to manage those files, or at least to find out where they are used in your site so that you know whether or not a file is orphaned, and you can find out what nodes a file is attached to. The Comments tab allows you to access comments on your site, to find out if any of those comments need to be reviewed and approved, and also to find out which pieces of content a comment exists on, as well as who authored that comment and when that comment was made. Moving on to the Structure tab, this really gives you access to the heart of your Drupal site, the ability to change the layout on your site, to add content types. We've gone over article and page content types, the default out-of-the-box content types on your Drupal site, but you can create your own content types, and those forms will look different from the article or basic page content forms that we've already been looking at. And they'll behave differently because you will set them up to behave in your customized format. So I like to consider the structure section really the building blocks of your site. Block layout gives you access to add or change the blocks on your site and to place them in various regions. And we'll go through this extensively. But essentially, blocks are chunks of content or information or embedded code on your site that are separate from the content itself. And going back, comment types allow you to change the comment forms. You can actually have comment forms that, say, require an image or that ask the user for a very specific type of information or perhaps give them multiple choice. So this is where you'll access that. Contact forms are where you can set up specific forms that can be used to contact someone through your site. For example, you might have a book our services form on your site, and you might use contact form to do that. And this is where you might create new content types, which we will definitely be doing for this site. We will spend a lot of time here because this is a very important tool for customizing your Drupal site and really making it do what you need it to do. The types of content that we're going to be adding include recipes, which are going to have meal type and ingredients fields. We're also going to be adding events, which are going to have date and location fields. Display modes. This is an incredibly powerful element of your structure options in your configuration because this gives you the ability to set up how your content will display and to create different displays for different purposes. So we're also going to be spending a lot of time in here in customizing the look of your site and how the content is provided to the user. Scrolling down here, menus are very important. This is your site's navigation. This is also where we can add links and change the order of items in our menus. Taxonomy is another important element of your Drupal site and of customization, and we're going to be spending a lot of time here as well. This is a tool for categorization of content, and it's very useful for setting up searching, for optimizing for search engines, and for creating a navigation system for your site that makes a lot of sense to users, making it easy for them to find the information that they're looking for. The final option here is views. This is another area that we are going to be spending a lot of time in this course because views are the heart of how your content gets displayed on your site. Views are queries that list out content based on very specific parameters. And these are really important for making your content easy to find and providing a logical structure for your site. So the structure section of your site in general is an area that you are going to spend a lot of time. Moving on to appearance. Appearance is where you manage what Drupal calls themes. Other content management systems might refer to themes as skins or designs. This is the visual component of your site. This is what your site looks like, the colors, the fonts. This also controls some aspects of layout. So if we take a look here under List, we'll see the default themes available to out-of-the-box Drupal, including the one that we've been looking at so far that has the nice blue bar at the top and the pretty tabs. And if I scroll down, you'll also see what we look at when we're seeing the administrative pages. If I keep going, you'll see some uninstalled themes or one uninstalled theme. And you'll notice from the screenshot that it looks very different. It's very bare bones. This is where you're going to control contributed themes that you've installed or custom themes that you have created and added to your site yourself. It's important to remember that the appearance of your site, the theme, is something that is typically very important to clients because it's what the end user sees, and it's something that a client can really understand. Clients will understand and love selecting fonts and colors. At the end of the day, however, this is one of the easiest things to switch. So the configuration, the structure, the content structure of your site, the way that the views are set up, all of this is the foundation upon which your Drupal site is built and how your content is given to the users. And the theme, if you're thinking in terms of a house, it's just the paint and maybe a couple of frills along the edges, maybe your baseboards, the things that make it look nice, the paintings, the things that make it look like a home. So scrolling back up here to the options that we have available, there's a Settings tab under Appearance. This controls the display of some of the key elements in your theme that will actually be part of any theme that you set up, which includes the logo and the site name and some other options that we will be going into when we do the lesson specifically on theming. Moving on to Extend. This is where you're going to add new modules or enable modules that are part of core but disabled in the default out-of-the-box installation. You can also use this area to update modules if there are security updates and to uninstall modules that you have decided that you're not going to use. Moving on to configuration. This is where you're going to set up the overarching settings for your Drupal site, such as your site title, or the caching settings on your site, such as performance settings. This is also where you're going to set up your file system settings and the text formats that are available to your content editors. Moving on to people, not only is this where you're going to manage the users that have access to your site, it's also where you're going to set permissions for what those users can do, and you're going to set up user roles. Permission settings are set up based on the user roles, and then individual users are assigned user roles so that they can have access to the permissions designed for that specific role. And we will go over this in a lesson as well. The Reports tab is very helpful because it gives you access to status reports on your site, including updates that might be available or log messages. If you're seeing a lot of issues with your site, you might look at the log messages to help you identify where those issues are coming from so that you can fix them. The Help tab is a fun one because it gives you access to a lot of documentation. This documentation is created by the community and is a great place for you to get started as a community contributor because as you're working on your Drupal site, you might find that some documentation isn't quite as helpful as you need it to be, and you on your own might figure out the solution to something that might be missing. And when that happens, you can then go back into the documentation yourself and update that documentation so that it can be more helpful to the next person who comes along and has the same experience that you might have had. Looking at the next option in the black bar, Shortcuts. This gives you quick access to sections of the Manage area that you might want to spend a lot of time in. So by default, there's Add Content and All Content because presumably you're going to be spending a lot of time with your content. You can manage the shortcuts yourself, and we're going to take a look at that in another lesson. The next tab, TC4A, is your user account, and it'll have your username next to the user icon. This gives you the ability to view your user profile, edit your user profile, and log out. So this is a really handy section for you to manage the way that you might display on your site if your site has a community aspect and user profiles are important. But it also makes it easy for you to edit your password, which is obviously very important. You want to make sure that your password is always very secure. Finally, at the beginning of this lesson, we looked at the toggle on the far right-hand side that looks like a pencil. I'm going to go back to the home page here and then click on that toggle again. This is called Quick Edit and gives you access to edit your content in line. So if I mouse down here to this particular piece of content and click the little pencil icon here, the little Quick Edit icon, I can choose Quick Edit, and now I can actually make changes to the content without going away from my home page. Close out of that and turn off Quick Edit. In this lesson, we reviewed the navigation toolbar, which gives you an overview of all of the configuration options that you have available to you on your Drupal site with an out-of-the-box install. In this lesson, we will cover customizing your shortcuts to make it easy for you to quickly get to the tools that you need to use the most frequently. Let me click on the Shortcuts tab here, and what we see initially are Add Content and All Content. These are the shortcuts that are included in an out-of-the-box Drupal installation, but this is very easy for you to customize so that it has exactly what you need for whatever you're going to access most frequently. We're going to assume that in this particular case, I'm a user that needs to administer comments. So I'm going to need to be able to get to the comments page very quickly, the same way that I might get to the all content page very quickly. So I'm going to head over to Manage, Content, and then I'm going to go to the Comments tab. You'll see next to the title, there's this little star icon that has a little plus on it. This little icon is a flag, basically, and that flag will then place the URL or the menu item into my shortcuts. So I'm going to click that, and now it tells me that I've added a shortcut for comments, and if I move over to the Shortcuts tab here, comments will be included in the Shortcuts tab. You can also create custom shortcuts menus for different types of users on the site. That way they'll be tailored to the experience for what that user needs to do. So if, for example, you have a content editor user role, and then you have a user role specifically for comment approval, you might have a shortcuts menu that specifically focuses on content editing, and then you might have another shortcuts menu that specifically focuses on comment management. So to do this, you're going to head over to Edit Shortcuts, which is at the far right of this bar that we're currently seeing. What I have here are the links that are available in this particular shortcut set and the ability to edit the set name. You'll see that tab on the far left next to List Links. You'll also see the big blue button to add shortcuts. So I can actually manually add shortcuts using this, and I can reorder the shortcuts here. So let's say, for example, I want comments to be the last link in the shortcut list. I will just reorder it here and save this change. Now you'll notice up at the very top, under the Shortcuts tab, the menu order has changed. But if I want to create a new set, I'm going to use the breadcrumbs that are under the tabs List Links and Edit Set Name, and I'm going to go back to Shortcuts. You'll see now that I have a nice blue button here that says Add Shortcut Set. So I can create a new set here, and I'm going to call this set Comment Management. Save it. Okay, now that I've saved that Comment Management shortcut set, I can take a look at it. I'll edit the set name here and see what I have available. And this allows me to change the name. I'm going to click on Shortcuts, and see what I have, I have two shortcut sets here. I have default and comment management shortcuts. If I click on list links on default, it shows me add content, all content, and comments. If I go back to shortcuts and click on list links on comment management shortcuts, it has the exact same links. Because what happened was I created that shortcut set and it copied everything from default, which will be the starting point for any new shortcut set. But let's say that I don't want comments on the default shortcut set. I only want comments available on the comment management set. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to shortcuts, make sure that I'm listing links on the default set, and remove comments from this set. Right now I'm using the default shortcut set as my shortcut set. So under the Shortcuts tab, you'll see it says Add Content and All Content, but Comments has now been deleted. What I can now do is head over to my user account and edit it. And now I'm going to click on the Shortcuts tab here, where I can go ahead and change the shortcut set that's being used, or create a brand new set if I want to. So I'm going to change the set. And now if I go back to shortcuts, you'll see that comments has been added again. So in this lesson, we covered customizing the shortcuts menu to suit your specific needs. And this can also be used to create different shortcuts menus for different user types based on what those user types need to be able to do. In this lesson, we are going to go into more detail on the regional and language settings that were set during site configuration in the installation process. These settings are going to tell your site where you're located geographically, which is helpful if you have any map-based information on your site, as well as what time zone to use for displaying times, and what languages to make available for content translation or for users in the administrative interface. While all of these settings can be changed later, it's much easier on you as a site builder if you set them up at the beginning of your project. This way you don't have to change basic structural information on your site once you've done a lot of work or added a lot of content. While it's always possible to change things later on, it can be very difficult and it might make a lot of work for you. So setting this up right from the beginning is really the way to go. So we're going to head over to configuration, and then we're going to scroll down on this page to regional and language, which is on the right-hand side. Right now, there are only two options, regional settings and date time formats. We're going to click on regional settings, and what we see here really matches what we set up during the installation process. So you're telling your site where you're located, what time zone you're in, and now you can also determine whether or not users are able to set their own time zone. So if your site needs to be really international or needs to span many locations across a country that might have different time zones, then you can actually allow users to adjust this so that they see times in their time zone. If you make any changes to this, make sure that you save your configuration using the blue button at the bottom. Once you're happy with your regional settings, you'll want to go back to the date and time formats. So I'm going to use this breadcrumb here to get back to regional and language and see the other options available, which right now only includes date and time formats. If I click on this, I can see all of the date and time formats that exist out of the box, and there are quite a few. I can scroll down and take a look at what these look like in the pattern column, and I can go ahead and edit some of them, long, medium, and short. You'll see that there are operations with a big edit button where I can actually make changes to these particular formats if I want to. If I would like to make a custom format, then I can go ahead and click on the Add Format button. Here I will name my format, and I will call this Time Only, and then I'll add a format string which requires that I use PHP to identify what that format string is going to look like. So if I want my time only to display in hour, minute, and then AM or PM, I'll use the PHP designators to determine that. And you'll see that I'm getting a preview over here on the right-hand side of this field, showing me what this particular choice that I've made will look like. If I don't know what the designators are, I can click on PHP manual here, and I'm opening this in a new tab by holding down the Command key on a Mac or the Control key on Windows. and then I can flip over here and see what formats are available. So now I've used the proper identifiers for how I want this time-only string to look, and then I can go ahead and add format. If I scroll down here a little bit, you'll see that time only is now a format that's available. It is a format that I can edit as well if I want to make changes to the settings that I made. You'll see how these formats can be used when we get into working with views and content types and really customizing how those display. So now I'm going to go back to the regional and language settings here. And again, we only have two options available to us right now, but I know that this particular site needs to be a multilingual site. So we want to extend our site to be able to be multilingual. Language is one of the options that comes with Drupal out of the box in core, but it's not enabled functionality because many sites don't need to be multilingual. So as we've mentioned before, it's really best practice to only enable the functionality that you actually need so that your site is as bare bones as it can be and therefore is more performant and your user interface is more comfortable because it doesn't have excess cruft that you don't need. But right now we do need language, so I'm going to click on Extend. And we're going to cover the extend functionality in another lesson. So bear with me right now while I do this fairly quickly because this isn't really what needs to be covered in this lesson. I'm looking for the language module. I'll click on that and save configuration in order to enable it. Now I will head back to configuration, scroll down to regional and language, and now you'll see that I have four options available. Languages and content language have been added since I enabled that language module. We're going to click on languages. And here you can see that the only language that we have listed right now is English because that's what I used when I installed the site. But let's say that I know that I want traditional Chinese available to this site as well because perhaps there's a constituency to this particular site that is Chinese and I want to make sure that they can actually use the site just as well as an English speaker. So I'll go to Add Language. And this is one of the wonderful things about Drupal, especially Drupal 8, which makes it very easy, but this has been a feature in Drupal for quite some time. There are a lot of language packs that are in Drupal right out of the box, and you can go ahead and make a choice of one of those language packs. And these are kept up to date by the community. If you choose your language and click Add Language, it's now going to install that language and make it available to your Drupal site. You can also set which language is default, and in this case, we're going to keep the default language as English because that is going to be the primary user language on this particular site. There's a detection and selection tab here, which allows you to choose how a language is detected so that the content or interface language that's presented to the user is appropriate to that particular user. Heading back to the regional and language tab here, we can go to content language, and you can see that you can make translation available to different types of content on the site. These different content options will be covered in other lessons, so you'll understand what their purposes are and know whether or not you need to make them available for translation. In this case, we're just going to add content and leave everything else out. Save configuration. If we return to regional and language settings now and go back to date and time formats, I want to show you that you can actually set your date and time formats to be available to a specific language. So let's look at this time only format that we created, and we'll go ahead and edit it. Now there's a new field here, a drop down with language selection. So I can make this format available only to English, only to Chinese, or I can make it not specified or not applicable so that this particular date format can be used in both languages. So in this lesson, we reviewed the basic regional and language settings to place your site into a geographic location and time zone, and to make your site capable of being multilingual and enabling the ability to have translations on your content. As we have been visiting the configuration section in these lessons, you have been seeing an error message. That error message says one or more problems have been detected with your Drupal site. check the status report for more information. Notice that status report is linked, and clicking on that link will give us some helpful information. I'm going to scroll down here and try to see where that error might be coming from. Fortunately, it's very kindly made red so that I can see it very quickly. It says trusted host settings are not enabled. The status report is also typically very helpful in that it gives you an idea of what's wrong and where you can go to find out more information about how to fix it. So here it tells us the trusted host pattern setting is not configured in settings.php. So now we know that we need to go back to our settings.php file. It tells us that this can lead to security vulnerabilities. So while the site is functioning, we are leaving it open to security vulnerabilities, so we should probably fix this. It also gives us a link that we should probably follow that gives us more information about this specific vulnerability. So I'm going to take a look at this in a new tab. So here on Drupal.org in the documentation is a lot of information that I should probably read to find out why this is important and how I can make sure that I've done this correctly. So let's head back to our status report. Again, this is highlighted in red, and that's very helpful to us. So now we're going to head over to our settings.php file so that we can edit it. I'm using Coda as a text editor, and you can use whichever text editor you like as long as it's not a WYSIWYG that's going to insert invisible code into your file. So I'm going to quickly do a search for the word trusted so that I can find this. This drops me down to line 603 in the version of Drupal that I'm using right now. Notice that all of this is commented out, but it gives me a lot of information about how this needs to be written so that this will work properly. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the code that it's recommending to me here, and I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to go down to the bottom of my settings.php file and add this in here, right under databases. Now when I grabbed that, I grabbed these little stars. I don't want those. So I'm going to go ahead and remove those stars. And now what I need to do here is change the path to the path that is in my site. Right now, that path happens to be localhost port 888. So I'm going to grab that. I love copy and paste because it ensures that I won't have a typo. I'm going to set this here. I'm going to remove the http:// here and keep the little caret. And I don't need the example, but I am going to grab this backslash here and place it in front of the colon so that when the PHP is read, it knows that that colon is part of my URL and not something that should be understood in a different way. And then I can go ahead and get rid of the rest of the example here and save this. I don't have permission to edit this settings.php file, so I need to give myself permission for that. Now, since I'm working locally, I'm going to cheat and do this the easy way. In another lesson, we'll talk about permissions in more detail, and we won't just cheat and do this the easy way. For a production site, never do what I'm about to do. But for your own local development, this is okay because your local development will be on your machine and won't be exposed to the world. So now I'm going to tab over to Terminal, which is a command line tool that I have to make changes. And you'll see that I've already done this. So I'm just going to go ahead and change the permissions on the default directory to 777, which means read, write, execute, read, write, execute, read, write, execute for individual, world, and group. And I'm going to change directory into the default directory. And I'm going to do the same thing on the settings.php file. Now we'll go back to Coda. I'm actually realizing that the port is probably going to cause a failure. So let's go ahead and save this and see what happens. And now it has accepted my save. Heading back over to Chrome, we're going to go ahead and reload this, and we get the provided host name is not valid for this server. So I'm correct. The port in that URL is causing an error. We're going to head back to Coda. We're going to remove that port. So now it's just localhost and save again. And then we'll head back to Chrome and reload. Now if we look at the status report and scroll down, we'll see that trusted host settings is enabled and we're no longer going to get that error message. In this lesson, we modified the settings.php file to resolve an error in our status report. We also identified how to find the information that we need from that error message so that we knew how to fix it and why we needed to fix this particular issue. To summarize this chapter, we covered the overall configuration options for your Drupal site. This included an overview of the site management sections that are available through the navigation toolbar, as well as customizing your shortcuts for easy access to tasks that you might need to do frequently, configuring your file system for file uploads, such as images, setting regional date and time settings on your site, and fixing an error message in your site configuration. While everything that we covered here can be changed later, it is all part of the foundation of your Drupal site, and it is important to think through it at the beginning of the process because doing so will make your life much easier later on in the site build. In this chapter, we're going to begin creating a simple site by reviewing content entry. We're going to start by getting comfortable with two basic concepts of a Drupal site: entities and nodes. Drupal is a complex framework and has an entire vocabulary that goes with it. Understanding that vocabulary makes it easier to get help, to make use of the educational resources that are available, and also to navigate the help text as you're learning Drupal. One page that you should always have handy while you're becoming a Drupal site builder or a developer is the glossary page on Drupal.org. So on Drupal.org, there is this documentation tab right here, and that's an incredibly valuable resource. In addition to a lot of information to help you get started in understanding how to work with your site and how to work with some of the more complex features, there are also these quick links down here, the developer guides, and other information. The first option is glossary. This page is fantastic because it gives you a lot of information about the various terms that are thrown around when you're talking with Drupal developers or when you're looking at the issue queue or trying to understand how to implement a task. Throughout this course, you will be hearing a number of these terms, and hopefully I will be grounding them for you so that you know what they mean when they come up. But if they aren't grounded and you don't know what they mean, then this is always a place that you can come to find out what that term actually means. The two terms that we're really focusing on right now are entities and nodes. We'll jump down to entities and take a look at what they mean. So entities are defined chunks of data. The best explanation that I can think of to really help clarify this is how Instagram sends data directly to Facebook. So let's take a look at a piece of data on Instagram. Here we have a photo of me and my son, and we have a description of that photo or a caption. We also have the comments that go along with the photo and information on when it was posted and who posted it. All of these bits of information are the chunks of data that make up this specific Instagram post. And this post as a whole is an entity. It also, however, has an entity within it, which is the image itself. If we pop over to Facebook, I have my Instagram account set to automatically post to Facebook as well. So this image, the date when it was posted, the caption, all of that information is automatically pushed over to Facebook because Facebook knows how to understand that entity, at least within the concept of how Drupal is making use of the idea of entities. Heading back to the glossary, entities can also be bundles, which are a specific implementation of an entity type. So, in a sense, that Instagram post is a bundle that's then sent over to Facebook. So, we're going to head over to the Drupal site and see what entities include. So, here we are on our Drupal site. If we look at the homepage here, we actually see two entities right off the bat. These are two articles, which are content. We also see two more entities right here, which are the two images associated with each of these articles. Those entities are files. If we look at the submitted by information here, we see that these are submitted by TC4A, which is the user that we're currently logged in as, who created these specific pieces of content. That user and any other user on the site is also an entity. Underneath the article, we see tags on the left. Those tags are gluten-free and baked goods. On the right-hand side, we see that there are two comments on this article. So those tags, those are entities. And the two comments that are on this article, those are also entities. Each of these things that can exist on the site is a chunk of content that's defined in a very specific way. And so they are all entities that can be used. And this concept is a key part of building a Drupal site because you're going to be using entities in different ways in pretty much everything that you do on the site. So then what is a node, this other term that I referred to, node being Node? We're going to head back to the glossary and we're going to click on nodes because the glossary is very well written and makes it easy for you to move around as necessary. So as it says here, nodes are a piece of content in Drupal that typically correspond to a page on the site. Nodes are, in essence, a specific kind of entity, and all of the content that you enter onto the site, articles, basic pages, those are going to be nodes. So we're going to head back over to our site, and we're going to go to the content page. Everything that will end up in this list of content, which currently only has 3 items, will be a node. Each and every one of these items will also have a specific node ID or NID. By default, that node ID will be at the end of the URL on that specific node. Okay, so I've gone to the peanut as a substitute for eggs node, and if we go up to the URL bar at the top, we'll see node 2. 2 is the node ID for this specific piece of content, and that node ID will be unique for each and every piece of content on your site. So you will always be able to reach a specific piece of content with the URL node and then the NID number that is associated with that specific node. So no matter what content type you are using, it will become a node. And out of the box, those content types are basic page and article. In this course, we'll also create content types for events and recipes, and those will look different and behave differently from the article and page content types. In this lesson, we're going to review creating content using the out-of-the-box content type that comes with a Drupal installation, the basic page content type. The content that we will create using this content type will be Drupal nodes, and we'll be creating this content in 3 different ways so that we can review the differences between how the content displays with different choices in the settings. Please do these along with me in your own Drupal installation. So first, we're going to go to the Add Content page under Content, Add Content. We can also get here much more easily with the default shortcut set under Shortcuts, Add Content. And we're going to add a basic page. So first I'm going to put in a title. We're going to do this 3 times. And I'm going to enter some information using my little dummy text generator. Paste that. I want this to be in the main menu, so I'm going to head over to the right-hand side here, click on Menu Settings, and ask it to provide a menu link. I'm going to scroll down here, see if there's anything else that I want to do. And there is, so I'm going to collapse Menu Settings so that this is easier to see in this small space. And then I'm going to expand URL path settings. I can give this particular page a path so that it's not found at node and then node number, but instead so that it has a nice URL that's easy to give out or speak to someone. So the alias here will be Y. Now I'm going to go ahead and save this piece of content. And we have a new page in the menu. If we look up under the site name and the logo, we see About, Home, and Why Tasty Cakes because we put this particular page into the menu. We're going to go back to Add Content and create another page. Grab some new dummy text. Maybe now is a good time to put some formatting in using the WYSIWYG that's available. WYSIWYG standing for What You See is What You Get, or a visual editor that makes formatting your content much easier. And if you copy and paste from Word or some other document type, it can create some weird formatting that you don't want. So it's a lot better to keep things clean and put your content directly into your text area here and use the formatting tools available. So I'm going to turn these into a list. Maybe I'll put a quote in here. Perhaps I also want to link something. I'm also going to put this page into the main menu, but I'm not going to put it at the top level. I'm going to make this a subpage of the Why Tasty Cakes page. So I'm going to head over to the right under Menu Settings, provide a menu link, and then in Parent Item, rather than choosing Main Navigation, I'm going to choose Why Tasty Cakes. The other thing I want to do is this particular piece of content isn't ready yet. There's a lot more formatting that I'd like to do with it. Maybe I want to put an image in here. There's a lot of options that I haven't yet explored with how this story can play out. So I'm going to save this as unpublished because I don't want the public to see it yet. There's a little drop down and I'm going to choose Save as Unpublished. Scrolling down here, I just want to point out the pink background behind this content, which indicates to me visually that this particular piece of content is not published. Also, if I go to this piece of content in a non-authenticated browser, let's copy this URL, and then we're going to go over to Safari where I'm authenticated, but I'm going to go ahead and log out. And then I'll paste in that URL, and it's going to give me access denied. I do not have the ability to see this page because it's not yet published. Heading back over to Chrome, where we are authenticated, going to add one more page, grab some new dummy text. I'm also going to put this into the main menu under Why Tasty Cakes. I'm not going to give it an alias. I am going to publish it, but the other thing that I want to do before I publish it, I'm going to collapse menu settings here. I'm going to look at promotion settings, and I actually want to promote this one to the front page. And now I can go ahead and publish this. So now we have this piece of content, and if I go to the home page, you'll see that this piece of content displays on the home page. Notice that it displays differently from how the articles display. The one above it is an article. It doesn't have the submitted by information. It doesn't have a link to comments. It doesn't have tags, and it doesn't have the image. All it has is that first paragraph because it's a different type of content. If we go back to the content page to look at all content, we'll see those three basic pages that we just created. We see information about those pages, including that one of them is unpublished. And we've also seen that those pages behave differently. One of them is displaying on the front page, and the others are simply found through the menu system. In this lesson, we're going to review creating content with the out-of-the-box content type articles. Articles are for temporal content that may have tags and comments, things that would normally be considered a blog post or a news item of some sort. All of the content that we create as articles will be Drupal nodes because a node is a piece of content in your Drupal site. And we'll create these articles using three different sets of settings so that you can see the differences between how they behave. Please do this work along with me in your own Drupal installation. So first we're going to head over to the Add Content page, and we're going to add an article. I'm going to add some dummy text to this article. And then I'm going to add a couple of tags here. We'll add gluten-free and baking. I'm going to skip the image on this particular article, but I am going to head over to the comments here under comment settings, and I'm going to make sure that comments are open. I'm also going to head down here to promotion options, and I'm going to disable promoted to front page because I don't want this particular article to show in that stream that I have on the front page. And then down here, the little blue button, I'm going to click to save and publish. So here we have an article with comments. And if I click on the home page, we won't see that article in our list of content because it is not promoted to the front page. Now I'll go ahead and create another article, grab some more dummy text. Dummy text, also known as lorem ipsum, is a great resource for you while you're building your Drupal site because it allows you to see how your pages are going to look without having to create that content right up front, because creating content is extremely difficult. You really want to spend time on your content and make sure that it's crafted in a very effective way for the purpose of your site. So that can hold up site building if you're trying to think about the quality of your content while you're putting the building blocks together on your site. So that's why I'm using dummy text for these articles. I'm going to go ahead and add another tag here. I'll create a new tag for spices specifically, and then I'll go ahead and add an image. Remember to always include alternate text when you are adding an image. I'm going to make this particular article sticky under the promotion options. Sticky will move it to the top of the listing of content. Because this particular piece of content is going to be very important in the site, I want it to have a nice URL. So I'm going to go up to URL path settings and I'm going to add a URL here so that people can get to this particular page by going to my URL/spices rather than my URL/node/node ID. I'm also going to turn off comments because I don't want people talking about spices on this particular node. With all of these changes here, I'm going to go ahead and save and publish this article. Scrolling down, we now see that this article has an image. It does not have comments. And if we go to the home page, we can see that this article is sticky. It's at the very top, and it's given that special formatting like the gluten sensitivity article to make it look different. But you'll also see the difference here. You'll notice that the first article, the spices one where we didn't enable comments, on the far right where the read more link is, there's no link to comments. The article beneath it, because it had comments enabled, has read more and then the number of comments on it and an add a new comment link because that particular article allows for comments. Add content. We're going to create one more article and then we'll be done. Grab some more dummy text. Maybe I'll give this some formatting. Take advantage of the fact that we have a little bit of a WYSIWYG here. And then I'm going to go ahead and add a couple tags. We'll see if we have an image for this. Now the other thing that I want to do on this particular piece of content, I'm not going to add it to a menu. I'm not going to set the comment settings different from the default, which is for them to be enabled. But I do want to change the authoring information on this particular piece of content because this really should have been the first article posted. And yet I've posted a number of articles already, and this one wasn't the first one. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here is under authoring information, I'm going to change the date to an earlier date. So I'm going to put this in February of 2015. This means that even though I actually posted this piece of content at a different date today, it's going to think that it was posted quite a while ago. And I'll go ahead and save and publish this article. Okay, so this particular article has been created. It has a date from quite a while ago. It has everything else normal, the comments, the image. But I'm going to go ahead and edit this because I don't want this particular piece of content to be published right now. Under Save and Keep Published, I'm going to change this to Save and Unpublish. Now, if I scroll down, you'll see that it has the pink background, so this is not a published piece of content. So to quickly review what we did, we just created 3 pieces of content that are article type, and those 3 articles have different settings. One didn't have an image and it wasn't promoted to the front page. One of them had an alias and was promoted to the front page as sticky. If I click on it, the URL in the URL bar says spices, and it's sticky so it will always appear at the top until something newer comes along that's also sticky. And then the third article was not published, so the public wouldn't be able to see it. And it also had a different date and time, much earlier than when it was actually posted. I'm going to go to the All Content page, and we're going to see that we have quite a bit of content here. These are all nodes, and many of these nodes have images attached to them. If I go over to the Files tab here, we'll see all of the images that have been included on the content, and we can find out where those images have been used. Over on the right-hand side, there's this Used In section. It'll tell me what entities and what type of entity those particular files have been used in. I can also go back here and I can look at comments. I can see what articles those comments were posted onto, when they were posted, and all of these things, the nodes, the files, and the comments, are all entities on my Drupal site. In this lesson, we will cover one of my favorite features of Drupal out of the box, content revisions. The goal of a content management system is to enable people of all different skills to easily edit content. In some sites, this might mean that dozens of people are managing the content on the site, and one person may make changes that another doesn't understand. On other sites, it might mean that someone with less comfort formatting content may save changes that end up with a broken page, and they'll need to quickly recover from their mistake. When you edit a piece of content in Drupal, you can set it to store a revision. Let's take a look at this. I'm going to edit this page about Tasty Cakes for All by clicking the Edit tab here. And I'll go ahead and make a couple of changes. I'll add a paragraph return, and perhaps I'll turn this into a list. Now, over in the right-hand column, the first box is Published, and there's a little checkbox there that says Create New Revision. So I can go ahead and check this off, and I even have a box here where I can put in a log message. Now that I've made this change, I can go ahead and save my piece of content. I'll keep it published, and About Tasty Cakes for All has changed slightly in layout. In addition to having changed based on the edits that I made, I also now have a Revisions tab appear in the top. If I click on the Revisions tab, then I can see a list of all of the revisions of this particular piece of content. I can also review a previous revision by clicking on the date and timestamp for that revision. Notice that the log message here shows markup. The code is being escaped by the theme. This is a non-critical bug in the current version of Drupal 8. At some point this bug will be resolved, but it may or may not be resolved by the time that you're using Drupal 8. You can still tell what the log message says by looking past the markup and finding the message itself. There is also a very handy contrib module to work with content revisions called diff. Diff enables the user to compare two versions. I've already downloaded the diff module to this site, so all I need to do is go ahead and click on Extend, where I can access all of the modules that are available, and look for this particular module. Now I can go ahead and enable the module by checking it off and clicking Save Configuration. The diff module is one of the modules that you can bring into your site and enable, and it will automatically update the site with the changes. There's no real configuration needed in order for diff to function the way that you want it to. Now that I've enabled the module, I can go back to the site and back to the published version of the About page, and then I can click on the Revisions tab, and you'll notice that it looks completely different. First of all, the log message is displayed in a much more meaningful manner because it's not wrapped with all of the markup. But now I also have this option to compare different versions of this particular node. There are only two versions right now, so they're both checked off for the comparison. But if I click on Compare here, it will show me the differences between these two versions of this particular piece of content. There are many other excellent modules available for expanding content revision functionality. In Drupal 7, some of the highlights are the Workflow module and the Workbench module. Workflow allows you to set various rules as to when the content is published and who can access the content when it's in different states. Workbench makes it very easy for you to store a draft version of your content while you still have a published version live for the public, which enables you to further refine the content moderation permissions on your site. Now that we've created a bunch of content for our site, let's go over one of Drupal's most powerful tools for content management, the bulk content management page. Under Shortcuts, one of our options is All Content. This is also available under the Manage tab as the first option here. So I'll click on that. This page allows us to manage all of the content on our site, and it also allows us to do so with what are called bulk operations, meaning we can affect multiple pieces of content at the same time. I'm scrolling down here because I want to also show you that this page has filtering options, making it easy for us to find content that we might want to see. So we can actually filter our content based on specified parameters. If, for example, I would like to see everything of the type article, I can go to this filter and I can say, show me only articles. Click on that, I choose filter, and now if I scroll down, you'll see that there are fewer pieces of content listed, and they're all of the type article. If this were a multilingual site, I could also choose to only look at content of a specific language, or I can search for content if I'm looking for something specific. So let's say I'm looking for articles that have information about spices. Now I've filtered my content down to just one node, which is the article called Exploring Spices. The other thing that is really fantastic about this particular page is it makes it easy for you to affect all of the content at once. So I'm going to go ahead and reset so that I can see more nodes in one go. That wipes away my filters, and now I'm going to scroll down and show you that I see all of the content on my site. Some of this content is published and some of it is unpublished. So let's say that what I want to do is publish all of my unpublished content, but I don't want to have to go to each specific item to do so. I can either go through my list and look for items that are unpublished and check them off, or I can filter to publish status unpublished, filter. Now I see the two pieces of content that aren't published, and I can check both of them at once. And then using this with selection dropdown, I can make a change. So in this case, I want to publish these two pieces of content at once. I'll choose publish content and then apply. Now I get a notice saying published content was applied to two items. And because I still have the filter set to only show me unpublished items, I don't see any content anymore. If I reset, I'll see all of the content. So this bulk content management page is incredibly useful, and it's a place where anyone responsible for your content might spend a good portion of their time when logged into the site. Another incredibly powerful thing about this page is that it can be customized. For example, if you want different filters at the top, if you want to be able to quickly filter to content that has been promoted to the front page or content that's sticky, then you could add that as a filter at the top where you have published status, type, title, and language. There are also modules that extend the functionality of Drupal that you can get from Drupal.org that will allow you to do more advanced operations with the with selection dropdown, such as change the value of a particular field on multiple pieces of content at once. So add a tag to many of your articles all in one go without having to go in and edit each article individually. Another customization that you'll be able to make to this particular page are the items that show in this table listing the content. So if there's other information that you need to see about the content in this table, such as perhaps the tags that are associated with the content, you can add that to the view here. We will cover how you will make these customizations to this particular display when we go over the views chapter. In this chapter, we reviewed two key concepts in Drupal, entities and nodes. Nodes are a subset of entity that are specifically content. So looking at this front page here, these articles that are listed and this page, these are all nodes. They are also all entities. We created 6 new nodes, 3 of them pages, 3 of them articles, and we examined how the choices that we made in the creation of those nodes and in their settings made them behave differently on the site. We also took a look at the content management page, which gives us access to all of the content on our site and also gives us access through these tabs to other entities that are also connected to the content entities or to the nodes. Entities are any chunk of content on our site, whether or not it's something that we actually consider a piece of content, such as a page or an article. We should also start forming a really good habit when you're working on your site. You want to just check your site in a browser where you're not logged in so that you can see what the public will see. So first we're going to head back to the site where we are authenticated and take a look at what this page looks like. Now I'm going to switch over to the other browser that I have where I am not authenticated. Last time we visited this particular page, it had not been published. But since then, we have published this page, so if I reload, now I can actually see this particular piece of content, including all of its formatting. And if I go to the home page, I can see what that looks like for a user who hasn't authenticated into the site. In this chapter, we're going to cover blocks, including how to determine when blocks are visible and creating new blocks when you need a custom block or a new block that does something that the system makes available to you. So what are blocks? They're little key building blocks that you can use to make your site what you need your site to be. Some blocks are created by modules that you will enable, others are created by menus that you build, and others are created by views that you build as well. Some blocks are simply custom markup that you create or possibly embed code that you place into a block. So perhaps, for example, you would like a PayPal button in your left sidebar, and in order to place that PayPal button there, you will need to grab the embed code from PayPal for the button and then place it somewhere on your site. And you'll use a block to do that. So let's take a quick look at the homepage on the site that we're building here. And I want to point out a couple of things here that happen to be blocks. This search box right here is a block. This toolbox right here is a menu that's displaying as a block. The content area on your site, which is this area over here, is also using what's called a system block, or a block that's generated by Drupal core in order to display all of the key elements of your Drupal site. So really all of the pieces on your site are blocks, which makes them a lot like virtual Legos. You take the little piece that you want and you pop it on wherever it needs to go, and each one builds upon the other to create the entire structure or to create your site. Blocks will display in regions on your site, and regions are layout areas that are defined by your theme. Your theme is the code that renders your design. Now, I'm putting out a lot of terms here, and I want to remind you that Drupal has an entire vocabulary to describe pretty much everything that it does. And the best way to really understand how Drupal works is to understand that vocabulary. And the resource that you always have available to you to help you with that is the Drupal glossary. So I'm going to open up a new tab here and head over to that glossary at drupal.org/glossary. Keep this page available to you at all times because this is very helpful as you're learning Drupal so that you can really understand what's being said and how the site actually works. Heading back to our site, blocks will display in regions that have been defined by your theme. So some of the regions that we're looking at right here would include the left sidebar, which is where the search and tools box are, and then the content region, which is where you're seeing exploring spices and all of the articles that come after that. You also have the header region, which is where the logo, the site name, and the slogan are displaying. Block management can be accessed under the Manage tab under Structure. And then we're going to find the first option here, which is Block Layout. This gives me a page that shows me all of the blocks that are on the site. And we're going to look at this in another lesson. But it also gives me a link right here, Demonstrate Block Regions. If I click on that, now I can see all of the regions into which I can place blocks on this particular site, and I know where they're located. So remember that blocks are like Legos. You can put anything that you want into them, and you can put them anywhere on your site just by popping it into place. In this lesson, let's take a closer look at the block management page and what's available to you from that page. The block management page is accessed under the Manage tab and under Structure. So you'll start with Manage and then go to Structure, and from there you'll find the Block Layout option. This page lists all available blocks. On the left, you'll see the blocks that have been placed in a region already, and on the right, you'll see blocks that are available that have not been placed. So you can see the blocks that are listed, and you can see the regions in which they're displaying. I'm going to scroll down a little bit more so that we see the sidebar first region, which has multiple blocks in it. We can reorder these blocks by using these little handlebars here to drag the blocks up or down and have them display in a different order. So I'm going to head over to Safari where I'm not authenticated as a user, and I'm going to log in. So now I'm authenticated in Safari as the same user that I'm authenticated in Chrome, the other browser. But what I want to be able to do here is to see the block management page and how the blocks are displaying in two different browsers so that we can easily flip back and forth and demonstrate. So in that left sidebar, we have the search block and we have the tools block. So let's head back over to Chrome where we're looking at the block management page. And let's say that I want tools to display above search. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the tools block and just drag it and drop it above search. Now the tools block has yellow background behind it and a little star. What that means is that this change has not actually saved. I can see this visually in the list, But if I move away from the block management page now, this change will not take effect because I haven't clicked the Save Blocks button. So now I'm going to scroll down to the bottom here. I'm going to go ahead and click Save Blocks. And I get a handy little message telling me that the block settings have been updated. Now I'm going to flip back over to Safari and reload, and the Tools block displays above the search block. Heading back to Chrome for block management, what I also want to show you is we use the little drag handle to shift the block order. Sometimes these drag handles may not actually display for you. So there could be any number of reasons why these little handles don't display for you. Perhaps, for example, you have the wrong version of jQuery, or there's a performance issue and not everything on your site has loaded. In those cases, or in a case where you want to change the order without using the drag handles for another reason, you can use the row weights. So we're going to go over to the top right of this table and click on the Show Row Weights link up here. Now I want you to notice that the little drag handles have disappeared. And in the table, there's now a new column for weight. Right now, what you see are a bunch of little drop-down menus that say 0. Let's scroll back down to that sidebar. And now we have actual weights displaying. We have -6, -5, and -4. The term weight is pretty self-descriptive here. As a general rule of thumb, the lighter something is, the higher it floats, and the heavier it is, the deeper it sinks. So in this case, the lighter items, those with a higher negative weight, will appear above the heavier items. So if I click on this -6 here, I can actually drop it down to a lower level and have it display beneath the other blocks in this region. And if I go ahead and save this and head back to Safari and reload, search now appears above tools. I'm going to hide row weights again. And now we get the little drag handles. And I want to show you that we can actually move blocks from one region to another. So for example, breadcrumbs are currently displaying in a region called breadcrumb. But perhaps I actually want it to display in the content region instead. I can take this and drag it into the content region. Now it appears as yellow with the little star next to it, indicating that this change has not saved. And then I can go ahead and save this. If I go back to Safari, we can take a look at what this does by going to one of our pages. The breadcrumbs are displaying in the content region, which happens to be below the title. Heading back to Chrome, I want to remind you that it's very easy to see where the regions are located in your theme by using the Demonstrate Block Regions button right here. This shows you where the block regions are so that you can have a really good sense of where you're actually putting items when you place your blocks. I want to show you that there is a disabled region right down at the very bottom. If blocks are in the disabled region, it means that they are not displaying on any region on the site, so they will not be visible on the site. Those blocks are still available to be re-enabled and placed into a region at a future point in time if desired. Scrolling back up to the top, this box on the right contains blocks that already exist in the system. So some of these might be blocks that you have created. Some of them are blocks that have been created by menus or views, and some are blocks that exist because of system blocks when you installed Drupal. Taking a quick look here, these blocks are actually categorized based on how they've been generated. Under list blocks or view blocks, there's recent comments, recent content, and who's online. And under menu blocks, there's administration, footer, main navigation, shortcuts, tools, and user account menu. These are all blocks that exist by default when you install Drupal, but we'll be creating custom blocks as well. Scrolling down here, there is a system block called Powered by Drupal. If we look at our site in Safari and scroll all the way to the bottom, there is actually a Powered by Drupal block in the bottom. But we're going to place another Powered by Drupal block where we can see it. I'm going to put it into the bottom of the content region. So I'm just going to click on this little plus Powered by Drupal link right here. And now it's going to ask me what I want to display about this particular block. And I'm going to tell it not to display the title. And I'm going to leave everything else the same except for the region setting, which I want to put into the content region. And then I'll go ahead and save this block. Now you can see that a new block powered by Drupal has been added to the bottom of the content region, and it's yellow, so that means that it's not saved. I do need to save my blocks in order for this to display. I'm going to head over to Safari and reload the page. And this is a great example because I saved that page, I reloaded this, and I expected to see Powered by Drupal down here at the bottom of the content area, but it's not there. Now, if I look closer and scroll up here, I can see that Powered by Drupal is displaying above the content. And this is because when you just save a block or add a block, it's not necessarily going to keep the order that you think it's going to have because you haven't actually told it you want it to be in this particular order. So if we head back to the block management page and scroll down here, we'll see that Powered by Drupal has popped up above the main page content. So now I want to reorder that and make sure that main page content displays above the Powered by Drupal block. And I'll save that, head over to Safari and reload. And now I should scroll down and see Powered by Drupal is where I want to see it. So this concludes the lesson on block management and placement into site regions. From here, we'll be creating new blocks and really refining the block settings to determine how those blocks are displayed. In this lesson, we're going to cover creating a new custom block for your site. Let's imagine that we want to have a quote display in the left sidebar throughout our site. The left sidebar would be the region on the left-hand side of the content area. I'm going to scroll down here. And in our left sidebar right now, we have the search and we have the tools blocks. So we want one more underneath that with a quote. We're going to go ahead and go to Manage, Structure, Block Layout. And here we have a nice big blue button that says Add Custom Block. So we're going to go ahead and click on that because that's what we want to do. We're going to keep this block quite simple. It's going to be a quote. It's also really good to have proper semantic markup. So rather than just putting quote marks around this quote, I'm going to highlight the text and use the block quote button right here in the WYSIWYG so that it is marked as a quote and has proper semantic markup. I'm also going to italicize the credit, and I'll use the double dash there. Scrolling down here, I can create a revision on my quote if I want. I'm going to go ahead and click Save so that this block is created. Now that the block exists, I have a little message telling me that this block has been created. I'm able to go ahead and change the settings on this block. We're going to leave the settings as they are. For now, we're also going to leave it in no region at all so that it doesn't display yet. We could choose where this displays right here if we wanted, but for now, we're just going to go ahead and save the block. Now we're back on the block management page, and this particular block is in the disabled region. So it exists as a block, but it won't display anywhere on the site because we haven't placed it in a region. You'll see in the Place Blocks block on the right-hand side that under the Custom category, there's now a new block, and it's the one that we just created, Food Quote of the Day. So this would allow us to create another instance of this block if we wanted it to display in multiple places. But for now, we're only interested in placing it in one spot. Under Disabled at the bottom here, I'm going to use the drop-down menu here, and I'm going to select Sidebar first. Notice now that the interface changed a little bit and it's disappeared. If I scroll up, then we'll see it automatically put itself in the Sidebar first region, and it's in a yellow box, so we know that this hasn't saved. I'm going to take the little grabby handle and I'm just going to drag it up and down to lock in its placement or its weight in that list so that it displays as the last item in the sidebar. And now we'll go ahead and save this. I'm going to flip over to Safari where I'm authenticated. I'm going to go ahead and log out here. I'm going to scroll down a little bit so that you can see the quote. Food Quote of the Day is now there as a block in the left sidebar. We're going to create one more custom block. The first block that we created, we used our own markup. We wrote the quote into the text field that's provided, and then we used the semantic markup to add block quote to that particular quote. So this time, what I'd like to do is use embed code so that you can see how you might bring in content from a third-party tool and have it display on your site. I'm going to head back over to Chrome, and I'm going to go to my Instagram account. And now I'm going to go ahead and find a photo that I might be interested in displaying on my profile page. This is a photo of my son. Down at the bottom right corner of this Instagram image is a More link. I'm going to click on that and I get Embed. And now it gives me text that I can copy. So I'll go ahead and copy that. And now if I go back to our site, I'm going to add a new custom block. We're going to talk about text formats in another lesson. For now, because I'm using embed code, I'm going to change my text format from basic HTML to full HTML. I'm also going to turn off the WYSIWYG here by clicking source, and I'm going to paste the code in here. Now you'll see that there's a lot of markup in there. Don't worry about that if you're not an HTML person, because this is the embed code coming from the third-party tool, and it needs to look just like this. You don't want to edit it at all. I'm going to give this a block description, which is also the title of the block, which we may or may not display, but we need a block description so that we can identify what the block is when we're looking at the block management page. I'll just say Rain's Instagram photo. And now I'll go ahead and save this. Now I have various settings that I can choose, and we're going to skip those and go over them in another lesson, but I will click Save Block here. So now this block is available, it's disabled, and I can go ahead and place it into a region. I'm going to put it into the left sidebar. Again, it's yellow because it's not saved. Before I scroll back down to save it, I'm just going to force the wait order there. And now I'll scroll down and save. Heading back over to Safari, I'll reload and scroll down. There's my embed code with the picture of my son, as well as an indication of how many likes this particular image has received and how many comments it has. It also has a quick follow button. So this is a really easy way to integrate third-party tools on your site using embed code. I'm going to go back to Chrome. I'm going to scroll down here. In the Place Blocks block on the right-hand side, under the custom header, you now see that there are two blocks available, Food Quote of the Day and Rain's Instagram photo. So these are two blocks that we have created, and they're available to us as custom blocks. Scrolling up to the top here, there's also this tab that says Custom Block Library, and that's going to show me both of the custom blocks that I've created. And I can also add additional custom blocks here if I want to. So we've just seen how easy it is to create custom blocks, and we've also included text. We know that we can include images and embed code from a third party. In this lesson, we're going to examine the settings options that are available to blocks. Many of the options that we're going to look at are available whether or not the block is a custom block or a system block. We have created a custom block with Instagram embed code for an individual who uses this site. So this is the custom block here, Rain's Instagram photo. This uses embed code from Instagram, and it's specifically related to the TC4A user, who is currently the admin user on the site. Perhaps we only actually want this block to display on that individual's profile page and not everywhere on the site, because this really doesn't have anything to do with the topic of the site as a whole. So there are two ways to edit an existing block. One is we can go back to that block management page under Manage, Structure, Block Layout. And then we can scroll down and locate that specific block, which we know is in the sidebar. And then we can choose Configure. There's also an option to delete that block if we no longer want it. But clicking on Configure will allow us to edit settings for that specific block. But I'm going to go back and show you the other faster way to get in and actually edit your block. Back to Site. I'm going to scroll down here back to this block and mouse over it. Notice when I mouse over the block, this little pencil icon comes up. This is the quick edit icon, and clicking on it allows me to quickly get in and make adjustments to the item for which I have that quick edit menu open. So in this case, I want to configure the block because I want to adjust the settings for the specific block. The first thing that I might do is uncheck Display Title, because I don't really need it to say Rain's Instagram photo at the top of the block. Let's go back to the other browser and reload so that we can see what that looks like. We see the block with the title, which we don't really want to see. So back to the block configuration page here. I'm unchecking display title. Now the other thing that might be of interest here is this cache settings field set. I know that this is a field set with options within it because the little arrow to the left of the word cache settings and because it's in a box. So if I click on that, it's going to expand that field set for me and allow me to make some choices. Cache settings are extremely helpful for you as a site builder because they have to do with your site performance or the speed at which your pages are served to the user. What caching does is stores a static version of the content that can then be displayed to the user or to various users for a certain amount of time. Remember that Drupal is a content management system, and any information presented on the site comes from a database, which means that anytime somebody hits a page, the database has to be queried to return whatever content should be displayed on that page. By using caching, you're allowing the browser to skip the query step and display a static version of the content from some previous point in time to the end user, so it'll display much more quickly and therefore your site will have better performance. If the content has changed between that last snapshot and the time the page is being accessed, the page may not display the most current content to the person accessing it. So you'll want to make your cache settings choices very carefully. Maximum age is how long something can be cached for before a new snapshot needs to be made. So in this case, forever is quite a long time. So you might want to say that every day the cache should probably be released so that the content can be updated. You can also change the cache settings by context, meaning where that particular user is coming from. And this is really helpful for fine-tuning your performance and is definitely another lesson. Scrolling down here, we have other options for how this content is going to display. First of all, we can set the language on which this particular block displays. So perhaps this block should only display on the English pages, or perhaps it should only display on Chinese pages if the user has chosen to view the site in Chinese as opposed to in English. Another option is content types. Perhaps this is a block that we only want to see on article content and we don't want to see on any other type of content. I'm going to skip pages for a moment here and drop down to roles. So another option for block visibility is which user roles can see the block. User roles will be discussed in another chapter. Right now, though, what you can see is that there are three types of users on this particular site as it is right now. The anonymous user, which is the general public, the authenticated user, which is anyone who has logged into the site with an approved user account, and the administrator, or anyone with the administrator user role, which is currently the user that we're logged in as. So you can actually create blocks that are specifically designed for users of a certain user type in order to really make an effective user experience for what people actually need to do on your site. But the one that I'm interested in right now, because I want this particular block to only display on one page on this site, is the Pages tab here. I want this particular block to only display on the user profile page for the individual user that this Instagram account is tied to. In order to make this happen, I need to find out what the URL is for that particular user. I'm going to go up here and I'm going to use Command and click on this particular link because I'm on a Mac right now and Command click will open a new tab. On Windows, it will be Control click. Now I'm looking at my user profile. There's a URL tied to this, and that is user and one. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to come back to the Configure Block tab over here. Now in the Pages text area here, I'm going to paste that URL, and I'm going to add a little wildcard to the end of this, which is the star. By the way, the help text here is extremely valuable. So now what I'm saying is for anything that has the URL of user/one and then anything else that might come after it, this block should display on any of those pages. However, it should not display on any other page. I also want to point out these radio buttons down here. So I'm setting this to show for the listed pages as opposed to hide for the listed pages because I want it to display on the profile page and not the rest of the site, rather than displaying on the rest of the site but not that particular profile page. So now that I've made these choices in the settings, I'm going to go down to the bottom and click Save Block. If I scroll down here on the home page, you'll see that that block is gone. But if I head over to the tab that displays my user profile and reload, now if I scroll down, that block displays, it doesn't have the title anymore, and it's only showing on my user profile. So in this lesson, we covered block settings, which determine how and where a block displays, not only in the site layout, but also in the site structure. The layout being the regions, so in this case, the left sidebar, and the structure being where in the navigation it might display, whether it displays for a specific user or in a specific language. In this case, it's only displaying with a specific URL path in the URL bar. In this chapter, we covered blocks. Blocks are content chunks that can display anything, anywhere on your site. They may be custom created by you and include markup of pretty much any kind, including embed code, or they may be automatically generated by a view, a menu, a module that you've installed, or by Drupal core. Blocks can be edited using the quick edit link when you mouse over them. They can also be managed from the block management page under Manage, Structure, Block Layout. Here you can set the visibility of the block, where the block displays in what regions, and you can create new instances of an existing block. You can also quickly review the regions of your theme using the Demonstrate Block Regions link to see where the block will actually be placed when you put it into a specific region. The big takeaway from this chapter is that blocks are essentially the Legos of your site, and they're an invaluable tool for site customization. In this chapter, we're going to explore menus. While content is usually the most important element of your site, the menu system is what enables your users to access that content. So menus are your site navigation. If you have a web design or development background, you've probably worked with sitemaps. And sitemaps typically determine, before you even build a site, which sections of your site are top level and which ones appear at a lower level and might require multiple clicks by the user to access the content. So the menu is how you create your site structure. Let's take a quick look at our site and identify the menus that already exist without us having done any menu management or created anything new. The main navigation menu is currently displaying as the primary menu. So it's right here beneath Tasty Cakes for All, and it currently says About, Home, and Why Tasty Cakes. This is the primary menu or top level navigation of the site. It leads to landing pages for different sections of our site. The administration menu is the menu at the top of your browser when you're logged in. So the black Manage bar with the gray Content Structure, Appearance, etc. bar beneath it. We're also seeing a user account menu here in this default layout, and it currently says My Account and Log Out. All of these menus can be customized, and we can create new ones. We will do this in the remainder of this chapter. In this lesson, we will review the menu management page, as well as the options available to us for working with existing menus. Menu management is accessed under Manage, Structure, Menus. We'll head over there now. And you can remember this because you know that menus are your navigation that create your site structure. So finding it under the Structure menu makes a lot of sense. On this page, we can see a list of all of the menus that exist on our site, and we can make changes to those particular menus. So here we're seeing a table that lists the titles of all of the menus that came out of the box with our Drupal installation, as well as a description of each of those menus and operations that allow us to edit the menu or add a link to those menus. So here I can add a link to the administration menu if I would like to. Let's go ahead and edit the main navigation menu. By clicking on Edit, we can now change the title, which is what we see as administrators when we're looking at the menu list, and we can change the summary, which is the description that we see that tells us a little bit about the menu. So these are extremely helpful, and it's a good idea for you to put information in here that makes a lot of sense. Because if you come back to this site a year after you've developed it, you might not remember exactly why you made certain choices. If you have multilingual enabled, you can also choose what language the menu is going to display in. So if, for example, you do have a Chinese language audience, you can have a menu that's specifically for your Chinese speaking viewers that doesn't display for the English viewers. On this screen, you also see all of the links that have been added to this menu. There are 3 items at the top level and then 2 items under Why Tasty Cakes. Each of these menu links also has operations associated with it, including an edit link and a delete link. Let's just head over to the site where we're viewing it as the site and not in the administrative interface. And I'm going to point out underneath the site title, there's the main menu there that says About, Home, and Why Tasty Cakes. This perfectly matches with the main navigation, which is the menu that we're looking at right now. So let's say that we want to add a link to this particular menu. We can use the big blue button at the top here that says Add Link. And in this case, our link can be either external or internal. External means that the link is going outside of the site, whereas internal means that it's going to a page within the site that we're in right now. But first, I'm going to start with the title, which is what the user will see. So in this case, we're going to link to an external site for the Celiac Disease Foundation. So the title will be Celiac Disease Foundation. The link now is an external link. If we wanted it to be an internal link, we could actually type in the title of the page that we wanted to go to so that we wouldn't have to remember the URL. So if I start typing in celiac, it's going to look for all of the content on the site that has the letters CEL in the title and give me some options. So I can use this to quickly set that as my link for this particular link in the menu, which is really helpful because then I don't need to remember a URL. But in this case, I want to link outside of the site. So I'm going to put in the full URL, including the HTTP. I'm a big fan of copy and paste for things like this. So typically what I would do is go to that site, make sure that I have the proper URL, copy that URL, and then paste it into this field. So I'm going to open a new tab and actually go ahead and do that just to be sure. So this is the right URL. It found the site. I'm going to copy that URL and then paste it here. Scrolling down a little bit, enabled determines whether or not that link is actually going to be visible in your menu. This may not make sense right now that you might want to have something enabled or not, but once you get into building your site, you may find at times that you actually want to add something to a menu, but you don't want it to display. There are a couple of reasons why you might not want it to display. Perhaps you actually aren't ready for the public to access that content yet. Another reason that you might not want a link to display in the menu is that you might be using your menu system for something else that is structurally orienting your content, such as your breadcrumbs. So you might want the breadcrumb structure to reflect a very specific menu structure, but you may not want the item to actually be in the menu itself. We're going to skip the other settings for now and drop down to Parent Link, which is currently set to Main Navigation. This helps you determine what menu this item displays in, and it also enables you to either set the item to be at the top level or to be underneath another item within that menu. So for example, here, a celiac story and a nursing mom story are under Why Tasty Cakes. But for now, I'm going to have this be part of the top level navigation so that we can see immediate changes. And then I will go ahead and save this menu item. Now if I scroll down in this and see the links, we'll notice that the item that I just created, Celiac Disease Foundation, is available in this list. And if I head over to Safari, where I'm not authenticated, and reload, you'll see that the Celiac Disease Foundation link is now part of my top-level navigation. Unpublished pages will never show in the menu until they are published. This helps prevent users from accidentally landing on content that they shouldn't see. The other thing that's really great about Drupal and Drupal's menu system is that links to content to which the user does not have permission to access will not display. So if you have a piece of content or a view that should only be accessed by administrative users, it won't display in the menu if the user is not authenticated as an administrative user, which is very helpful for creating quick links for different types of users without having a menu system that's completely flooded with far too many links for the user to navigate through. Let's head back to the page where we're managing this particular menu. And I want to point out that there's a very familiar element here that you've seen before in the block management, which are these little grabby handles next to each title. These grabby handles allow you to reorder your menu items. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. I want Celiac Disease Foundation to be the last link in the list, and I want Home to be the first link. You'll notice the yellow box behind the Home link and the star next to Home and Celiac Disease Foundation. This means that these changes have not yet been saved, and so if I navigate away from this page right now without saving them, these changes will not be stored, and therefore my work might be lost if I had intended to keep them. So I'm going to go ahead and save these changes. Now if we head over to Safari, we can reload that page and we can see these changes instantly. So now our menu order makes more sense based on the navigation that we're trying to create. To review, you can manage your menu items, add new ones, and set how they display and change the name of your menus from the menu management page. You can also use this page to add new menus, which we're going to do in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to cover adding a new menu to your site. So up until now, we've been working with the menus that came with your Drupal site out of the box when you installed Drupal. You will probably need to create your own menus and add them into various regions on your site. So we're going to head over to Structure and back over to the Menu Management page. And here again, we see the list of the menus that came with your Drupal site, and we see the big blue button that says Add Menu. So we're going to go ahead and click that and create a new custom menu for our site. The title and administrative summary that you enter here are very important. They may or may not be seen by the end user. Most likely they won't be. But they will be seen by you. And even if you think that whatever you're creating is very clear right now, remember that you might come back to this in 2 years and you might not remember exactly what you did. So it's a good idea to always make sure that your information here is helpful to you for the future or to someone else who comes in and takes over if you ever leave the site and are no longer the primary person taking care of it over the long run. So this particular menu that we're going to create is going to be a list of external links or external resources. I want to point out here that the title field, where I have named this particular menu external resources, has a little element next to it that says machine name, and that automatically created a name that says external-resources. And then there's a little edit link next to that. The machine name needs to only have alphanumeric characters, no spaces. It can have underscores or hyphens, but really nothing else. This is a unique name that the database uses to understand this particular element. You can change that machine name if you need to, but it can be helpful to just let Drupal automatically create a machine name for you because then you know that that machine name will be unique. When you're creating this menu, if you have multilingual set up on your site, which we do, you can choose what language this menu displays within. If you say not specified, then it should display in any language. We're going to go ahead and save this. And now we can go ahead and add links to our brand new menu that we have created. So I'm just going to add a few here quickly. These are all going to be external links to sites outside of this particular site that we're creating. I'm going to leave this in the external resources menu because that's where I want it, and I'm going to leave it enabled. I'm going to do this for all of the menu links that I'm about to create. Okay, so now we have a list of links. All of these go to external pages, but this is our menu. We could easily have added links to internal pages as well if we liked. We can also make some of these items sub-items of others, but we don't need to do that. And we can also reorder the items as desired. So if, for example, I want my own personal blog to be at the top, I can just drag it up to the top and then save those changes. If I go back to the menu page, now we'll see that the External Resources menu is one of the options in the menu list. If I go over to Operations for that menu, I can add a link, and in this case, because it's not a system menu that was automatically created on the Drupal install, I can also delete the menu from here if I want to. So in this lesson, we created a new custom menu and added a number of links to it. Next, we'll go ahead and place that menu into our site so that it can be seen by the end user. In this lesson, we're going to make sure that our navigation displays as desired by placing our menu blocks. So we have created a new menu. We also have other menus that already exist. We also have sub-items for the Why Tasty Cakes main menu item in the primary navigation that lands under the title of the site. None of these display right now, and in order for the user to be able to truly use the site, we need them to display in an area where they can be accessed. So the first thing that we're going to do is place the custom external resources menu that we created, and we're going to put that into the second sidebar. Right now, if we look at the regions on our site, we have the first sidebar, which is on the left, and then we have the content area. So we're going to take the right side of the page where the second sidebar will land, and we're going to add the external resources menu there. We're going to do this using a block because blocks are how you put the chunks of content that need to be your site onto it. So we're going to head back to the Manage Structure Blocks page. I'm going to scroll down here so that I can see more of the Place Blocks block on the right-hand side, because what I'm interested in here is the Menus section. And you'll see here that External Resources, which is the menu that I created, is now one of the menu block options available. So I'm going to go ahead and add an instance of that to the site. It's going to ask me for any information or settings that I would like to choose, and I'm just going to leave everything at the default. I want the title to show, and I don't want anything else changed. I don't want to restrict this to a specific language. So I'm going to scroll down here, and for a region, I'm going to choose Sidebar Second. Now I'm going to save this block. Now the External Resources block has been added to the second sidebar region, and I'm seeing that in the list here. Now remember that it has that yellow background, which might mean that it's not saved. So I do need to go ahead and save my block configuration page. I'm going to head over to Safari where I'm not authenticated and reload the page. And now we see that External Resources menu appear on the right-hand side. Clicking on any one of those links will take me off of the site and to that page. Now I will go back to our site, and I'm going to head back to Chrome so that we can continue working with our menu blocks. So in addition to adding a custom menu that you have created to a region on your site, you may also want to make your secondary level links for your primary navigation available. Now, it's common practice to use hover menus where you mouse over a link and then a menu pops up underneath that. Hover menus are, however, a contentious issue when it comes to usability on sites because users with any kind of mobility impairment may find a hover menu very difficult to navigate. Hover menus also add excess link lists to the menu that will be read by a screen reader if you haven't implemented proper skip navigation tools for your visually impaired users. By default, the menus that are available in your Drupal install are not hover menus because of those usability and accessibility issues within the hover menu itself. But we do need the secondary level links in our primary menu to be visible on the site. Otherwise, there's no way for the user to access that content. I'm going to go back to the main navigation menu under Structure, Menus, and then Main Navigation, and scroll down. So as you can see, we have two links under Why Tasty Cakes. If we go back to Safari and look at the actual structure of our site, we have the Why Tasty Cakes link, and if I click on it, we don't see any kind of indication that there might be sublinks for that particular page. So we need to place that, and we're going to do that using the menu administration page. So I'm going to head back to Structure, block layout where I can actually move my blocks around and work with menu blocks as well. Now I'm going to scroll down here and I'm going to show you that we have our main navigation in our primary menu region. This is one instance of the main navigation menu block. Scroll down a little bit more so that we can see the menus section of the Place Blocks block on the right-hand side. And you'll see that there's plus main navigation. If I click on that, it's going to add a new instance of that block. So it's not going to impact the existing one that's currently displaying in the primary menu region. Rather, this is going to be a new block that gives the same information. I'm going to change the title here to Why Tasty Cakes. And under menu levels, I want to change the initial menu level to 2. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is because I want this particular instance to ignore the top level links and to only display the second level links that appear underneath whatever page I'm on. I'm going to go ahead and place this particular block in the sidebar first region and save it. Why Tasty Cakes is currently listed as the last item in sidebar first, but I actually want it to appear at the top. Now, the reason why I want this is because if I'm in that section of the site, I want the secondary level links for that section to be the first thing that appears in the left sidebar. So I'm going to go ahead and drag this to the top. I have my little star in the yellow background indicating that this is not saved. So I'll scroll down and save this. Now it tells me that the block settings have been updated. Let's go take a look over in Safari and see what this looks like. So I'm going to reload this page. And now you'll see on the left-hand side that the Why Tasty Cakes block appears with the 2 items that are secondary to that particular menu item. If I go to the About page, I will not see that block because the About page does not have any sublinks. So I'll click on Why Tasty Cakes again, and we see that that particular menu is now available to us. In this lesson, we went over using blocks to display menus where they need to be presented on the site. This enables the user to actually be able to access the content that you have created and to have reference to the site structure that makes their ability to navigate the site so easy. In this chapter, we looked at menus. Menus are the site navigation or the structure and are how your user will get to the content and the features that they need on your site. We looked at menu management under Manage, Structure, Menus. And we reviewed how you can add links and reorder your existing menu links, as well as add new menus as needed. And since none of the content or features on your site are of any value to your user if they can't actually access the content and features, we reviewed how these menus can be placed in the site using menu blocks under Structure, Block Layout. Since menus are the key to getting your user around your site, they are something that you'll want to put a fair amount of thought into as you begin building your site. You'll want to decide early on how you want your user to navigate from one place to another and what items are really important to have at the top level. The most well-designed sites will have very little at the top level, enabling the user to clearly see the most essential things first and to figure out what direction they need to go without having to read a long list of links. What makes Drupal so powerful is its extensibility. In this chapter, we're going to look at how the Drupal ecosystem enables you to easily expand the functionality of your site, as well as how to choose which contributed code to use when you're doing so. The code that runs a Drupal site comes in 2 types of code, core and contributed. Core code is code that comes with your Drupal install and is part of the Drupal download from Drupal.org. Contributed code is code that someone from the Drupal community or an organization who's part of the Drupal community has created and given back to Drupal.org. Contributed code is not maintained by any official Drupal entity, but rather by the individuals who choose to write that code and give it back to the community. This code that is written is basically packaged together and then put onto Drupal.org or into the Drupal core download as a module. So it's basically a package. Or if we go back to the Lego analogy, A module would be sort of like a Lego kit that gives you the ability to build a specific piece of architecture. Code used by modules is usually written in PHP and CSS, and it pretty much always adds functionality to your site, although sometimes what it adds is something that happens on the back end and isn't necessarily seen as readily as some of the other modules might be. You'll be able to look at all of the modules that are available to your site under the Manage tab under Extend. And you'll see that the icon here is a puzzle piece, which is very appropriate because you're basically taking pieces and putting them together to build the site that you want. So clicking on this now gives me a list of all of the modules that are available to my site, as well as a big blue button to install a new module. If I scroll here, you'll see all the modules that are currently on the site. You'll notice that some of these modules have little check marks in the box on the left, and some of them don't. In this instance, the only one that doesn't is the forum module. You may also be able to see the migrate module, which is not enabled either. So that little checkbox is indicating whether or not the module is enabled. And if you click on the checkbox and then save the page, you will enable that module. In each module row, there's a little description for the module. And just to the left of the description is a little arrow. You can click on that to expand it. I'm going to scroll down here. I want to look at this entity reference module here. I'm going to click on that arrow, and we're going to take a look at the information that's provided to us about this specific module. This information is provided by the person who wrote the module and is part of the information available for that specific module. It tells us that other modules are required by this module. So what we can see here are that other modules are required by this module on this line right here. So it's required by Drupal, and therefore, in order to run Drupal, we need to have this module enabled. This means that we will not be able to disable this particular module. This module is also required by a few other modules, some of which are disabled and some of which are active. Aggregator, Book, Forum, and Activity Tracker are all labeled as disabled. Node, History, and Taxonomy don't have the little disabled in parentheses next to them, which means that those modules are running. So there are other modules that are required by this particular module that are running. There's also a line here for requires, and that means that any module listed there is a module that must also be running on the site in order for this particular module to work. You will not be able to enable a module that requires another module that doesn't currently exist on your Drupal site. In this expanded description, you'll also have access to any help documentation about a module. And if we go to another module that allows us to do configuration, let's go down to image. The image module also has a link to configure that particular module right from this expanded description. There's a lot of information here that's available to us. Keep in mind that every module that you enable changes the way that your site functions. So if you download and then enable bad code, that code could interfere with your site behavior. You'll always want to test any module that you enable to make sure that it doesn't break anything or that it doesn't create some unexpected results. Keep in mind that sometimes you might enable a module that on one site would work perfectly well, but on your site doesn't actually work well because of another combination of modules that you might be using. Modules also have security updates. You'll see that in this module description, there is a line that says version. So this is the version of the module that's being run. And just like with Drupal core, it's really important that you keep track of any critical security updates that are released for a module. Because if you happen to be running a module that requires a critical security update and you don't run that update, then you're leaving your site just as exposed as if you didn't update Drupal core when a major security update comes out. I'm going to scroll up to the top here, and I want to point out that there is an uninstall tab as well. And we'll click on that. And you'll see here that some of the modules, that checkbox is grayed out, and you can't actually click on them. Some of them, it's not grayed out, and you can click on them. And then if I scroll down to the very bottom, there's an uninstall button that I can then click on to uninstall those modules. The ones that are grayed out because they are required by another module. Therefore, as long as the module that requires that module is still running, you will not be able to uninstall the particular module that happens to be grayed out. I'm going to scroll back up to the top here and head back over to List. In this lesson, we talked about what modules are and how they impact your site, specifically how they extend your site. In the next lessons, we'll cover enabling modules and how to find the best module for a specific task. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how enabling a module can have immediate impact on our site. The module that we're going to use to extend the functionality of this Drupal site right now is the Forum module. First, let's take a quick review of the functionality our site currently offers. I'm going to head back to our site. We're going to take a quick look at the layout here. What I want to see is under the Tools box on the left-hand side. Right now, the only tool available is Add Content. And generally, the menu looks as we expect. Right now, we have some content on the front page. We have some submenus. We have a fairly simple site overall. If I want to add some content, I'll click on Tools, Add Content here. The options that we have available are article and basic page. So just two content types available to us right now. Under the People menu under Manage, one of the options that's available here are permissions. And we're just going to take a quick look under the F section of permissions and see that what we can control are permissions for Field UI, File, and Filter. And those are the only options under F. There's nothing for Forum because we haven't yet enabled that module. So now that we've taken a quick look at that, we can go to the Extend tab here. And rather than scroll down hunting for the Forum module, I know that's what I want. So I'm going to search. And it jumps me immediately to the particular module that I'm looking for. So I want to take a look at this module before I enable it. I want to find out what's required and what requires this module, if anything. I'm going to expand this, and I can see that it requires node, text, field, filter, user, system, entity reference, history, taxonomy, comments, and options. So this module, in order for it to work, a lot of other functionality is also required. All of that functionality is currently enabled. None of these modules that are listed have the word disabled in parentheses after them. So they're all enabled, they're all available on the site, which means that I can enable this particular module. There are no modules that I currently have in my Drupal site that require the Forum module themselves. So this is an add-on that's not required by anything else. Since this is a core module, it came with the Drupal install that we downloaded from Drupal.org. I'm not too concerned about reviewing other aspects of the module to make sure that the module is one that's okay to enable on the site. It is still always a good idea to test your site after you enable a module, even if you're enabling a core module, because sometimes code in one module can conflict with code in another module. That's something that you want to catch before you release it to the public. So we're going to go ahead and enable this module. I'm going to click on the little checkbox next to it, and then I'm going to click on the big Save Configuration button so that this module is enabled. So a few things have happened here. In order for this particular module to work, there are some rows that needed to be added to the database. So that's been done. What's also been done is that this module has been enabled and certain functionality will now exist on the site that we didn't have previously. I'm going to filter back down to the Forum module and expand it again. And now you'll see that there is a configure option as well in the description of this module. Since this module is now enabled, there are settings that we might want to set on the module, and this is where we would do so. Before doing that, however, I'm going to quickly show you some of the immediate, instantaneous changes that took place on our site. I'm going to go back to the Content section here and click on Add Content. There is now a new content type, Forum Topic. This didn't exist before we enabled the Forum module, but it automatically was created when we enabled that module. So let's go ahead and add a forum topic. We can see how this content type looks different from the other content types which we're familiar. I'm going to add some dummy text. And I'll just go ahead and save this and publish it with all of its default settings. So you're going to see a few things that are different from what you've seen before. For example, there are breadcrumbs here that show home, forums, general discussion. So that forums link is something that we haven't had before. Also, this particular content type immediately has comments enabled. And there's a link here to the general discussion forum. So clicking on that takes me back to general discussion, and any topics that have been created in this forum are now available in a list. We've only created one. In the tools box on the left, add content is no longer the only link. Now there's a forums link. So if I click on that, it's going to take me to all of the forums that are available on this particular site. And you'll see that this has a very distinct look that's very different from anything else that you've seen so far on your site. Also, if I go under People and over to the Permissions tab and scroll down to the F section, you'll see that there are now granular permissions available for the forum category. Okay, I'm going to head back to that forum topic that we just created. And just for the sake of presentation, I'm going to add a comment. And I did this because I now want to go back to forums and then show you that it's actually keeping track of the comments as posts in the topics as well. So in this table, you'll see that there's one topic. There are two posts in that particular topic because there is now a comment on the main topic. So all of this functionality is happening just because we enabled the forum module. It's a very easy way to extend the functionality of our Drupal site. I can also go into structure, and under here there's forums. I can click on that and I can actually adjust the settings of the forums module. So in this case, I can add new forums or containers, and I can click on the settings tab and I can change the way that this module behaves. Clicking on configure in the extend list where all the modules are listed in that description field, this is the destination that doing so would bring me to. This is how modules and enabling modules work on your Drupal site. It's incredibly simple, which is wonderful. Some modules will do more on the back end and won't necessarily create such immediate, dramatic, visible functionality on your site. They may be modules that set the stage for other functionality or other modules, or they might be modules that enhance performance, and so it's not immediately visible. But every module that you enable immediately adds new code to your site and changes the way that your site behaves. In this lesson, we're going to cover one of the most difficult questions that any Drupal site builder faces. How do you select a module? Let's step back for a moment and explore what I mean by this question in the first place. So we're currently under the Extend section of the Manage tab on our site. This shows us a list of all modules available to our site, which means all bits of functionality that we can add to the site as little packages. We can take a look at the listing of functionality here, or of modules that are available. All of the modules that you're seeing in this list right now came with the core Drupal install that we started with. So this is all out of the box. But let's say that there's some functionality that we want that's not part of out-of-the-box Drupal. What we would then do is go to Drupal.org and look for contributed modules that might solve needs that we have. So let's take a look at Drupal.org. And on the Drupal.org site, you'll see in the bottom right corner here, there's a listing under Develop with Drupal that says that there are over 30,000 modules and over 2,000 themes. There are also a lot of other things available here as well. But these 30,000 modules, let's click on this. This is all functionality or code that's been contributed by the community. The community is made up of anybody who works with Drupal and chooses to contribute something back to the Drupal ecosystem. The Drupal ecosystem is rich and it's constantly growing. For Drupal 7, there are tens of thousands of modules available. Many of those modules solve similar problems in different ways, and so it's up to you to decide which module is best suited to your specific needs. Sometimes the only way to do this is to actually install the module in your development environment and try it out. It's important to note that at the time of recording this video, Drupal 8 is still fairly new, it's still in beta, and there aren't quite as many modules out there as there are for Drupal 7. Right now, I think it's somewhere around 900 modules. By the time you watch this video and build your Drupal site, there will be thousands of modules available for Drupal 8, so you will have a broader range to choose from. The easiest way to find a module that you might be looking for is to do a search. So we're going to start with the search up here. So let's say that we're looking for a module that will help us fine-tune the way that content is displayed on our site. So I might do a search for display. I'm going to refine my search and indicate that I really only want to see modules at this time. This search has returned over 4,000 modules. And you'll see that right here where it says modules. There's 4,709 modules available. I can narrow this down to the core compatibility for Drupal 8 because I know that I'm working with Drupal 8. A Drupal 7 module or a Drupal 6 module will not work with my Drupal 8 site. That has immediately refined my results down to 261 modules. That's still a lot of modules to look at, but it's a lot easier to look at 261 than it is to look at over 700. There's another filter here that I might want to use just to refine my results down to those modules that I'm potentially interested in placing on my site. That filter is the maintenance status filter up here at the top. I probably want to set this to actively maintained. What this means is that the module that I'm looking at, or the modules that will then be returned at that point, are modules that the maintainers are caring for at this point in time. So they aren't modules that have been abandoned for a long period of time and might have a ton of issues on them that haven't been addressed, or might not have had security updates on them. This will refine it just to those modules that are really being groomed with the current needs in mind. So I'm going to select that. Now, this doesn't drop my results down by much, but it does drop them down even further. I now have 216 results instead of 261 results. So that does help a little bit. Now I can take a look at the modules that are listed and choose the one that I'm interested in looking at further. We're going to look at Display Suite. The module page tells you a lot about the module and whether or not you might want to use this particular module in your site. Display Suite is a great module that has served us well for Drupal 7 sites for quite some time. And in Drupal 8, it can also potentially be a very interesting module, giving us a lot of ability to really control how content is displayed. So let's look at the anatomy of the module or project page, as this is called. The first thing that we're given, aside from the title of the project, is a description. This description is only going to be as good as the description written by the maintainer. It's important to keep in mind that contributed modules are not created or maintained by an official Drupal organization. They are contributed by the broader community, contributed by people just like you and me. Given that that's the case, it's really important to think about the humans behind this. And if the quality of the project page isn't what you need it to be, it's partly your responsibility to help make it what it needs to be. Now, in this case, I'm looking at the description. What I'm interested in is to know how this module will fare with Drupal 8. So it says Drupal 8 Display Suite is not stable yet. Don't use in production. In this case, however, since we're using this for learning, it doesn't really matter to me that this particular module isn't stable and shouldn't be used in production. The next thing that I'm going to be interested in, I'm going to scroll down here. I'm very interested in the project information. What I want to know is that this module is actively maintained, so any issues that come up will probably be looked at and really keeping it relevant. I also like to see the number of installs and downloads for the particular module. So this module has a lot of people using it. There's over 128,000 sites currently reporting using this particular module display suite. That tells me that this has a very strong presence in the Drupal community. And if the current maintainers of the module drop away, there are a whole lot of people who have a vested interest in making sure that this module remains relevant and secure. The next thing I'm interested in looking at on this module project page is the download section. This gives me access to the most recent releases that are available, as well as to all past releases if I want to go back further into the history of this project. The ones that are green are modules that have been tested and reviewed by the community. So these ones are fairly safe to place on your site because they have gone through some kind of a rigorous review. If they have a yellow background, it means they're probably good to use, but they haven't yet been reviewed and tested by the community. So you'll want to make sure that you do extra testing with these modules and just make sure that your site works as expected. This is also a great opportunity for you to contribute back to the community because you can be the person who reviews and tests this particular module and then reports back and says, yes, this particular release has been tested by the community and it passed the testing. The releases that are labeled in red, the development releases, are ones that either need work or are on hold in some way. You can also get involved here by taking a look at these releases and helping the people who are maintaining this module solve the problems that they're facing, or by testing something that might need to be looked at on this particular version. You won't want to use a red release in production, however, without doing extensive rigorous testing on your own. The next thing of interest on a module page, I'm going to scroll back up to the top here, is this right sidebar. So the first thing that we see in the right sidebar are the maintainers for this module. This is a list of the individuals who are currently committing to this module. It's worth taking a look at this list and seeing if you recognize any of the names, because these are people who contribute on Drupal.org. We can see here that the last commit was 1 day ago. So this is a really active module right now, and we know that it's really being cared for. The next thing to look at is the issue queue. Anytime you encounter a problem with the module, you can go to the issue queue and do a search for the problem that you encountered. Oftentimes, that search will reveal some kind of a solution, possibly a patch for the module, or it will indicate that what you're trying to do isn't really the way that the module is supposed to work, and it will perhaps recommend another module. If your search in the issue queue doesn't yield any results, then you can go ahead and create a new issue, and that will then be looked at and potentially acted on by the community. Let's take a look at the issue queue quickly. So this shows you the issue queue for Display Suite. You can see that the issue queue was last updated 5 hours ago. So people are talking about Display Suite, and they are working with the bugs. They're coming up with solutions. They're also coming up with recommendations for how it might work better. Going back to the project page, the other thing that you'll find here in this right sidebar are links to documentation. This is also extremely helpful. Sometimes you'll find links to examples or demos. You'll also find links here to related projects. So to summarize, there are thousands of contributed modules to choose from on Drupal.org. You'll want to carefully review any module that you add to your site. These modules are maintained by busy people with other obligations. So if there are concerns that you have with the module, the best place to go is to the issue queue and either look for your issue and then find the solution there, or try to help solve the issue by coming up with your own patch and then contributing it back. Once you select a module, you'll need to add it to your site, and this we will cover in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to cover adding a contributed module to our site. So right now we're on the modules page, and we only have modules listed here that came with Drupal out of the box. We've determined that we want to add a contributed module called Display Suite to our site. We've done a thorough review of the module by looking at the module project page on Drupal.org. Now that we've done this, there are a couple of ways that we can add it to our site. First, under the Manage tab, under Extend, we can use the big blue button here that says Install New Module. This enables us to install the module using the Drupal user interface. So we don't have to find our folder structure, and we don't need to know much about how Drupal stores its files in order to do this. In order to make use of this tool through the user interface, we need our site to be able to write to the modules directory in our core code directory. As long as this is doable, then we can make use of this. So it's looking for a URL. I'm going to head over to the Display Suite project page on Drupal.org and scroll down to the releases. Under the releases, there's a download link. If you right-click on the download link, then you can choose Copy Link Address. Different browsers use different wording in that contextual menu. In this case, this is Chrome, and the wording is Copy Link Address. Now I'll go back to my site, and I'm going to paste that URL into the Install from URL field. From there, I can click Install. And as long as my website has write permissions to my modules directory, this will install this module into my Drupal site. We're not actually going to use this approach because I want to use a different one for the purposes of this video. The second option that you have for installing a module on your site would be what's called Drush, D-R-U-S-H. Drush stands for Drupal Shell. This is a command line method of managing your Drupal site or doing your site build through the command line. Drush is a topic for a more advanced lesson than this particular course covers, but it is definitely worth your while to become familiar with Drush once you're more comfortable with Drupal. The third option, the one that we're going to do here, is you can download the module to your computer and then manually place it into your modules directory. So that's what we're going to do here. I'm going to head back to the modules page under Extend. Under Search, I'm going to type in Display so that you can see that we haven't actually placed the Display Suite module into our modules folder yet, and it's not available on the site. Now we'll go over to Drupal.org and we will download the release that we're interested in. Once the download has completed, it will be on our computer. So here's my downloads directory, and this right here, Display Suite, is the module that I'm looking for. And it's all zipped up, so the first thing I need to do is unzip it by double-clicking on it. Now I need to take this folder, which contains all of the module code within it. The entire folder is going to be dropped into the modules directory for my site. So you'll see here that I have my site, which is in the Drupal 8.0.0 beta 9 directory. And now I'm in the modules directory in this site folder. I'm going to drop the Display Suite folder right there, and you can see all of the module code is inside that folder. Now if we go back to the browser, go back to our site, and reload this modules page. Under Search, if I type in Display, now it gives me a list of all of the modules that are inside that Display Suite package. So we've just covered 3 ways that you can add a module to your Drupal site. For all 3, you will need write access to your modules directory. And remember that when you're adding a module to your site, you are adding code. That code will change the behavior of your site and may interact with other code in ways that are unexpected. Right now, Display Suite is not enabled. If I actually wanted to make use of it, I would need to check the checkbox right here and then save the configuration. I do want to point out I can't click on this checkbox right now, and that probably means that there are other modules that are required by this module in order for this module to work. And I can find that under the description. So it shows me here that the module layout plugin is missing. So before I can actually enable Display Suite, I would have to go back to Drupal.org and grab the layout plugin module and also add that module to my Drupal modules directory in order for it to be available on this site. But the key takeaways here are to always test when you add a new module to your site, and to remember that it's actually fairly easy to add a new module and therefore to extend the functionality of your Drupal site. In this chapter, we reviewed extending your site's functionality with both core and contributed modules. The icon used to represent this is a puzzle piece, which is a very accurate depiction of what is happening. Essentially, you're taking a chunk of functionality and adding it to the overall functionality that makes up the experience that your site presents. Some modules interact with others, and all modules must be kept up to date on security updates, just like Drupal core. You can always check on the update status by going to the Update tab under Extend. When choosing a module, carefully review the project page on Drupal.org. This is the Display Suite project page and has a lot of information about the module and how well it's maintained, which is very important information. It also gives you access to the issue queue, which is a place that you'll want to spend a lot of time with any module that is really important to the proper operation of your specific site. If you try a module out and determine that it's not the right one for your site, make sure that you uninstall it. That happens under the Uninstall tab in your Extend configuration area. Extending Drupal is both easy and fun. It's incredibly rewarding to see instantaneous changes to your site, especially with those modules that have a really big impact immediately, like the forum module, which we enabled earlier. You're also not limited to just core and contributed modules. With Drupal, you can create your own modules. If you're looking to do this, the best place to start to really understand how modules are built is with the examples module. You'll find the examples module on Drupal.org. The easiest way to get to it is to go to drupal.org/project/examples. This will give you a lot of information as to how to get started as a developer and create your own bits of functionality that you might add to your Drupal site, and even better, that you might contribute back to Drupal.org. In this chapter, we're going to cover content types. The control that you have over content types when building your Drupal site is one of the things that makes Drupal such a powerful content management system. We've already seen how the two default content types that come with Drupal out of the box, articles and basic pages, behave differently. We've also seen how their forms are different. Let's just review that really quickly here. If I go under Manage, Content, Add Content, I currently have three content types. I have the two that came with Drupal out of the box, article and basic page. And then I have forum topic, which was added when I enabled the module forum. The article form has a title field, a body field, a tags field, and an image field. Comments are enabled by default, and under promotion options, it's promoted to front page by default. If we go back to Content, Add Content, Basic Page, all we have is a title and a body field, and you'll notice that on the right-hand side, the comment options aren't even available. Under promotion options, it is not automatically promoted to the front page. The content from these two content types also displays differently on the site. So if we go to the home page here, we see the river of news. These are all the posts that have been promoted to the front page. First, we see an article here. This is a sticky article, and it has tags, an image, and submitted by information. If I scroll down, I have another one that has submitted by information, an image, and tags, and then also some links to comments in the bottom right. But if I keep going, now you're seeing a page that has been promoted to the front page. A Nursing Mom's Story is a page. This one doesn't have the image, it doesn't have the submitted by information, it doesn't have the tags, and it doesn't link out to any comments. So they behave differently even in how they display in the river of news. If we click through to one of these articles, again, it displays with the submitted by information. There's this great big image here for us. There are all the tags, and then down at the bottom are comments. If I go back to a page, Why Tasty Cakes, there's no submitted by information, just the title and the body, and there are no comments at the bottom. We also saw that when we enabled the forum module, the forum topic content type was created automatically. So herein lies an incredibly powerful tool with Drupal. the ability to create unique content types that serve the needs of the various kinds of things that your site might need to display. Each of these content types can behave very differently, and you're only seeing the very beginning of the customization that you can do on individual content types. Each content type is made up of fields, such as in the article content type, where you have the title, body, and then you have the tags and image field. These are all fields that are created on the form for the content type. You can customize what fields are available and add new ones if you'd like to. You can also set different rules for how each of those fields display and what order they display in. Your form that the editor fills out can have a different field order than the display that the end user sees. As the site builder, you are not limited to out-of-the-box content types. You're also not limited to the ones that might be created by modules that you enable. It is very easy with Drupal to build your own content types or to customize ones that have already been created. And this is what we will cover in the remainder of this chapter. In this lesson, we're going to cover how you can make changes to an existing content type. Specifically, we're going to look at modifying the fields on a content type, as well as modifying some of the default behaviors of the content type itself. So we're going to look at the article content type. And we're going to do that first by looking at the article form in relation to a piece of content that we've already created. So I'm going to look at exploring spices and then edit this particular form. So we're looking at the form, we can see a lot of information. We have a title field, a body field, a tags field, and an image field. But perhaps we might be using a lot of images that are shared publicly using the Creative Commons Share-alike attribution license. And if we're going to do that, then we need to credit the photographers. So in order to do this, we're going to add a field for photo credit. Let me scroll up here. You can easily add this kind of content to a menu. It doesn't really make sense in the context of this particular site for articles, which are sort of like blog posts, to be in a menu. We don't want people who post articles to accidentally or intentionally add them to the main menu, because that will really impact the user interface that we're trying to create in a negative way by cluttering it up. Here's a good point to talk about a general rule of thumb. If you are building a site for somebody else, you want to think about their skill level as well as what they might think is a good idea. If you make it possible for your end site manager or content editor to do something that will negatively impact the appearance of your site, they will. Usually this will happen by error, and once you let them know what they've done, they will fix it and hopefully they won't do it again. Sometimes, however, you're going to have somebody who knows just enough to be dangerous and is going to think that what they're doing is actually a good idea. So part of your job as the site builder is to protect the integrity of the site by removing the possibility for people to do things that they shouldn't. So our task regarding this particular form for the article content type is clear. We need to add a photo credit field to the node form, and we need to remove the ability to easily add the article to a menu from the node form itself. The first step is to manage the content type, which we're going to do under the Manage tab, Structure. And in this list, one of your options is Content Types. Next to each content type that is listed, in addition to the description, you have an Operations drop-down menu. Let's go ahead and click on that. So this drop-down menu includes 5 options. Manage Fields, which allows you to add or edit the fields that you have on your form. Manage Form Display, which allows you to change the order of those fields and the way that those fields look for the person entering the content. Manage Display, which allows you to change how those fields are going to display and how the content type will display to the end user, the public-facing site. Edit, which is where we'll change the menu settings. It's a place where you can change the general settings for this particular content type, such as the description and default behaviors. And then delete, which is self-explanatory. So first we're going to do the easy fix, which is to remove this content type's ability to be placed into a menu from the node form. And that's going to happen under the general settings for the content type, which we'll access in the edit section. There are a number of things that you can change in this particular section, including the description for the content type, which can be really helpful for your site managers and your content editors. You can also change the title field label. For example, if this content type were a person content type where you might be entering staff, you might want to change the field label to name so that it's not confusing. This is where you would set the default publishing options. In the case of articles, by default, articles are promoted to the front page. If we don't want that, we can uncheck promoted to the front page. Display settings allows you to determine whether or not the submitted by information displays on the content on the public-facing side. What we're interested in here, however, is the menu settings tab. This particular content type can be placed into the main navigation menu. I don't want it to be placed into any menu at all, so I'm going to uncheck main navigation and leave all of them unchecked. Save this content type. Now, if I head over to the node form, which I have open in another tab, right now you'll see menu settings as one of the options in the tabs on the right-hand side. I'm going to reload this form. Menu settings has now disappeared from that list of options on the right-hand side. So I can no longer easily add an article to a menu from the node form. I'll have to go in and manage the menu itself in order to add an article to it. The next thing that we want to do is add the photo credit field to this content type form. So under article content type, the operation I want is manage fields. We have the fields that we're already aware of: body, comments. This particular content type allows for comments, image, and tags. I'm going to go ahead and click add field, and I'm creating a new field. You'll see that the other option here is reuse an existing field. So if you've created fields for other content types, you can actually use those fields on multiple content types if you would like to. But we're going to add a new field. It's going to be a plain text field, and the label is going to be photo credit. Notice when I entered photo credit, on the right of that field, machine name field underscore photo underscore credit appeared. The machine name is very important. This is how the database recognizes what this particular field is. You cannot have two fields with the same machine name. All machine names must be unique. You can leave the default machine name if you'd like, or if you want to edit the machine name, you can certainly do that, but it's not typically recommended unless you know what you're doing and you've really mapped out a machine name structure before building your site. I'm going to save this. Now it's going to ask us about global settings for this particular content type. These settings cannot be changed once data exists in the site, so it's really important to think about how you want these fields to behave before setting them up. We're going to leave the default settings here because this is a line for the name of an individual. Now we have more options on how that photo credit field is going to behave, including the ability to add help text. You can make the field required, and you can set a default value. Once you're happy with these settings, then you can save them. Different types of fields will have different options available here. So for example, if your field is a link field, you'll have very different choices as to how that field is going to behave. Now we're going to go back to the article node form here and reload it. If I scroll down, you'll see that there is now a photo credit field that we can use with the help text that we added into the description. We're going to go ahead and edit an existing article and add a photo credit. I'm going to save this and keep it published. Now if I scroll down, we'll see the photo credit right there at the bottom. To review, we took the default content type, article, and we modified its behavior. Our next task will be to adjust how the content type displays to the end user. In this lesson, we're going to look at various display options available when managing your content types. First, you have the form display. Let's go over to the form display for the article content type by looking at the Exploring Spices article and the edit form for that article. Most sites are only as good as their content, so it's really worthwhile to spend the time to make your form as clean and logical as you possibly can. This is even true if you are the only content editor on the site. The easier it is to manage content on your site, the more you will keep your content fresh and relevant. which has a lot of positives, not only making your site wonderful, but also making your site more appealing to search engines. We're looking at the edit form for the article content type by looking at an existing article that we've already created. If we want to change the way that this form displays, we're going to need to go under Manage, Structure. This is where content types will be found and managed. Under Operations, rather than choosing Manage Fields or Edit, I'm going to choose Manage Form Display. Now there are a lot of options available to me here. If I scroll down, you'll see all of the fields, including those fields created by Drupal, such as the authored by fields. They're all available to us here to reorder. We have these little grabby handles. So for example, we can take the photo credit field that we created and drag it up right under image, which makes logical sense in terms of entering content. It also allows me to change the widget for fields. So some of these fields will only have one widget option, such as text field. So I can choose text field or I can hide this. One reason I might hide a field is if I have a piece of information that I need on every piece of content in a specific content type. Maybe that piece of information is automatically filled in by some other factor influencing the content. This could be done through tokens, which is a more advanced topic. And then it can be hidden to the person filling out the form so that they don't realize that that particular field exists and it doesn't clutter their interface. Some field types, however, have multiple options in terms of how they can display for the content editor and what the tool is that they can use. This field has 3 different options available in addition to hidden. It starts with autocomplete term widget, but we could also offer checkboxes or a select list if we wanted to. On the far right, you have the little gear that indicates settings. Let's go ahead and click on that for the photo credit field. And now there are things that we can change about this particular field and how it displays to the content editor. For example, we can make the field larger if we want to. I'll make it 100 characters, so it's a larger field. We can also add placeholder text. This is not default text. This is text that the content editor will see, not text that exists in the field, regardless of whether the content editor enters something or not. So I'm going to go ahead and add here information that will help the content editor know what needs to go in here. I'll update this, and I need to save this form now that I've made changes. Otherwise, my changes may not actually be stored. So now let's go back to that spices article and take a look at the form and how it's changed. I'm going to scroll down here. And actually, there isn't really any change because the photo credit field already displayed underneath the photo field itself. So now we're going to go ahead and add a new article. And in the photo credit field, you'll see that placeholder text that we entered. It's grayed out, which means it's not really there. It's only there to help me understand what I need to do with this particular field. If I click in here and start typing, then that text will disappear. This can be very helpful in terms of setting up a form that makes sense for the person entering content. Let's go back to the Exploring Spices blog post. We're going to scroll down here and see where that photo credit field lands. Photo credit is displayed at the very bottom of the article, and that doesn't really make a lot of sense because it's so far removed from the photo that it almost doesn't satisfy the Creative Commons license agreement. The next thing we're going to do, therefore, is change the way that the fields display to the public. So I'm going to go back to Structure, Content Types, and under Operations, I'm going to choose Manage Display. I'm going to scroll down here and find that photo credit field, drag it up under the image, and I'm going to set the label to be inline rather than above. Now I'll go ahead and save this. Let's go back to the Spices article and see how that changed things. Now we see the photo credit has actually appeared directly below the photo. So this makes a lot more sense in terms of the order of content on the site. I also set the label to display inline, so it says photo credit, Rain Michaels, all on the same line, rather than having a line break between photo credit and the name. If we go to the home page, the Exploring Spices article has the teaser displaying here, and this doesn't show the photo credit at all. Perhaps we want to make sure that we have all of our bases covered and the photo credit displays everywhere that the photo shows. If we want to do that, then we want to make sure that the photo credit also displays on the teaser. Let's go back to managing the display and see what we can do. You'll see that at the top of the Manage Display section, there are three options here: Default, RSS, and Teaser. RSS is for feeds. What fields are actually available in those feeds, and what order are those fields available in? Teaser is what's being used by that river of news on the home page. It's also something that can be used by views, so it's something that you definitely want to think about with your content types. If you click on that, you can customize how your content type displays in the teaser, as well as when the user is looking at the full piece of content. I'm going to scroll down here, and we'll see that photo credit lands under disabled. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up with the little grabby handle to enable it. And I'm just going to put it right under the body. I'm going to set the label to be inline, and then I'll go ahead and save this. Now, if we go back to the home page and reload, we see that the photo credit now displays on that teaser. Let's go back to that Manage Display form because I want to point out one other feature. Let's go back to the Default tab here, and then scroll down to the bottom. You'll see a collapsed field set that says Custom Display Settings. If I click on that to expand it, I have a list here of displays that can be customized, and RSS and Teaser are checked off. If I scroll up to the top, the ones that are checked off perfectly match the options available here, RSS and Teaser. So this shows you that you can also change the way that content displays, for example, in search indexing or search results. And it gives you insight into the possibility of having other display modes available, perhaps with the help of additional contributed modules. The Display Suite module, which we've looked at in another lesson, is actually a module that will enable you to have additional view modes for displaying your content. That is a topic for a more advanced lesson. So to review, we have modified the way that the node form looks to make content entry easier for the editor. We have also modified the front-end display of content, including the field label and field order. We've done this so that it makes more sense for the content editor, which is something that we always want to make sure that we do. In this lesson, we're going to create a custom content type. The site that we're building is intended to display recipes and events, along with the pages and blog posts that we've been looking at so far. Recipes and events should be their own content types in your Drupal site because they need to portray data in a very different way from blog posts and basic pages. Recipes, for example, need to have information such as meal type and ingredients. Events should include information such as how to join the event, the date and time of the event, and the phone number. This means that they're going to have different fields so that the form is different, but it also means that the information is going to be segmented in different ways. This is not only valuable for content entry and presentation on your site, but also for syndication of your content. If third parties are going to pull your content into their environments, then they need a logical structure behind that content so that they can make sure that the fields and the information map appropriately into the structure of the recipient environment. A really good example would be an Add to Calendar button on an event. Typically, those Add to Calendar buttons will allow a user to add that event to their personal calendar, whether it be a Google Calendar or iCal or Outlook or something else. It's really important in these cases that the content is separated out so that the date and time are their own field and they're recognized as a date and time field. The same would be true with the location. So in order to create a new content type, we're going to go under Manage, Structure, Content Types. This is the same place we went to manage our existing content types, and it's also where we'll go to add a new content type using the big blue button. The content type that we're going to add first is the event content type. Notice when I named my content type, I also got a machine name on the right-hand side of the field, and that machine name is a unique name for the database, and it's not going to have anything but alphanumeric characters and underscores in that machine name. The description field will help your content editors know whether or not this is the correct content type to use for content that they're entering. It's important to know that once you add a piece of content using a specific content type, you can't change the content type for that content later on. So you want to make sure that your users start with the correct content type right from the very beginning. The next item on this form are a series of tabs that set the general information about this content type or the default behavior for this content type. I'm going to scroll down here and we're going to set these. Submission form settings allows us to change the field label for the title field. The title field is your header level 1 on the page. Typically it'll be called title, and in the case of event, title is also the appropriate name. If, however, this were a content type for a person or an individual, then you might want to label this field name instead of title. Publishing options set the default behavior in terms of whether or not the content is published, promoted to the front page, or has other behaviors associated with it. In this case, we're going to allow the content to be published by default, but we're not going to promote it to the front page. Language settings is available on this particular form here because we have enabled multilingual settings on this site. It will not display if your site is not multilingual. We're going to skip that for now and move on to display settings. This setting determines whether or not the submitted by information will appear in the teaser and on the node itself, so the date and time and the author of the particular node. In this case, we do not want display author and date information checked, so we're going to uncheck that. Menu settings determine whether or not it's easy to add the particular piece of content to a menu directly from the node form. And in the case of events, we don't want that, so we're going to uncheck main navigation. We'll go ahead and save this. And now we're able to manage the fields on our content type. Right now, the only fields that exist, aside from the necessary title field, is the body field. The first field that we're going to add here is going to be an existing field. The image field that's used in the article content type. Let's go take a look at that. We're going to see that on the article content, there's an image field. If I scroll down to a page content, there's no image. On events, we'd like to have an image. Perhaps there's a flyer or something enticing to draw the user to that event. So we want to add that image field, and we want it to behave exactly the same way that it does on the article content type. And for that reason, we're going to make it easy on ourselves and use the existing field rather than create a new one. Keep in mind that if you wanted any of the behavior to be different in this particular content type, then you would probably want to consider creating a new image field, not using the existing one. I'm going to go ahead and add a field. I'm going to reuse an existing field, and the one that I'm going to choose is image. I can add help text if I want, which is always a nice thing to do for your content editors, and I can set whether or not this field is required. In this case, this field should not be required. I can give this a default image, so if I want every event to have some kind of image that goes with it, if the user doesn't upload a new image for the event, I can add that here. I can also change the allowed file extensions, which is really helpful. Let's say that I want to allow PDFs in here. Now, in this case, I actually don't because I want this to behave like an image, but I could allow PDFs to be uploaded into this field. The file directory field will determine where any uploads are stored in your directory. So in this case, I might want to make sure that they're stored in an images directory, making it easier to locate them. In fact, I might want to be even more specific, and I might want to do images events, which means that there will be an images directory with a subdirectory inside of it called events. If I want to be very specific about the minimum and maximum size and resolution of the image, I can set that here. I can also determine how much space a user is allowed to take up with the size of their image. At the very bottom, you have Enable Alt Field and Alt Field Required options. For accessibility considerations, it's really important that you make sure that your users add alt text to their images, and requiring alt text is a great way to make that happen. I'm going to go ahead and save these settings. Now I have two fields on my event content type, body and image. The next field that I want to add is the field that will help the user know how to join the event. For the purposes of this demonstration, let's say that every event that Tasty Cakes for All will hold is going to be a webinar. This field, therefore, should be a field that allows for a link to join that webinar. This is going to be a new field rather than using one that already exists. And the field type is going to be link. The title will be webinar link. Each event will only have one webinar link, so we'll leave this value to 1. And now I can enter help text if I want. I can make it a required field. I can also set default values just like I could with the image field. I can set this so that it will only accept internal links or external links, or so that it will accept both. In this case, I'm going to be flexible and let it accept both. I can also determine here whether or not the user is able to have text that displays in place of the link. So whether you want the URL to display or if you want human readable text to display. In this case, I'm going to disable link text because I want the URL to show. We now have 3 fields in our event content type. Let's go ahead and add an event content, an event node, and we're going to see how this looks. Using some dummy text here to describe the event. Scroll down and I'm going to add an image. I'm just going to use the butterfly. Notice that the alt text is required, has the little star next to it. So I would not be able to save this form without putting alt text on this image. And now I need to add the link to the webinar. In this case, I don't have a URL to go to, so I'm just going to link this to Google. And then I can go ahead and save and publish this event. So I'm going to scroll down here and you'll see that this event displays with very basic settings right now. It doesn't look very good. We're going to change that later. And it still needs key elements. It needs the date and time, and it also needs the phone number. So we've now created a custom content type, the event content type. It doesn't display very well yet, which we'll be fixing, and it still needs 2 more fields, telephone number and date and time. These 2 fields are more advanced in their configuration needs, so we'll be adding them in the next lessons. In this lesson, we're going to add a field specifically designed to hold a telephone number in the event content type. While it would be perfectly functional to simply use a plain text field for phone numbers, there are a few reasons why we want this to be a special field. First, with so many people accessing websites on mobile devices, it only makes sense for phone numbers on sites to be clickable, making it easy for a mobile viewer to make a call right there. Second, semantic markup, which is markup that tells the browser valuable information about the content being displayed, is helpful for those viewing the site through a screen reader, such as non-sighted users. It also ensures that the content can be easily translated into future technologies, or migrated from one place to another if desired. Finally, as with URLs and email addresses, phone numbers can be improperly entered. Using a field designed specifically for phone numbers will help put checks in place to make sure that the data that the content enters is accurate. So we're currently on the Event Content Type Manage Fields tab, and we're going to go ahead and add a new field here. Under the Add a New Field list, I'm going to take a look and see what's available. Nothing here looks like it's designed for a phone number, except perhaps the text plain option, which we already said isn't really what we want to use in this case. Since what I want isn't reflected, typically what I would do is go to Drupal.org and start a search for a module. In this case, however, I happen to know that the module already exists in Drupal core. This is something that Drupal 8 has added because Drupal 8 is thinking first about mobile and really making sure that sites are accessible across a broad range of devices. So I'm going to go to the Extend tab here, and I'm going to look up phone because I don't really know necessarily what the module is called, but I'm just going to do a search and see if there's something related to phone numbers that might be available. So I just typed in PHO and it gave me telephone. I'm going to take a look at this description, and I can tell right from here that this probably does exactly what I need. So I'll go ahead and enable it. Now we're going to go back to the event content type under Structure, Content Types, Event, Manage Fields. We'll add the field again, And this time in the new field list, under the number category, we see telephone number. I'm going to click on that and I'll label it and save and continue. We only want one phone number on each event, so we'll limit that to one. Go ahead and save that. We won't make this required, and we probably should put in help text just to be friendly to our content editors. Perhaps in this case, we do have a default phone number that we want used in the event that no phone number is provided. If we want that, then we can put the default phone number that might be used in here. And then we can go ahead and save these settings. Now that we've added this field, we can head over to the event node that we already created, this homemade baby food event, and we'll go ahead and edit it, and the form will now include that phone number field. There it is right there at the bottom. Now, the reason why this particular node that we've already created does not contain that default phone number is because this node already existed before we made that change to the event. If I create a new event node, go to Add Content and Event, and scroll down, you'll see that the default phone number is in that phone field. But it's important to note that changes to your content type after content has already been created aren't necessarily going to reflect on the existing content. Let's go ahead and add a phone number here. In fact, we'll just add that default phone number, and then we'll save this and keep it published. Scrolling down to the bottom here so that we can see that, here's the phone number right here. Now, one of the very useful things that I already talked about for using an actual telephone field for your phone number is that then the phone number can be linked so that users on mobile devices can make the call right from there. And you'll notice I moused over this and it's not actually linked. So in order to make it linked, we might need to make some changes. This is going to happen in the display settings for the content type. So we're going to head back over to our content type. And I'm going to head over to the Manage Display tab. Scrolling down here, what I'm interested in is the phone field, which currently is displaying in the format of plain text, but I actually want it to display as a phone number, so let's see what's available here. And as a matter of fact, telephone link is one of the options. So I'll go ahead and click on that. Now I do have some settings. I want to see what those are. And what it shows me here is that I could actually replace the telephone number, so I could say click to call. But I don't want to do that. I want to actually display the phone number in case somebody wants to pick up a different phone and call the number that they're looking at. We'll update this and save our changes. Now we'll head back to that homemade baby food event, reload the page, scroll down to the bottom here, and you'll see that the phone number is actually linked. And if I click on it, it's trying to figure out how to make a phone call and allowing me to launch an application with which I can actually make an external call. If I were using a mobile device and I clicked on it, it would ask me, do you actually want to make a call? And then I could say, yes, I do. In this lesson, we added a special field that required enabling an additional module, the telephone module. This module happened to be in core, but you may choose to add field types that will require contributed modules or even a module that you create yourself. In the next lesson, we're going to add the final field needed by the event content type, and probably the most important field of all, which is date and time. In this lesson, we will add one of the more advanced and infinitely useful field types, date and time. Events typically take place at a specific point in time. We also want events to display in lists of upcoming events, and we want those lists to automatically update when an event passes without having to edit the site. All of this is easily done because of the special date and time functionality in fields. As with the telephone field, it would be possible to simply use a plain text field for the date and time. You would not, however, receive any of the benefits of a content management system and database queries in displaying your events. You also wouldn't be able to do fancier things such as enabling your end user to add events to their personal calendars with the click of a button. We're currently on the Manage Fields tab for the event content type, and we're going to go ahead and add a new field. The type of field that we want to add is a date field, so we're going to go ahead and choose that. In this case, we want date and time for the date type, but you could choose date only if your events are not time specific. And there's only going to be one value, for the event date because events in this case will only happen once. You can add help text here. We're going to skip that for now, but what we are going to do is make this a required field because we want to make sure that our events are always set in a time. You can also add a default value, which can be the current date or a relative date, such as 3 days from now. Right now, we're going to leave that as none, and then we'll go ahead and save this settings. Let's head over to the existing event that we've already made, this homemade baby food event. And we're going to edit this so that we can add a date and time to this particular event. I'm going to scroll down, and here we have event date right here. This is helpful because it tells us the format and gives us an easy set of fields to enter our date and time into. There are other ways that we can have the event date field work in terms of how the content editor manages the content that's in that field. So I'm going to head over to the content type itself, and we're going to go into the Manage Form Display tab and find Event Date, which is down here at the bottom. This is the node form, not the display for the end user, but the display for the content editor. You'll see that the display options available to me are date and time or select list. So if I wanted the behavior to be different for my user, I could try select list and see what that looks like. There are settings available here. So for example, time type could be the 12-hour time instead of the 24-hour time. The time increments can also be set differently based on what I want to do here. If I update this and save it, now I'll go back to this event node to the edit form and reload, and we'll see what that field looks like. So now it's a whole bunch of select lists. This isn't necessarily more helpful, but you're going to figure out what user interface is more helpful to your user based on the specific needs of your site and your user base. For the purposes of this site, however, we're going to set it back to the date and time field display because that's more useful. I'm going to go back to the node form here, reload, scroll down, and now I have the fields that are a little bit more handy for what I'm doing. Go ahead and actually add a date and time here. And then we'll save this and keep this particular node published. Scrolling down to the bottom, now we see the event date and time displayed right here. In the previous lesson, we added a date time field to our custom event content type. The date time field is displayed using one of the formats available to us out of the box, which is what you're seeing right here highlighted under event date. In this lesson, we're going to look at changing how this date and time display. A reason we might want to do this, for example, is that we aren't confident that our user base will be comfortable with a 24-hour clock. This particular date-time display shows the time using the 24-hour clock. Another reason we might want to do this could be that the design of our site asks for date and time to look very specific, so we might want to make that happen in our date-time format. In this case, however, the only change we really need to make is changing that 24-hour clock to the 12-hour clock. Our first step is to go to the content type itself and manage the display settings for this field. So we're going to head over there right now. I'm going to go under Event, Manage Display. I'm going to scroll down and find the Event Date display line here. I'm going to click on the Settings option here, where I'll be able to choose from a list of date formats. At this time, all of the date formats available are ones that were created by the Drupal install itself, with the exception of one, time only, which we created early on in configuring our Drupal site. All of the times that are listed here, each option available, happens to be from the 24-hour clock. Since we know that we want to use the 12-hour clock, we now know that we need to create a new date format in order to have that available to us in this list. So now we're going to set new date formats in our configuration. So under Configuration, Regional Settings, Date and Time Formats. I'm going to add a new format, and the name of this format is going to be Date and Time with 12-hour clock. It's a very long machine name here over on the right, probably a lot longer than we need it to be. but I want to be very specific as to what this display is so that I know when I'm looking at the list what I'm choosing. The format string itself is going to be PHP based. If you don't know what the actual PHP is that you need to use in order to have the date show the way that you want it to, you can look at the PHP manual, which is linked right here. I'm going to open this in a new tab so that we can look at this really quickly. This is very helpful. If I scroll down here, it'll actually tell me what all of the formats are for what I need. Heading back over to our field here. The format string that I'm going to add is going to be FJ for full month and then day. Notice that the field is updating every time I add a character, including a space. And this is why this is taking so long. It's doing this so that on the right, it can give me a preview of what this is going to look like so that I know that the date and time display is looking exactly the way that I want it to. So I'm going to use the G for the 12-hour clock. And then because this is the 12-hour clock, I also want to make sure to use the A for AM PM so that the user knows whether or not the time is 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. I also want to point out here that because we have multilingual settings enabled on this site, we can actually choose the language for which this format is available. This means that we can create custom formats for different languages, which is really helpful for an international audience because different languages actually do display dates differently. I'm going to go ahead and save this, clicking Add Format. And now if I head back to my content type, Event, Manage Display, scrolling down to the event date row here, clicking on the settings, I can choose date and time with 24-hour clock. I'll go ahead and update this and then save it. Going back to the event node that we have here, I'll reload this, scroll down, and you'll see that the event date has changed in the way that it displays. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at the display settings and make sure that the way that that content type displays is logical. Let's take a quick look first at the sample event node that we've created here, homemade baby food. We see the title, and then if I scroll down, we have a bunch of text about the event. And then we have the image field, which has a label on it that says image. This is unnecessary and looks a little bit unprofessional. If I continue scrolling down, we have the key information for the event, webinar link, phone number, and event date, displayed at the very bottom. This is all incredibly valuable information that should probably be displayed at the top of the event, not the bottom. In order to fix all of this, we need to edit our content type and manage the way that our content type displays. So now we're going to head over to the content type itself, find the event row, and under Operations, choose Manage Display. We've already done some display management on some of the existing content types, so we already have an idea of how this works. But we're going to go through it again just to make sure that we're very comfortable with how managing the display of our content can be controlled in this form. The first thing that we're going to do is set the order and field labels on our content within this node in an order that makes sense. So the first thing is I would like to have the image at the top of the list here. I also don't want a label on the image, so I'm going to hide it. Scrolling down a little bit here. The next thing I want after the image is the event date. And in fact, I'm going to change this. I'm going to move the event date above the image because the event date is the most important piece of information here. I'm also going to change the label to be inline so that you see event date colon and then the date itself right next to it rather than one on top of the other. I'm going to move links down to the bottom because that's only relevant for administrators. And then we can go ahead and leave webinar link and phone number at the bottom, but I'm also going to make those labels display in line rather than above the content. All right, I'm going to go ahead and save this. And then we'll go to our event node and reload it. So this has made some immediate improvements on the way that our event displays here. We have the event title at the top still, and then we have a date right at the top, right where it makes sense. Next we have our image, but no label that says image, and then a description of the event. At the bottom, we have the webinar link and the phone number, and they're displayed in a way that saves space and is very easy to look at. The next thing that I want to do is take a look at the way that the teaser displays for the event, because we're probably going to use teasers a lot for lists of events. A very quick way for us to see this is to promote this particular event to the front page, because the front page is showing teasers for all of the content on that page. So under promotion options, I'm going to click promoted to front page and then save this particular piece of content and keep it published. Now if I head over to the front page of the site and scroll down under the sticky items, we'll see this event listed. This is not a very helpful listing for this event because it doesn't tell us when the event is happening. It doesn't give us anything about the webinar link or any other really good information. It also doesn't display the image, which would be really nice to see here in this teaser because we do have an image on this piece of content. Okay, so we're going to go back to manage the display and we're going to flip over to the teaser tab here so that we can set the way that this particular piece of content displays in teaser mode. Scrolling down here, we'll see that right now all that displays are links and the body. The body is set to summary or trimmed, which is good. In a teaser, you don't want the entire node, you just want the summary. The other items that we want here are the image without a label, and we also want the event date. And in this case, I'm going to put the label inline. I want to use my 12-hour clock display here. I'll update that. And I also want the image to display much smaller in the teaser. I don't want the big original image that we're looking at when we look at the node, but rather a very small version. So I'm going to click on the settings here, and I'm going to choose thumbnail. I'm also going to set the image to link to the content. Remember that this is a teaser, so this is a listing somewhere else and not the full node view itself. Users are often tempted to click on pictures when they're associated with something that might give them more information. So in order to help the user along, I'm going to let them do that by linking the image to the content. We'll update this and then save this. Now if I go back to the home page and reload this, I immediately have something that makes a lot more sense. I have a little thumbnail image, and I'm seeing the event date right there, which is really helpful. Notice that the image is not the same size, however, as the images on other nodes that have images here. Scroll up here. So I chose the thumbnail display, and the other nodes that are being displayed are showing the medium display. So I'm going to go ahead and change that. Over here under Manage Display, I'm going to find the image, click on Settings here, and change thumbnail to medium, and update. Save this, reload our homepage, and we will see immediate changes. So now this looks like the other content, has the correct size image, and notice that when I mouse over the image, it's clickable, and if I click on it, it will take me to the node for that event. It is also very valuable for your upcoming events views to have RSS format available to them because RSS feeds allow for syndication of the content. A great example would be having your content, especially your event content, automatically post to Facebook without you having to go into Facebook and tell it about an event. You would need an RSS feed or some kind of a feed available in order to do this. So we're going to go ahead and make sure that we have an RSS feed display for our event content type. I'm going to go back over to Manage Display, to the Default tab, scroll down to the bottom, and under Custom Display Settings here at the bottom, I'm going to enable RSS. Save that. And now I have a new tab here for RSS. Scrolling down here, it's taking everything from the default display. So there's not a lot of work that I need to do here, which is very helpful. I am going to disable the image because I don't necessarily need that in the RSS feed. Although if I were using this to automatically post to Facebook, I probably would keep the image in there. And everything else I'll leave as is. I can go ahead and save this. And now I have an RSS display. So our event content type here now displays in a logical way. The event date is at the top, the image is nice and doesn't have a label, and at the bottom we have the webinar link and the phone number displaying nicely. On the home page, we're seeing a teaser for the event that looks like the other teasers on the page. In this chapter, we examined content types. Drupal out of the box comes with the two basics, article and basic page. Modules that you might enable, such as the forum module, which we enabled in another lesson, may add content types as well. In this case, the forum module added the forum topic content type. You can customize any content type, including the default ones and those added by modules. You can also create your own content types. We looked at fields as well, including more advanced fields such as telephone and date time. We did this using the event content type. At this time, I want to quickly add 3 more events so that as we move into the next chapter, we have event content to work with, and all of the configuration settings that we do will actually be able to show on the site with the content that we have added. So I'm going to go under Content, Add Content, and I'm just going to add 3 events here really quickly. I'm going to skip images on these events. We have one with an image. We don't necessarily need to see images on all of the others. And I'm just going to link them all to Google since I don't really have a webinar link for any of these. And now we'll just create 2 more. Great, so now we have 4 events so that we can see what we're configuring as we're moving forward through future chapters in this course. In addition to creating this content type and setting up the fields, we also covered the display settings, both for the content editor on the node form, so this form that we just used to create all of these events, and also for the end user, the final display. All of this is highly customizable, and if the way that you want your field to display isn't available, then chances are that there is a module that already exists that can help you set up the fields and make them display the way that you want them to. If a module doesn't exist, then you can use PHP and create your own. In this chapter, we're going to look at one of the key elements of Drupal that makes it truly fun, as well as one of the aspects of Drupal that is my all-time favorite, views. So what are views? Well, they're everything. Actually, they're simply lists of content. Sometimes those lists might be quite complex, with all kinds of contexts determining what displays and how it looks. And sometimes they'll be very simple. There are already a few views on your site, so let's take a look at some of the existing views. On the home page, which we're looking at right now, you have what we tend to refer to as a river of news. I'm going to scroll down and you'll see all of the items that have been promoted to front page are displaying in teaser form on the home page here. This is the home page view. In addition to displaying in teaser form, this content is also displaying ordered with the sticky items first, and then by date posted, descending so that the most recent content shows on top. Another view that's on your site right from the beginning is the content view. Under Manage, Content, you have a list of all of the content on your site. This is displaying as a table with specific fields from each piece of content. So for example, we see the title, the content type, the author, the status, whether the content is published or not, and when it was last updated. These are all fields or specific information from that specific piece of content. The default sort order is updated date descending, so the most recently edited content is the content that will display at the top. Similarly, we have another view for users. I'm going to go under Manage People, and right now there's only one user on the site, the User 1 account that we've been using for all of these lessons. But once you have multiple users on your site, they would all list in this particular view. This view obviously looks very similar to the view of all of your content because it is set up in exactly the same way. I also want to point out that this view and the content view have filters at the top. These filters allow you to set parameters as to what content will display in the list. They are referred to as exposed filters. Going back to the home page here. So the exciting thing about views is that they can all be customized. And even more exciting, you can create your own. Early on in my Drupal days, a member of the community named Chris Charlton said something that really impacted me profoundly, which is if while you're building your Drupal site, you can imagine it and you have the time and resources available, then you can build it. Views is what really made that sink in for me because with views, I was able to do so much. It's amazing how powerful this tool is in making it possible for you to really set up the user experience on your site without knowing any code at all, entirely through the configuration itself. So, a very obvious example of a view that we need on this particular site, now that we've created a number of events and we have an event content type, is a view for upcoming events. This view should probably have three displays. A block that shows maybe the next 3 or 4 upcoming events on the home page, where everyone will see them right away. A page where the user can go to see all of the upcoming events. And ideally also an RSS feed for syndication, so that third-party sites can promote our upcoming events. A good example might be that the Tasty Cakes for All Facebook page might want to show all upcoming events. But I don't want to have to go to the Facebook page every time I post a new event. I would like for that content to just show up on my Facebook page without me doing any work. The remainder of this chapter will be about creating this view and its displays. In this lesson, we're going to create a custom view. This view is going to be a simple page display showing upcoming events using the teaser display mode. Right now, we only see upcoming events that are promoted to the front page. So just this homemade baby food event. And we do see it in the teaser display mode because that's what the homepage is showing. In order to add a new view, I'm going to go under Structure, scroll down to the last item in the list, which is Views. Now I'm going to add a new view, which I'm going to call Upcoming Events. Just like when we created content types and fields, the view also has a machine name that is automatically created, and you're seeing it on the right-hand side of the field for the view name. You can customize this if you want to, but using the automatic name ensures that you have a good machine name for your view. You can also describe the view. This description is for your administrative interface and helps you know what views are doing later on. As you're building your Drupal site, eventually you may end up with lots and lots of views. So the description can be incredibly important because you may have views that are doing fairly similar things, and it might be helpful to actually have the description to help you identify which view you want to be working with. I want this particular view to only show content of type event because this is a listing of upcoming events. So I don't need articles or basic pages or forum topics in this particular view. And right now, I'm going to leave the sorting as newest first, and we'll deal with that in another lesson. I want to point out here that under Show, you can also choose to have your view focus on comments or your log, your system log, your revision log. You can also focus on users or any number of other options available here. Most of your views are probably going to be content views. Now I want to create a page display. I'm going to leave the title as upcoming events because that's what I want this particular view to be called. The page title is going to be the header 1 on this page display. I also need to choose a path for this page display because it is going to be a page in my site. It's always a good idea to choose as simple of a path as possible, and you want to make sure that you're not trying to put spaces or characters into your path, but rather that your paths are simple alphanumeric paths. So I'm just going to change this to say events because that's much shorter. It's a much easier URL to say to someone or to put into a URL field somewhere. I'm going to leave the page display settings as what they are by default, which is unformatted list of teasers. This is similar to what you're seeing on the front page as well. I'm also going to leave items to display as the default, showing 10 at a time and with a pager. I'm going to add a menu link because I want this particular page to display in the menu. I would like it to be in the main navigation, and it can simply say events. It doesn't need to say upcoming events. For the time being, I'm going to leave include an RSS feed and create a block off because we're going to create those in another lesson. And now I can go ahead and save and edit. This takes me to an interface where I can refine my view even further, which we're going to take a look at in another lesson. For now, however, let's go back to the site and take a look at how this view actually works on our site. So I now have an Events tab here, and scrolling down, we see all 4 of the events that I created earlier. There's no pager yet because there aren't more than 10 events, so there's no need for a pager. Right now, events are displaying in teaser form with the most recent entered first. Ultimately, what we want is for the next upcoming event to display first. And those are changes that we're going to make as we edit this view in the additional lessons in this chapter. I also want to point out here that you can't edit this page the way that you can edit other pages. Let me flip over to another page quickly so that you can see what I'm talking about. So I'm going to click on Why Tasty Cakes, which is a page view. And you'll see that right under the title here, I have this Edit and Delete tab available. If I click Edit, it allows me to actually edit this page right here. Let's go back to View. I can also use the Quick Edit link. If I mouse over this particular piece of content here, I can click on the little pencil and do the Quick Edit editing in here. If I go back to that Events menu item, I don't see those tabs at the top right under the title. I do have the little quick edit options, but they don't allow me to actually edit the content. Instead, they say edit view. I can get in and edit the content for a specific item in the view, but this won't edit the view as a whole, and it won't edit the page. It just edits the piece of content that I'm looking at when I hit quick edit. This is because a view is not a node. A view is a list of nodes. So if you want to actually edit the content in a view, you have to edit the content itself or the node itself, not the view. The first thing that I want to point out is that the Views UI is actually a separate module from Views itself. Let's take a look at this under Extend. So when I search for modules with the word View in the title, I get 2, and these are both core modules, Views and Views UI. Views is the module that actually enables you to have views running on your site, but Views UI is the module that gives you the user interface that makes it possible for you to configure your views without actually using code. When your site goes into production, meaning when it is live and visible to the public, it's often a good idea to disable the Views UI module for 2 reasons. First, disabling the Views UI module will help your site performance. Second, and perhaps far more important, it will prevent users with views permissions from accidentally editing views on production, including you yourself. It is better to change your views in your local development environment rather than in production to avoid embarrassing mistakes. Since views are the tool that create lists of content, they are an essential part of the end user's experience of your site. A messed up view can really break that experience. If you ever try to edit a view but do not find views listed under Structure, let's go there, Structure. The last item in this list is Views. Then chances are that the Views UI module has been disabled on that site, and you would need to re-enable it in order to edit views. Okay, so now that we've talked about that, we should go ahead and take a look at the user interface and what's available to us when we are working with our views. We can get to all of our views under Manage, Structure. We can also get to a specific view and edit a specific view if we want to, using the Quick Edit option on that view. I'm going to go under the Structure menu and scroll down to Views, and we'll take a look at the list of all of the views available to us. Most of these are by default from Drupal out of the box. Upcoming Events, however, is the one that we have created. Under Operations, I'm going to go ahead and edit the Upcoming Events view, and we'll take a look at how this user interface actually works. The first thing that we have right up here at the top are displays. Right now, we only have one display for this view, and that's the page display that we created. We can add additional displays here, including another page display, perhaps with different parameters, or other displays that you're seeing listed. We'll be working with some of these other displays in more advanced lessons, and in this chapter, we will be working with the block and feed displays. The next item that you see here is the display name, which is currently set to page. Any page display will default to a display name of page. So if you're going to have multiple displays, it's worth actually going in and changing the name. Perhaps, for example, in this particular situation, we're going to have a page for upcoming events and then also a page for past events. If this were the case, then we would want to make sure to name this page upcoming. This way we know when looking at our displays that this particular one is for upcoming events, and that makes it easier for us to find what we need. The next item that we have here is title. This is the title that the user will see on the page. So this is the header 1 element. Note that there does not actually have to be a title at all, though from an accessibility standpoint, it's a good idea typically to have one. If we click on this, we can edit it, and we could also leave it entirely blank. See that it is not a required field. In the next box, we can adjust the format of the display. This governs the HTML that renders the view on the page. Let's take a look at some of the options that we see here. I'm going to scroll down a little bit so that we can see more of this in our browser. Right now, format is set to unformatted list. I can click on that and I can actually choose some other styles here, such as table or grid. There are a lot of modules out there that will give you additional styles for displaying your content in views. For example, there are slideshow styles that you can use that will tie into views and allow you to display content in a slideshow. In addition to choosing the format, you can also set the settings for that format. This is a little bit more advanced and has to do with the appearance of your Drupal site, including theming options. You'll see references here to classes. Under Show, right now it's set to Content and Teaser. We can change this to show specific fields as opposed to showing content and a display mode for that content. For now, we're going to leave it at content, and in a later lesson when we create a block, we're going to change to fields. The next box, Fields, is currently disabled because we're using the content display. If we were using the fields display, then this particular block would be available to us to start editing. The next two items here, filter and sort criteria, are used to determine which content displays. For example, when we created the view in the first place, we set it to only show content that was of the event's content type. That would have been a filter that we set early on. And this area also allows us to choose what order that content displays in. Right now, it's displaying with the newest content showing first. In this middle column over here, we start with page settings. Page settings are here because we're using the page display type. If we were using another display type, then this would be slightly different because it would need different parameters that aren't necessarily right for that particular type of display. With a page, you need to know the path of that page, and you need to know whether or not that particular page can go into a menu. The header and footer options here allow you to put content at the top or bottom of your view. You can use view parameters in these particular areas, or you can use just simple markup. Also very important is the no results behavior. This is what happens when there is nothing returned for the specific query that your view is making. So for example, if there were no upcoming events, the view would display whatever was in the no results behavior. We're going to go ahead and add that here. I'm going to scroll down here and look for global text area, because I just want simple text. And I'm going to have this particular no results behavior say there are no upcoming events. We'll apply that using a blue apply button that's at the bottom of this little modal window. And now we can see that we have a global text area in our no results behavior. If we wanted to edit it in the future, we would just click on that and be able to come in and make changes. I'm going to cancel out of this. The pager options will allow you to set how many results display in the view and to determine if the user gets to page through to more results. Keep in mind that if you have hundreds of results displaying on a single page, that can quickly become a performance drain. The default is 10 items at a time, and you will want to think carefully if you want to do more than 20 or 30 items at once. There is also a collapsed field set here on the far right under Advanced. We will be covering some of this in another chapter. A lot of what you'll find here is more advanced than this course and is easier to learn by playing around on your own once you're feeling confident with Drupal. I also want to point out this preview area down here below your view configuration. This allows you to see your work before saving your view and can be very useful. If you don't have a very fast environment, however, sometimes this can really slow down your working experience. If that's the case, then you may want to turn off auto preview so that things happen more quickly while you're setting your configuration. Scrolling back up here to the configuration area, I want to really emphasize here something very important. All of the work that you do in here does not save until you actually hit the blue Save button at the bottom. So this Save button right here. You know that you have unsaved changes if you have a little star next to your display name. Notice right here where it says Upcoming Page, there's a little star. That means that there are unsaved changes in this display. If I navigate away from this right now, I will lose my changes. I also have a nice little warning up at the top in yellow that tells me that I have unsaved changes, and I really want to pay attention to this. So I'm going to go ahead and save these changes now. And now it tells me that this has been saved, and I no longer have that star next to Upcoming Page. In this lesson, we're going to set the filter criteria on our view to make sure that the content listed is only the content that we actually want to see. So we have this upcoming events view here, this page that we're looking at, which currently shows all of the events that have been listed on our site. Scrolling back up to the top here. If we want to edit this view, we can use this quick edit option at the top of our view. I'm going to leave this tab open, however, so that we can look at our view as we're going. But I am going to move over to this other tab where I have the view open in the Views UI. I'm going to scroll down a little bit, and what we're interested in here is the filter criteria. So there are two criteria already set, which are very important. The first one is publishing status, which is set to Yes. This ensures that only content that is published, so content that we have determined is ready for the public to be able to access, is displayed in this site. If this particular filter were not set, so I could actually remove it by clicking on it and then clicking on the Remove button at the bottom of the modal window, or I could set it to No, and then click on the Apply to All Displays button that's at the bottom of the modal window. Then what we would get is content that is not published. I'm going to close out of this because I actually don't want to change this. I want to make sure that only content that is published displays in the view. The other very important filter criteria here is event. So if we click on this, we can see that the only content type that's being pulled into this view is event content. If I wanted to add another content type like forum topic, I could go ahead and do so here. I'm going to cancel out of this because I also don't want to make this change. If we scroll down and look at the preview here, we can see a number of events listed. There are 4 events and only one of them has an image. Perhaps, however, we only want to see events that have images in the image field because we want to make sure that everything looks really pretty. Scrolling back up here, we can go ahead and add a filter in our filter criteria by clicking on Add that will allow us to restrict the items that display to only those that have an image in that field. Clicking on Add gives me a long list of options to choose from, and it can take a while to find the item that you're actually looking for. There are filters up here at the top that you can choose from, so if you know what you're looking for, you could actually search for it pretty quickly. I'm going to type in image, and that's going to restrict to all of the fields that have to do with the image itself. I'll click on the Alt option and then click the big blue button that says Apply to All Displays. Now I can choose the operator, which I can set to a specific value, or in this case, what I actually want to do, the very last item in this drop-down list is not empty, not null. So that's what I'm going to select. Now you can see that dropping into the operator field there is not empty, not null. This means that the filter I'm setting requires that there be something entered into the alt text field on the image field in order for the content to display in this view. And I'll go ahead and apply this change. A reminder, any change that I make is not saved until I click the big blue Save button at the bottom of the UI. I also know that I have unsaved changes with two visual indicators on the page. One is this little star next to upcoming page, and the other is the yellow box at the top that says you have unsaved changes. So I'm going to go ahead and save this change. And now we'll pop over to the upcoming events page and reload it. The only event that's displaying now is the event that has an image in it. This isn't actually a filter that I want on my event, so I'm going to go ahead and go back to the UI, scroll down to the filter criteria area, and then right next to filter criteria is this add dropdown. Rather than clicking on add, I'm going to use the little dropdown arrow and click on and or rearrange, and I'm going to remove the content image filter and apply to all displays. Now I'll go ahead and save this and then reload the view itself. Now all of the events are displaying again, not just the one that has an image. The filter that we do want on this particular content, however, is a date filter. We only want to see upcoming events, so we don't want to see any content for which the event date has passed. At the time of recording this video, this functionality is not working as expected in the Drupal beta, so we're going to skip this filter for the purposes of our demo. It works, however, very similarly to how we used the image field a moment ago. Rather than choosing is not null as your operator, you would choose greater than or equal to now as your operator. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can use the Views user interface to change the sort order for our content. Our upcoming events view, which you see here in front of you, currently displays upcoming events in descending post order, meaning that the newest post shows first. If we actually scroll through this view, we'll see that the first item is event date March 20th, 2017. The next one is October 2nd, 2016. And then we have one that's September 21st, 2016. And then at the bottom, we have one that's July 24th, 2016. So this is not an incredibly useful sort order because what we want to see at the top is the next event that will happen. This will be the most useful for our users. Additionally, when we looked at the options available for editing content, under the promotion options, there is the setting to make something sticky at the top of a list. If we take a look at the front page of our site, let's go back up to the top here and head over to the home page. You'll see that two of these teasers are in these gray boxes, and they're highlighted in a special way. They will always appear at the top. Underneath them are all of the other teasers, which are just on the white background. These two at the top have been made sticky at top of lists. This causes them to display at the beginning of the view, regardless of what other sort criteria are in place. So let's go back to events, and I'm going to scroll down here to the bottom. Homemade baby food is the only event that has an image, so it's probably a more important event than the others. So I want this one to be sticky at the top of lists. I also no longer want it to show on the homepage because I now have other ways to show content on the homepage. So I'm going to use the quick edit here. And instead of actually using quick edit, I'm going to choose edit. Under promotion options, I'm going to remove promoted to the front page, but I'm going to add sticky at top of lists. And then I'll click save and keep published at the bottom. Now we're looking at our event view again with upcoming events, but we'll see that that sticky at top of lists change didn't make any difference in where this displays in this view. That's because this is controlled by the sort criteria. And right now, the only sort criteria that exists on this view is to show the most recently posted item first. So let's go ahead and edit this upcoming events view. I'm going to head over to the tab where I already have this view open and scroll down a little bit so that you can see the sort criteria section in this interface, which is right here. Right now, the only criteria available is content authored on descending. We'll click Add next to Sort Criteria and add the two criteria that are important to us, which are the event date and sticky status. Rather than scroll through this long list to find the things that I need, I'll use the search field up here at the top. I'll type in sticky, select that, and now I'll type in event and then find the event date field. Now I will click the Apply to All Displays button that's at the bottom of this modal window. And here I'll make the choices as to how I want these criteria to actually work. What rules do I want in place? So right now I'm looking at the event date criteria. In this case, I want my content to sort ascending, not descending, because I want the next event to happen to be the first one that displays. And then events that are further off in the future, I want them to display lower in the list. So I'll go ahead and leave this as sort ascending and then click Apply and Continue. And then I'm going to click this again. We're still on event date. Now you'll see that I'm actually in a loop here, which is saying event date again, and I could just keep clicking Apply and Continue, and it's going to continue in the loop. This is because we're still using the Drupal beta for the purposes of creating this video, and there is a bug in the way that this works in the Drupal beta. By the time you're working with your Drupal site, this will have been fixed, and the next screen that you will see will allow you to configure the criterion that's next in the list. Since that's not happening and I'm in a loop here, I'm just going to click the Cancel button and then cancel again and cancel again. And then I'll click out of the little X here to close this modal window. Now, because I've already added these sort criteria, they are still listed in my sort criteria options here. So I can go into any of these and edit them individually without having to go through that initial modal. And currently in the Drupal 8 beta, that is not buggy, so that will work correctly. So under event date, right now it's ascending. That's what I want. Under sticky at top of lists, what I actually want is descending because I want items that are sticky to come to the top, to the very top of the list. So I'm going to click on that and I'm going to change the order to descending and then click Apply to All Displays. The next thing that I want to do is adjust the order of my sort criteria because the order is very important. These are the rules that determine how the content is going to be listed. And what happens is the rule that is at the top is going to be the first one that's applied. So since I want sticky content to be the first that appears on the page, I want to make sure that the sticky rule is the first one applied to my view. The next thing that I want applied to the view is the event date rule, which says show the next upcoming content first. In this particular case, I don't want the authored on sort criterion in place because that's not relevant to the upcoming events display. So I'm going to click on this little drop-down menu next to the Add button, and I'm going to choose Rearrange. First, I'm going to remove authored on because I don't actually want that in my criteria. And then I'm going to use the little grabby handle next to sticky, and I'm going to drag it above event date. Now I can click Apply to All Displays. As a reminder, these changes that I've just made are not actually going to apply to anything until I click the Save button. If I scroll up here, you'll see that the upcoming page title under Displays has the little star next to it that indicates that there are unsaved changes. And I have the big yellow warning telling me that I have unsaved changes. So I'm going to scroll back down and I'm going to go ahead and click Save. Now if I head back over to the view itself, we'll see that the sticky item has jumped up to the top of the list and it looks like it's sticky. It has the gray background that makes it special. And then if I scroll down, we'll also notice that the events are listed in chronological order. So September 21st, 2016, October 2nd, 2016, and then March 20th, 2017. Now the events are displaying in an order that makes sense for the type of content that's being displayed. In this lesson, we are going to create a new display in our upcoming events view. This display is going to be a block that we can add to the home page, and will simply list the title and date of the next 3 upcoming events. Right now we are looking at the Upcoming Events Page Display, which shows all 4 of the upcoming events in teaser form. Heading back to the home page, we see the most recent articles that have been promoted to the front page, but we don't have any information here about events that might be happening. We'll find our view under Structure, Views at the bottom here. And then we're going to scroll down until we see the upcoming events, which is right here. Now I'm going to go ahead and edit this particular view. And what I want to do is add a new display to this view. So I'm going to click on Add here and choose Block because I want a block element that I can place into the sidebar on my homepage. It's giving me a warning right now that I have unsaved changes, and in my displays list, block is now one of the items available. I can switch over to upcoming page and take a look at that as well and the settings there. But right now what I'm interested in is the block display, so I'm going to switch back over to that. I'm going to scroll down here so that you can see more of the UI. I'm going to leave the display name as block because I understand what that is and I'm not creating any other blocks. The title I'm also going to leave alone because upcoming events make sense for this block on the home page. Additionally, I can override the title in the block itself if I want to later on, so I'm not going to worry about it right here. Well, I'm going to leave the format alone because I want this to still be an unformatted list. Under Show, I don't want to be showing content and teaser. All I want to see on the home page is the title and the event date for a specific event. I don't want to see any other information because I don't want to clutter the home page. So I'm going to click on the word content here, and I can change this to fields. But before I do this, I want to note that up at the top, it says that I'm making this change for all displays. This means that if I make this change right here without adjusting all displays, my changes will also impact the upcoming page display. I don't want that to happen, so I'm going to click on this and choose this block override. This is very important, otherwise I'm going to impact the other displays in this view. Now that I'm overriding this on this particular display, I'm going to choose Fields and then click Apply This Display. And my button says Apply This Display instead of All Displays. I really want to make sure that it says that before I actually apply this. I'm going to go ahead and leave the row style options at their default and click Apply. I want to point out now that under Format, the Format and Show area are both italicized. Let's take a look at this here. So they're both italicized, which means that they are overridden. And when I put my cursor over them, I got a little message saying overridden. This is what I want to see. This means that I haven't made this change on the upcoming page display. You'll also notice at the top under Displays, where we see Upcoming Page and Block, only Block has the little star on it, which is also what I want to see. I don't want to be making any changes inadvertently to my upcoming page display. Now that we've changed the format to show fields, the Fields section of this particular user interface is now available to me, and I can start working with it. By default, it has the title field available in it. I also want to add the event date because I want that to display in this particular block. I'm going to click Add. I'm going to use Search to quickly find the event date. I'll select that, and then I'll click Apply to All Displays, which is not what I want. So before I click Apply to All Displays, I'm going to go back up to the top, change All Displays to this block because I only want this change happening on this block. And then I'll click Apply This Display. I'm going to leave everything as default for now and then click Apply again. And you'll notice that the title for the Fields section on the UI is now italicized, letting me know that this is overridden. Let's scroll down and preview what this looks like. So now we have a list of upcoming events that shows the event title, which is a link to the content, and the date and time of the event. Scrolling back up to the configuration area, most of the rest of this I'm going to leave as the defaults. There are a couple of changes that I still want to make, however. Under sort criteria, I don't want sticky at top of lists to be relevant in this particular display. This display is simply the 3 next events that are happening, And sticky at top of lists will unnaturally promote an event above those three, so I don't want that to happen. So under the Add menu here, I'm going to click Rearrange. I'm going to make sure to override this, and then I'll remove sticky at top of lists and apply to this display. Notice again, sort criteria is now italicized. And if I scroll up a little bit further, upcoming page still does not have a little star next to it, so I'm still okay. I haven't made a change that impacts my upcoming page display. The other thing that I want to change is the pager option. Right now, by default, this view is using a pager and it's limiting to 10 items. I don't want a pager at all, and I actually want to limit it to 3 items. So I'll go ahead and click on that, make sure to override it, display a specified number of items as opposed to a pager, and then apply to this display. Now I can choose the number of items that I want displayed, and I'm going to change that to 3 and apply. Use pager is also now italicized. That's exactly what I want to see. The next item in the list here that I want to adjust is the More link, which is currently set to No. What this will do is give me a little link at the bottom of the view to more information. And I actually want this because this little block is basically a teaser block encouraging the user to click and see the full view of all of the upcoming events. So I'm going to click on No. I'm going to override this, click Create More Link, and then apply this display. The defaults for this will create a More link to the page display. Let's scroll down here and look at the preview. And you'll see that we have the upcoming events listed. And then at the bottom is a link to more information. Scrolling back up, remember that none of the changes that we've made are saved until we click that Save button. Right now, the block display still has a little star next to it, indicating that this change is not saved. And we have the warning message at the top telling us that there are unsaved changes. I'm going to scroll down and find that Save button and click it. In this lesson, we created a second display in our upcoming events view. This display is a block display, while our first display is a page display. The block display uses fields instead of content teaser and has some settings that are overrides from the default configuration for the view. In this lesson, we're going to take a closer look at the controls available for how fields are rendered in a view display. Right now, we're looking at the configuration options for the upcoming events view, and we're specifically on the block display configuration. Let's scroll down and take a look at the preview for this particular block. What we see are that the fields are listed here, the title field and the event date and time field. The title field is simply linked to the content, and the date and time field is displayed using the site's default medium format, which uses the 24-hour clock. I'd like us to make a couple of changes to this. First, I'd like the title field to have a header tag around it, specifically the H3 header tag, so that when the HTML renders, it has good semantic markup. And second, in the date field, I'd like to make sure that there's a label there telling the user what that particular field is representing, and that uses the 12-hour clock, since that's how we're displaying time on this particular site. So let's scroll back up to the configuration area, and we'll start by clicking on the title field. The first thing I want to pay attention to is that I am using override. While my other displays do not use fields, I still want to make sure that all the changes that I make here only impact my block display. So I'm going to make sure that this is still saying for this block override. I don't want a label on my title field, so I'm going to leave that as it is. You'll see here that I can also choose to exclude this field from the display. While it might seem odd to have a field in your fields list but then exclude it from the display, this is something that is used frequently when constructing more advanced views. You may need the information from a particular field available to be rewritten into another field further down the list. Or you may have other reasons for wanting the field information available but not visible. The title field is currently linked to the content, and we want to leave this as it is. If we were adding an image field, then it wouldn't link to content by default, and we might want to tell it to do so. The next option here is a collapsed field set for style settings. And this has to do with how the field is rendered in HTML in the view. Let's go ahead and open this up. I'm going to scroll up a little bit, and I want to check the box for Customize Field HTML because I want this field to be rendered as a header. I want good semantic markup on every element on my site. So the HTML element I'm going to choose here is going to be a header level 3 because I happen to know that the block title will be rendered as a header level 2. Let's scroll down a little bit further here and take a look at the No Results Behavior field set. I'm going to open that up and I'm going to scroll down and find Hide if empty. Now, the title field will never be empty because that needs to exist on a piece of content. But it's always a good idea to still check off the Hide if empty option under No Results Behavior, unless, of course, you want the field to display even if it is empty. For example, you may want to have other text showing in the No Results text. Scrolling down a little bit further, rewrite results can also be incredibly valuable. Override the output of this field with custom text allows you to make some significant changes to the actual way that this field is rendered. If we click on that, let me scroll down a little bit and show you that there's this replacement patterns. If I expand that, you'll see that I have some values that I can make use of. These are values that exist further up in the field chain, and I might want to actually combine a number of values into one field. So there's a lot of flexibility here in terms of what I can do. This is very powerful. But for now, I'm going to leave this unchecked. I don't actually want to rewrite the results on this particular field. Once you're happy with your settings, you'll click the large Apply This Display button at the bottom of this modal window. Now I'm going to scroll down to the preview and see what those changes look like. We can see that the text is larger and bold because it has the header 3 tag applied to it. Next, we're going to make some edits to the event date field. I'm going to scroll up here and click on event date. I know that I want the words event date to appear before the text, but I'm not actually going to use create a label. I could use that and then put a label in there, but I'm not actually going to use this option. I'm going to rewrite this field and how it renders. The date format that we want is custom format that we wanted for our site, which is the time with the 12-hour clock. I'm going to click on that, and then I'm going to scroll down to rewrite results. I'm going to open that up and select override the output of this field with custom text. The text I'm going to use is date and time, colon, and then from the replacement patterns, I'm going to find the event date. I'll copy that and then paste it right here. Perhaps I want date and time to be bold, so I'm going to use some HTML in here. I'll wrap the label in strong text. Keep in mind that other options that I have here are to include some of the other fields that are in this particular display. I could, for example, use the title token here and then have it say will take place at date and time, and that will all render on the page. As with the other display that we have, we also want the no results behavior to hide if empty. We don't want anything to display if there's no date and time on our event. Once we're happy with all of these settings, we'll click the Apply This Display button. And now we'll scroll down and take a look at what this looks like. If we're happy with this, then we can go ahead and save our view. Scrolling up to the top, I just want to point out once more, because it's really something that I can't point out enough. If you don't save your changes in your view, then they will not exist once you navigate away from here. Right now, the block display has a little star next to it telling me that there are unsaved changes. And there's a warning box up at the top reiterating that point. So I'll go ahead and save this. In this lesson, we briefly saw how powerful the field controls are in the user interface. There is a lot that we can do with just the settings in this environment, and this power should be used with care. It is helpful to understand basic HTML when playing with these settings, and the best practice is to use semantic markup that makes sense rather than to just randomly apply any HTML to get the desired look that you want. If the proper semantic markup does not render the look that you're trying to go for, then you'll use your theme to make it look the way that you want it to look. In this lesson, we're going to place the block display that we created in our upcoming events view on our home page so that it can actually be seen on the site. Right now we're looking at the home page, and we're going to place the block right under external resources in the sidebar on the right-hand side. Let's go back to our view and take a quick look at it. Under displays, we have two displays, upcoming page and block. The block display is the one that we want on the home page. If I scroll down to the preview, you'll see what this looks like. We won't actually place the block using view configuration. Instead, we're going to go under Structure and find Block Layout. If I scroll down here, on the right-hand side, I have the lists of views that are available with block views for display. The one I'm interested in right now is the one that we created, which is Upcoming Events. This only exists because I created that block display. If I did not create that block display, then this would not be available in the list of blocks that I can add. I'll go ahead and click to add this, and you'll see that there are a few options here. First of all, I can display the title or not, and there's a checkbox here where I can override the title if I want it to say something else. I can also change the number of items that display in the block if the default setting that I configured when I set up the view is not what I really want for this particular display. As with other block configuration on our site, I can also restrict where this block displays, and I want to do that by setting it to only display on the front page. The other thing that I want to do here is scroll down, and in Region, I want to make sure to choose Second Sidebar. Now I can go ahead and save this block. And if I scroll down here, it's now in my list of blocks. I'm going to save the block layout page for good measure. And now we can go over to the home page and reload it and see what happens. Now there's a list of upcoming events, which shows up the way that I want it to display. Notice that it's above the external resources block, and I actually want it to display below that block. So I can go back to Structure, Block Layout, scroll down to Sidebar Second, and then simply drag the order to change it. Scroll all the way down and save blocks. I'll go back to my home page, and now the upcoming events block is displaying below external resources. The More link here takes me to the page of upcoming events. In this lesson, we reviewed placing a block into a region on the site and restricting it to the front page. The block that we placed was one that we created in the configuration settings for the upcoming events view. It's specifically a display that shows the next 3 upcoming events, and it is designed for the home page itself. In this lesson, we're going to look at adding one more type of display to our upcoming events view, an RSS feed. It is a good idea to create a feed for any content that you might want available for syndication by a third party. First, let's take a look at the 2 displays that we have on our site for the events feed. I'm going to scroll down a little bit here on the home page. We have this block displaying upcoming events. You'll notice that the very last thing in the block is a More link. This More link will take us to the upcoming events page. And if we scroll down here, we'll see all of our events. And the very last item is just the last event. So let's scroll back up and use the quick edit link that comes up to edit our view. I'm going to go ahead and add a new display, and the type of display that I want to add is feed. First of all, let's point out that there is a very obvious red border around feed. This means that there is some kind of an error with this display, and the display itself, perhaps even the entire view, won't work until this error is fixed. If I scroll down, I will find out what that error is. I have a big message here that says display feed uses a path, but the path is undefined. Because of this, the preview area is not working at all. Let's go ahead and adjust the settings for this display, and in the course of doing so, we will also fix the path. I'm going to leave the display name as feed because I don't intend to have more than one feed here, but I'm going to change the title. Feeds are usually intended for third parties, not for your site itself. So it's useful to have your branding in the title itself. So we'll say upcoming events for, and then add 4 tasty cakes for all. I don't want this title change to affect all displays. I only want it to change the feed display itself. So I need to make sure that before I click Apply All Displays, I change it to Override. Now my button says Apply this display, and that's what I want. Notice that the title now displays in italics, letting me know visually that it is overridden, and not showing what the default shows on the other displays. Under Format, unless you are very, very comfortable with RSS feeds, leave the settings as they are. This will help you have a nicely functioning feed. Also, for a feed, it's typically not a good idea to include sticky at top of lists in the sort criteria. The sort should be purely a list of the content in the order that the events will take place, or in some cases, in the order in which they've been posted, with the newest posting first. For the purposes of this feed, I'm simply going to remove sticky at top of lists. I'm going to do that by clicking Rearrange, overriding this display so that I don't accidentally remove this criteria from my defaults, remove sticky, and then apply to this display. I'm double checking now to make sure that the sort criteria header here is italicized and indicating that it's overridden. Now I need to set a path for my feed. This will help get rid of that error message, and it will also give me a URL that I can give to third-party recipients. I'm going to go up to Feed Settings and click on Path. It's always very nice to make sure that your path indicates what the content really is, and it's also nice to include rss.xml or feed at the end. Notice that the help text here actually indicates this, because then the recipient is very clear on what they're receiving. So the path I'm going to give here is events rss.xml. This is a very helpful URL that tells the third party what they're going to be getting. Then I'll go ahead and apply this. Notice that the red border around the word feed in the display list is now gone. If I scroll down, I still have the error message. This is actually a bug in the version of Drupal that we're using right now, which is a beta. By the time you're using Drupal 8, this bug will probably be fixed and the preview would work at this point. In this current situation, however, we're going to wait to look at the preview until we save this view. The other things that I want to change here, let me scroll back up to the configuration, are in the pager area. I do want to display a specified number of items because a pager doesn't really work in a feed environment. But rather than 10, perhaps I want something more like 20. So I'm going to go ahead and check that. And I'm going to change this to 20. Notice that this is specific to this display and will not affect the other displays. So there's no option to override at this point. I also want to go back up to the feed settings and make one more change up there. Under Path, you'll see Attach To, and it currently says None. We're going to click on None, and I'm going to attach this feed to all 3 displays, Master, Block, and Upcoming Page. This way it'll be easy for somebody to find the feed when they're looking at one of these other displays if they are looking to syndicate this content. It helps me to have my content in as many places as possible because that will ultimately drive traffic to my resources. And now I'll go ahead and click Apply. Since I'm still getting the error message here, display feed uses a path, and I'm not able to actually preview this feed, I'm going to go ahead and save this view. Now it tells me that my view has been updated, and I'm looking at the upcoming events page. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom and we'll see something new here, which is this little RSS feed icon. This allows a user to quickly subscribe to that feed if they want to. If we go back to the home page and then scroll down a little bit, we'll also see that RSS icon at the bottom of the upcoming events block. Let's actually take a quick look at how this particular RSS feed looks by going back to editing the view. I'm going to click on the feed display here, and now my error message will be gone because it will see that the path exists. I'll scroll down and I'll be able to preview the RSS feed. It is meant to display in markup because this is what RSS readers are going to want to see. So this is exactly what you want to see. I can also take a look at this feed in another window. So let's open up a new tab here and go to the feed itself. Again, what we're seeing is the markup. Some browsers will render RSS quite nicely, and this is Chrome, which simply renders the markup. But this is exactly what we want to see. In this chapter, we explored one of the most powerful tools in our Drupal configuration user interface, views. We did this by creating an events view with 3 displays. We have the page display, which shows all of the upcoming events in teaser form. The next upcoming event will show first unless something is marked as sticky. We also created a block display for the home page. So in the right sidebar, we see the next 3 upcoming events listed in order, and we created an RSS display that can be used for content syndication. We examined how we can use views to create lists of content on our site and make it easy for users to find the content that we need them to access. We also explored how we can customize the way that things display in our views. Views are so flexible that almost anything you might need to do for your site can be built with views. If you can imagine it, with enough time and resources, you can probably build it. As complex and powerful as views are, however, they are quite simply nothing more than lists of content or other Drupal entities on your site. In this chapter, we're going to cover text formats, how to customize them, and why they matter. Drupal is a content management system, and depending on how you set up your Drupal site and what permissions you give to your users, you are making it possible for people to add content inline. That content needs to be formatted, which means markup. Markup added by random users or even trusted users presents 2 potential nightmares. First, security. If your users can add any HTML that they want into your site, they can potentially leave backdoors for cross-site scripting or other security holes. They could do this intentionally, but it is far more likely that they would do so unintentionally and not realizing what they have done. Most users are not malicious, but many do know just enough to be dangerous. Second, design. We would all like to believe that everyone realizes that flashing red text is not good user experience design. But the reality is that there are a lot of content editors out there who don't know enough about good branding, design consistency, and best practices. They simply want their content to be noticed, and they'll do anything to make that happen. If you don't prevent your users from being able to experiment with formatting, they will. In order to protect the integrity of your design and brand, it is important to limit what they can do to the key options that fit your style guide. Text formats are the method that Drupal uses to restrict what users can do when entering and formatting content. Let's take a look at where we can control this. We're going to start under the Manage tab, under Configuration. In here, one of the options that we have under Content Authoring is Text Formats and Editors. Out of the box, your Drupal 8 site begins with 4 formats, which you're seeing listed here. Basic HTML is a fairly safe text format available to authenticated users. It allows for things like bold, italic, lists, anchor tags, and images. So the kinds of things that you know that you probably want your content contributors to be able to do with the content. Restricted HTML is a much more limited filter designed specifically for non-authenticated users or the anonymous user who might enter content. The types of content that your anonymous users might enter could include comments or filling out a message field on a form. Content entered using this filter will have potential security holes removed from it before it is rendered on the page. Full HTML allows the content editor to use any HTML markup that they want to. They wouldn't be able to use PHP or JavaScript. This input format is, by default, available only to the administrator role, and it is an input format that you really want to make sure is only used by your absolutely most trusted users. plain text will strip all markup. The user will not be able to make their content bold, italic, or even add a link. Let's take a look at the basic HTML format and see what we can customize. So in the basic HTML row here, I'm going to go under Operations and choose Configure. The first thing that we can do here is choose which roles can use this text format. By default, Drupal has Authenticated User and Administrator set to be able to use the basic HTML text format. If you add user roles to your site, then those roles will also be available to check off here if you want to. The next thing that you can choose is what text editor or visual editor is used for that input format. Out of the box, Drupal 8 comes with CK Editor, which is a very nice one. You can also add your own if you want to, but you will need to add those libraries to your Drupal code, and that's a more advanced project. We're going to come back to this toolbar configuration in another lesson, so I'm going to scroll down a little bit here to Enabled Filters. So what your text format does is it applies filters to whatever has been entered into the body field or whatever field that filter is available for. Those filters will strip out or change anything that should be modified. So for example, you can have this format automatically convert URLs into links. Probably the most important filter here is the Limit HTML Tags filter. This is what's going to strip any potentially nasty code or code that could wreak havoc on your design. When you're checking off your formats, you're also then going to be given a list of the formats with these little grabby handles. You'll want to order the formats in the order that you want them applied to your content. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have the Filter Settings tabs down here. The important one here is Limit Allowed HTML Tags. And now what you're seeing in this text field here are all of the HTML tags that this particular text format will allow without stripping them out before the content is rendered on the page. Once you're happy with the configuration that you've set up here, you'll click the big blue Save Configuration button at the bottom. When entering content, the text formats that are available on the text area fields will display in the order that they're listed on this configuration page. The first one that will show for the user is the first one they have permission for use. So for example, for your authenticated user, the first one that will show is basic HTML. For your anonymous user, the first one that will show is restricted HTML. Let's add a piece of content and see what this looks like. So here's my body field, which is a text area, and here's the text format selection right here. So basic HTML shows first, and then restricted HTML, and then full HTML, because that's the order that they're listed on the configuration page. In this lesson, we covered the importance of text formats for security and the integrity of your site design. We also looked at the settings for the basic HTML text format, which can be customized. As with almost everything else about Drupal, you can also use this to create your own text formats. In this lesson, we're going to review CK Editor, which is the default visual editor available on text formats in Drupal 8. We're also going to take a look at how you can customize CK Editor to be a little bit more appropriate for your specific site. First, let's look at basic content entry and see why a visual editor of some sort is important. So this is the node form for the article content type, and the body field has some basic formatting options available. I'm going to throw some dummy text in here. And we can see that it's very easy for me to quickly add some formatting. So I'm going to do so right now. Perhaps I want to start with a list, and then perhaps I want this to be bold. And if I want to link this to something else, I can do so right here. So this makes it very easy for me to format my content using buttons that are at the top of this text editor. While you may be very comfortable with HTML, chances are very strong that you will have content contributors who are not. And even if you are comfortable with HTML, this just makes it nicer for you to work with your content when you start getting into complex formatting. The buttons that are available in your visual editor should correspond directly to the markup that will be allowed by the text format that's being used. the visual editor can be customized for each specific text format. So right now we're using the basic HTML text format. But if I switch that to full HTML, you'll see that I have a lot more options available in the list of buttons at the top. Let's go back to our text formats and take a look at how we can actually format the visual editor to match the markup that's allowed by the specific text format. First, you'll see that different text formats have different text editors applied to them. Or more specifically, basic HTML and full HTML both have access to the CK editor text editor, but restricted HTML and plain text do not. If you add other libraries to your site, then those libraries would be available to add as the default text editor for your specific text format. We're going to go ahead and configure the basic HTML text format. And we'll look here again where it says text editor. We can choose which text editor is being used. Below that, we have the toolbar configuration. This allows us to determine which buttons are going to show and what order they'll display in our active toolbar. I mentioned earlier that it's really important that the buttons that are available match the tags that you're allowing through your filter. So let's scroll down here and take a look at the bottom. We're limiting allowed HTML tags, and we want to just review the ones that we're allowing so that we can make sure that the buttons that we offer match the ones that we're allowing in here. We'll see that the block formats of header level 4, 5, and 6 are available as HTML that will be allowed through in the format of the specific page. If I go back up to the editor controls here, we'll see that in the active toolbar, there's nothing that makes it easy for us to apply those header levels to our content. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the format button right here, which I know that I want. And if I click on it and drag it, you'll see how the active toolbar changes, and I can go ahead and drop this particular button somewhere in here that makes sense. I'm going to drop it in the formatting group. The other thing that I want to control here in the CK editor settings is this plugin settings category here, which currently only has image. If you add other modules, you might have more options available here. The first thing that you'll specify here is whether or not images can be uploaded through your visual editor. And in this case, we want to allow that because our users might want to put images inline in the body of the text. We can specify a directory that images go into, which is nice because that helps us keep our file directory nice and clean. We can also control maximum dimensions, and we can limit the file size that's allowed. Once we've made all of these changes, we can go ahead and save it. And then let's reload this node form here. And you'll see that format is now one of the buttons available. And in there, I have the formats that match the formats that will actually be allowed through once this particular text field renders on the page. In this lesson, we looked at the text editor and how you can tune the interface for specific text formats. This alone is one of the most helpful tools for making your site easy for your content contributors. Taking the time to make sure that your text editor is nicely structured is a very worthwhile part of site building. In this chapter, we looked into text formats and the text editor, specifically CK Editor, which comes with Drupal 8 Core. Setting text formats that restrict which markup can be used by content contributors is helpful both for security considerations and for ensuring that your site maintains consistent branding. While your content contributors are probably not malicious, they are human and will likely make mistakes or do something that you wish they didn't do if you make it possible for them to do it in the first place. You have the ability to set up extremely fine-grained formats if you'd like. The format that will display first for a user is the first one in the list on this configuration page for which they have permission. They can then select another format if desired. That happens under the field where they might be formatting content. It is worthwhile to help your users out by ensuring that the buttons in your text editor match the markup that you are allowing them to use in that particular text format. And this concludes the chapter on text formats. In this chapter, we're going to look at image fields. One of the most common things for content editors to want to do is add images inline in the body of their content. Let me show you what I mean by this. Let's go to the About page, and I'm going to add an image into the body here somewhere. So I'm going to click Edit and then place my cursor here because that's where I want the image to be. And then I'm going to click the Image button in my text editor and find a file. I'll give this alt text because you always want alt text on all of your images. I can set an image size if I want to. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and do that because I know that this image is quite large and I don't want it to take up a ton of screen space. So I will set it to be 250 pixels wide, and I'll leave height blank so that it adjusts the width and the image itself isn't reshaped. And then I think I'll align this image to the right and give it a caption. I'll scroll down. It's formatted quite nicely. There's a little caption area here. And now I'll go ahead and save this page and keep it published. If I scroll down here, I should see my image. And it looks quite nice because Drupal 8 out of the box with the default theme has images styled in a very nice way, so this works quite well. However, the image is inline in the content. It's not something that I can control with views or put into teasers in a way that might be really interesting. So for example, if I go back to the homepage on my site, we have all of these teasers that have the image displaying in a nice way. Because the image is a field in the article content type, and it's able to be pulled into the view in a very special format. By adding the image inline into the content, it's basically part of a giant blob of text. Let's go to that page. So this image is in no way differentiated as far as Drupal is concerned from the text around it. It's just part of the same piece of data that the overall body is part of. So you really want to be able to have as much control over the formatting options of your images. The more that you can have your content follow strict patterns, the more professional and consistent your site will look, and the more options that you'll have for your overall design on your site. This will also give you better control over syndication, such as how posts might look when users add links on their Facebook or Pinterest pages. With the image just sitting in the middle of the text, Facebook or Pinterest won't necessarily know that it can grab that particular image, or they won't necessarily know which image you would prefer that they take. If we look at the article content type, we'll see that there is an image field right here, and this is the field that populates all of those special image displays that we see in the teasers and other areas of the site. I want to take a quick look at the settings on this field just so that you can see how it can be controlled very specifically. So we're going to go under Structure, Content Types, Article, where we know that image exists, Manage Fields. And in the image row here, I'm going to select Edit. Since this is a field, it can have its own help text where you can talk about what kind of image should be in there. A really good example of something that you might want to include would be something like, please don't use this to show the user necessary information that isn't presented elsewhere. And the reason for that is because images can't really be read by screen readers. So your non-sighted user might not be able to access the information that's in the image. And if that's the only place that critical information is given to the user, you're not making your site accessible. You can also set a default image if you want one, and you can restrict the allowed file extensions. One of my favorite options here is the file directory, which allows you to control where in your site code the files are stored. So let's take a look at that. We're going to head over to our Drupal code here. So under Documents, in our site directory here, we have Sites, Default, Files. All of the files that we upload to our site are going to be stored somewhere in this files directory, unless we've somehow configured something else. So I have a field directory, and in there I have an image directory. Any file that's uploaded into that particular field is then going to be stored in this directory. So this helps me control the directory structure for my Drupal site. You can also control minimum and maximum resolution if you want to make sure that images are of a certain quality, but not too large so as to take up your entire file directory's space there. And then you can also make sure that not only is the alt text field enabled, but that it's required, so that anytime a user adds an image, they have to put alt text in. This is a great tool for helping your site follow Section 508 guidelines. If we go back up to the top here and back to Manage Fields, I'm going to head over to Manage Form Display, and we're going to look at that image row again. We can change some of the settings here for how this displays when a node is created using this form. In this case, we can determine how large we want that image to display for the person who's adding the content. Under Manage Display, going back to the image row, we can also set how the image displays publicly. What I want to point out here is this Configure Image Styles link right here. When you're choosing the image style, there's some preset styles available to you. You can also create some of your own, which is what we're going to do in the next lesson. All files that are uploaded through a field that is specifically designed for files are also stored in your site as entities. Those entities can be accessed by views and other aspects of your Drupal site, and they can be managed to some degree under the Content tab. We'll head over to the Content tab and we'll take a look at the Files tab here. Right here you can see all of the files, in this case all of them are images, that have been uploaded to the site. It also shows us where the file is used. So right now we know that butterfly.jpg is used in one location. We can click on that and actually see the entities that reference this particular file. This is very helpful for managing the media on our site. And this is not limited simply to images, but also to other types of files. In the next lesson, we'll see how powerful this field can be for design and content delivery. In this lesson, we're going to look at how we can automatically manipulate how images display on the site. If we look at the home page, where we have the River of News view of all of the items that have been promoted to front, we'll see that the images are displayed in a clean and consistent manner with proper width for this display. Each image in each of these teasers is using an image style called medium, and it makes them all a consistent width, which looks very professional and clean. If I click on any one of these nodes and look at the node display itself, the image is displaying quite large. This is using the original image style as opposed to the medium style that we were seeing on the home page. This image displays in a responsive manner. Responsive means that the image itself, or the browser as a whole and the user interface that's provided, will reshape according to the viewing device that the user has. So if a user is looking at the site through a mobile phone, which will be quite narrow and small, then the image and the interface around it will all be optimized for viewing in that environment. Let me show that by flipping over to Safari here, where I have this little responsive resize add-on at the top. And right now I'm looking at the site as I would from a full-size desktop. But let's go ahead and change the size so that it's more in line with what we would see on a mobile device. You'll see that as soon as I did that, everything changed and the image dropped down in size so that it wouldn't exceed the width of the browser screen. This means that this is a responsive design and the image itself is responsive and works very nicely regardless of what device I use to come and visit the site. These different displays that we're looking at are image styles. There are 4 default image styles that come with your out-of-the-box Drupal installation: thumbnail, medium, large, and then original image, which isn't technically its own image style, but is an option for displaying the image, which would be the full size regardless of how large or small that image may have been originally. You can also create your own image styles, but first let's take a look at the existing image styles. We're going to find these under Configuration, and then I'm going to scroll down to the Media section here. And the second option that we have available is Image Styles. So I'll go ahead and click on that. And now we see the 3 out-of-the-box image styles that are provided: thumbnail, medium, and large. Medium is the one that's being used on the homepage in the River of News display. A good example of when you might want to use an image style would be a grid where you're displaying a number of images together. Let me show you a grid display for a site that the Cherry Hill Company, the company that I work with, built. So this is a grid display showing a number of different images the same exact size. So this grid looks very professional. And this is a good example of why you might need to use a custom image style. Let's go ahead and create a grid display on our site so that we can see how this looks. I'm going to do this by adding a view. Under Structure, scroll down to Views, Add New View. I'll call this Images. I'm going to show content of type article because I only want to look at article images. And I'm going to create a page. The display format I'm going to use is fields because what I want to look at is the image field with the title field below it. I'll set items to display to 100. I wouldn't normally go that high, but in this case we will just to have a full view of everything. And then we'll save and edit this view. Right now, all this view has in it are titles. So a title from each article that's been published. I'm going to add a field here for images. So I'm going to look for the image field, which shows in the article content type, and I'm going to add that. I don't need a label. I definitely don't want to exclude from display. What I am interested in, though, are these formatters here. So the formatter is going to be image. The image style, let's go ahead and use medium. And let's go ahead and link the image to the content. So we'll use this as an easy gateway into articles. And that's enough. We'll apply this. Now if I scroll down, we see a list of all of the images. We have one article in here that's displaying that doesn't have an image. So I'm just going to add a filter under Filter Criteria. I want to make sure that the image field is not empty. So I'm choosing is not empty as the filter and adding that. Now if I scroll down, I only have those articles that have images listed. The other thing that I want to do is display this as a grid, not an unformatted list. So I'm going to click on Unformatted List under Format and change it to Grid. Let's do 3 as the number of columns, and then I'll apply this. Finally, I want to change the order so that the image shows first and then the title underneath. And now I'm going to save this view. We'll go ahead and head over to this page. So it doesn't look that pretty, which is fine. That's because we need to do some theming work on this. But we do see our grid, 3 images lined up in a row with the title underneath them. All of the images are exactly the same size, the way that it's supposed to look. All 4 of the images that you're seeing here started with the exact same aspect ratio. They were all taken in landscape aspect from my SLR camera. So what happens if I add an image that has a portrait aspect ratio? Let's go ahead and do that and see what happens. I'm going to do that by adding a piece of content, an article, and then this particular article will be about me because the image that I'm going to use is a photo of me. Grab some dummy text. We don't need any tags for this. What we're interested in is the image itself. We'll grab my headshot. I want to point out that it's a portrait. My head is near the very top of the picture, not in the center. And this is going to have an impact on the way that things display. Go ahead and open that. Alt text will be my name. And then I can add a photo credit if I want. And I'll go ahead and save and publish this article. So now if we scroll down here, we see how this image displays. It is a portrait image. And I'm going to head back to that images view. So this messes everything up. We had this nice clean grid and everything was aligned perfectly. But now we have an image that's the wrong shape. It looks messy. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at how to fix this by creating a new image style. In this lesson, we're going to fix the formatting of the images in this table by creating a new image style so that our grid is nice and clean. So we're going to go back to our image styles under Configuration, take a look at the image styles that we have, and let's edit one of these to see how they're working. The medium image style, which says 220 by 220, is using an effect called scale. And that effect is set to scale the image down to be no taller or wider than 220 pixels. So whichever dimension of the image is larger, that's the one that will be scaled, but the shape of the image will remain exactly the same. We have other effects here that we can choose from, and these effects are all very useful for different reasons. One of them, which is off the edge of your screen right now, is scale and crop. What scale and crop will do is resize the image in one dimension to fit the size that you're looking for, and then crop the top and bottom off of the image so that the image has the proper aspect ratio in order to fit into the exact shape that you want it to be. We're going to create a new image style to make this happen. I'm going to add an image style, and let's call it the grid image. I'll create a new style, and now I can set up the effects that I want. I'm going to choose scale and crop. It's definitely worthwhile for you to play with some of the other effects that are available because you can have a lot of fun with restyling the way that your image looks. There are also contributed modules that you can use that add additional effects, but right now we're sticking with the simple scale and crop. I'll go ahead and add this. Now I'm specifying an exact image size that I want. I'm going to set that image size to 200 pixels wide and 100 pixels high so that it has a dramatic impact on the way that the image looks. Go ahead and add this effect. Notice that I have this nice preview here that shows me how this affects the image. I can go back to the image styles list and I'll see that grid image is now one of the options. This style is now available to me in all of the areas where I can set how images display. So we're going to go back to that view, and then we're going to edit this view using the quick edit here. I'm going to scroll down and click on image under fields. Scroll down here. Right now, the image style that I'm using is medium. I'm going to change this to grid image. And then down at the bottom, I'm going to click on the big blue button that says apply all displays. And then I'll go ahead and save this view. Now all of our images fit into the grid quite nicely. They're all sized in the same way, and this looks very professional, except for one problem which I intentionally wanted you to see. The wrong part of my body is displaying in the image. We're going to take a look at how to fix that particular issue in the next lesson. Now that we've set up these image styles, I want to take a quick look at the file system and show you what's happening here. In our file system, you'll see that there's a directory here called Styles. In Styles, there are 4 directories, one for each of the image styles that exist. So grid image being one of those 4 directories. And if I click through here, I see a version of each of these images that is exactly the size of the image style that I wanted. Notice that in the description area here, the dimensions are 200 by 100. So what's happening is that Drupal is actually creating a real file for the presentation of that image. This creates better site performance and makes the experience for your user far more forgiving if your content editors upload enormous images that should not be served to the end user because they just take too much bandwidth. Let's go back to our site here, configuration, image styles. Under the operations section here, you'll see that one of the options in the drop-down menu is flush. If you change your image style, then you'll want to flush the existing ones, which will remove all of those image files that were created and start generating new image files based on the new style settings that you have in place. In previous lessons, we created a new image style that was 200 pixels wide by 100 pixels high that we called grid image. We then applied the grid image style to this view that we're looking at right here, and that's what's enabling each image to have the same aspect ratio and make this view look fairly professional. Unfortunately, in the case of one of these images, which happens to be a portrait aspect ratio image, which is a photo of a person, this causes the cropping on the particular image to be very strange because it's focusing on the neck. What happens with these image styles by default is that they will adjust according to the actual center of the image. We can fix this very easily using a contributed module called Focal Point. The first thing we need to do is grab the Focal Point module and make sure that it's in our site so that we can enable it. We're going to take a look at the Focal Point module on Drupal.org and see what it does. We can see that this is a very active module. The last commit was 2 weeks ago, so it hasn't been long since it's been touched by the maintainer. We can also see what this module does, which is it provides crosshairs that allow us to reset what Drupal would consider the center of the image when it dynamically applies image style actions to that image. When we download our module and add it to our directory, we're going to add it in the modules directory in our Drupal root. This module has already been added here. I'm going to go back to my site, and under the Extend area, I'm going to go ahead and find the Focal Point module and enable it. Focal Point doesn't require a lot of configuration in order for it to work. So now all I need to do is go back to that particular node that has a problem. We'll drill down all the way into it. I'm going to click Edit here, scroll down until I find the image, and then I'm going to take the crosshairs that now exist on the image and I'm going to drag them to the center of my face. In the interest of having a good revision log here, I'm going to check off Create a new revision, and I'm going to set this particular revision log message to say that I recentered the image. I'll click Save and Keep Published, and nothing changes on the actual node itself because the node is showing the original image. If we go back to the images view and reload it, we'll see that nothing has changed here either. Now, the reason is because we also need to make a change to our image style. Right now, our image style is using an action called Scale and Crop. Focal Point has its own actions so that the image style knows what to do with that focal point. So I'll go under Configuration, and then let's scroll down here to Image Styles in the Media section. The image style that we're interested in is Grid Image, so I'm going to go ahead and edit that. Right now it has an effect of Scale and Crop to 200 by 100. I'm going to click on this drop down here and add a new effect, which will be Focal Point Scale and Crop. We'll add that, set that to the same dimensions, 200 by 100, add the effect, and now we can remove the original Scale and Crop effect because we don't need it anymore. And just for good measure, I'm going to click Update Style, even though this change has already taken effect. Now we can go back to that images view and see what happened. And on reload, it moved my face to the proper placement in the image. Sometimes the changes that you make to an image style will not load right away because there will be cached versions of the images stored on your site. You can get rid of these under the Image Styles configuration area. We'll scroll down here in Media to Image Styles, and you'll see that one of the operations when you click on this little drop-down menu is Flush. Flush will get rid of every stored derivative of an image and then cause those images to be recreated fresh the next time somebody accesses a page that would display that image. Let's go back to our view here. There are many other ways to fix odd cropping by automated image styles, but this one, Focal Point, is one of my favorites. I suggest you review the other options on Drupal.org or create your own options when you are looking to solve this problem. You will find the recipe that works best for your projects. We have talked a lot about responsive behavior and how Drupal 8 is built with mobile first in mind. Responsive design and mobile-first content delivery have become so important that Google has recently changed its search algorithm to prioritize responsive sites. Let's review again what this means in the context of images, looking at the article node, Exploring Spices. I'm going to switch over to Safari and just resize this again using the responsive resize bar. So right now we're looking at it at full size. We see a very large image. If we drop down to tablet size, we're still looking at a very large image. If we drop down to a mobile size, we see that the image gets smaller. The image, however, is exactly the same image in each case. So my browser is still loading the larger image right now, even though it's displaying it smaller. It's just rendering it at a smaller size. This means that in terms of bandwidth usage, I still had to download the full-sized image, and if this were a very large image, that could potentially be a huge waste of my mobile device's data. In some cases, you also may want a different aspect ratio for the image at different sizes. Perhaps on a mobile device, you actually want an image that's wider and not very tall, so that it's not taking up very much of the vertical screen space. This is where responsive images come into play. Responsive images requires another Drupal module to be enabled. The module that's needed happens to be part of Drupal core, so we're going to head over to Extend, and in search, I'm going to type in responsive, and I get a couple of options that have RES. The one that I'm interested in is responsive image. But before I enable it, I want to take a quick look at what's required. And it says that it requires the breakpoint image, file, and field modules. All of these modules are enabled. They don't have the little disabled indicator in parentheses next to the module name, so I know I'm all set. If one of them were actually disabled, when I tried to enable responsive image, it would ask me if I also wanted to enable the other module that was required. If a required module were missing, then I wouldn't be able to even attempt to enable the responsive image module. We'll go ahead and enable this module, save configuration. Now I can go over to configuration, scroll down here to media, and I have a new item under the media menu, responsive image styles. With responsive image styles, you are essentially creating a new display option for image fields, but this display will be a collection of multiple image styles. So before you set up your responsive image styles, you need to make sure that any image style that you want to use in a specific responsive image style exists under image styles. I'll go ahead and click on responsive image styles here. And there are no styles yet, so we're going to create one. You'll see this required drop-down menu underneath the label field, which is Breakpoint Group. This drop-down menu shows the themes that are enabled on the site that have responsive behaviors. As long as your theme is responsive and breakpoints have been defined, your theme will be able to have a breakpoint group that can be used by responsive image styles. We'll go ahead and save this. And now we can set up this particular responsive image style. I'm going to scroll down here, and what we have are the 3 breakpoints defined by the theme that we've told this particular image style to use, which is also the theme that we're using right now on the site. Each of those breakpoints then needs to have an image style associated with it. So in this case, we're going to use this in that view of images that we created. And what I'm going to say is that for the wide and narrow versions, we want to see the grid image style. But for the mobile version, we want to see the thumbnail style because we want it to be nice and small. Go ahead and save this. Now we've created this image style, and we can go ahead and edit either a content type display or our view to use the responsive image style as opposed to just a plain image style. Let's go ahead and edit our article content type. We'll go under Structure, Content Types, Article, and what we're interested in right now is Manage Display. So I'm going to take this image field and the format I'm going to change from image to responsive image. We'll take a look at the settings, and we only have one responsive image style right now. And then we need a fallback image style. I'll go ahead and use thumbnail for the fallback. And then we can link the image if we want to. I'll go ahead and update this and then save. Now if we go to an article node, we'll go back to content here and find an article. In the wide version, it's using that grid image that we set up for it to use. And just as a reminder, in this case, the grid image style does not look so great with the headshot that we've chosen to place here, which is intentional because we wanted to show off the capabilities of the focal point module in another lesson, which would fix this particular issue. This also gives a very dramatic display of what responsive images are capable of. So let's head over to Safari where we have our breakpoints. And I'm going to go to the home page here and scroll down and look for that About Rain article. Here it is. So now we'll click on that. And you can see right here that in the mobile version, we're seeing the full picture, but it's a very small version. It's been scaled down to 100 pixels tall. So it's not much of a bandwidth hog, which is very nice for mobile users. If I resize this to full screen, the image style jumps back to the grid image style. This helps to preserve bandwidth and improve site performance. These are both nice benefits, along with getting a boost from Google in search results for offering a responsive experience to your visitors. In this lesson, we're going to cover file fields. This entire chapter has been about files, as images are also files. The file field, however, has settings that are slightly different from the image field, as it is designed to handle files that will be downloaded rather than ones that render on the page. In order to work with the file field, we're going to add this field to the article content type. So I'm going to head under Structure, Content Types, Article. I want to manage fields, and I want to add a new field to this content type. I'm going to select field type, and I want to choose file instead of image. Now I'll click Save and Continue. And now I have the field settings that I need to go through for the file field. The first setting that I need to choose is whether or not I want the display field to be enabled. The display field is a little checkbox that allows me, when I'm uploading a file to a node, to choose whether or not that file will actually display in the list of files on the node. And this display would be for the unauthenticated general public. It is possible that you might want to be able to upload files to a node without actually having them display on the node. Perhaps you want to use the file field as an archival field of some sort, and the content of that field is not really intended for the public. This might be an instance where you would enable the display field and let people choose whether or not the file will actually display when users look at the node itself. So in this case, I'm going to enable that little checkbox. And now I need to decide whether or not files are displayed by default. And in this case, I do want files to be displayed by default. Now I'll go ahead and click Save Field Settings. And we're going to get the rest of the form to set up the file field on the article content type. I can include help text. I need to indicate what extensions are allowed. Typically, the extension that you're probably going to allow is going to be PDF. You might also want to allow docs or spreadsheets of some sort, and you may want to allow TIFF files or archival files as well. Notice that I did not include the dot at the beginning of the extension, and this is an area where the help text is going to be very helpful for you, so you do want to pay attention to that. As with images, the file directory is the directory in your Drupal root structure where these files will be stored, because these are uploads that the user is putting into your directory structure. So in this case, I'll do something logical. You can limit the upload size if you have limited storage space, which is a good idea because if large files are transferred, that is going to give your site a performance hit. So you do want to make sure that your users are only transferring files that you know your server can handle. Then finally, down here at the bottom is Enable Description field. The description field allows you to enter human readable titles for your files so that the user's not actually just looking at a file name, but rather at something that's friendly for them to look at. So we'll go ahead and enable this and then save these settings. Now that we've added this field to our article content type, we can go ahead and edit one of our articles. Let's find one here, Exploring Spices, and then I'll click Edit and scroll down, and this field is now available. It looks very much like the image field before you start uploading images, but I'm going to go ahead and upload a file now. And then I have a little checkbox here allowing me to include the file in the display or not. Notice that the description field does not show even though I checked off the description field in my field settings. This is a bug with the current beta. Without this bug, you would actually see a text field next to the image where you could then put in the human readable text that you want the user to see. So I'm going to go ahead and save this and keep this published. Now if I scroll down to the bottom here, there's a download at the bottom of my node. There are a number of ways that you can display your file fields that may or may not be more appropriate for your specific site. Right now, we're just showing the file itself, which displays a little icon representing what type of file this is. So that's helpful for the user. If I wanted to show these files in a table, for example, then I can just go to Structure, Content Types, Article, and I'm going to go to Manage Display. And then under Downloads, I'm going to choose Table of Files. I'll save this, and then we'll go back to that particular piece of content. Scroll down to the bottom, and now we're seeing the downloads listed in a table, which includes both the file name and the size. As with images, this is also an entity that will display under your content management area, under the Files tab. So you'll see here that the very first item, since it's the most recent one that we added, is the PDF that we uploaded. The MIME type tells us this is a PDF as opposed to an image. In this lesson, we took a quick look at the file field type, which behaves very similarly to images, but has settings that are unique to files. In this chapter, we covered media, specifically images and files. When configuring your file and image fields, you can carefully select where uploaded files go in your Drupal directory structure. You can also set predefined styles that the site will automatically use to create image derivatives in order to render appropriately sized and formatted images on the site. We also looked at responsive images, which make it easy for you to optimize your site for any viewing device. Drupal's media capabilities can be expanded with contributed modules and include the ability to handle video and audio if desired. I would encourage you to seriously consider third-party tools for video and audio if you are going to have this kind of media on your site. I say this not because of Drupal's capabilities, which are quite strong, but rather because of what it takes from a maintenance standpoint to serve media such as video and audio. Effective use of Drupal's image and responsive image styles and file display options can give your site a highly professional feel with very little effort. In this chapter, we are going to cover taxonomy. Taxonomy is a tool for categorizing content on your site. Typical tags on a blog are part of taxonomy. The current hashtag trend in social media is part of taxonomy. Both of these examples are typically what we would consider free tagging, where the user can create any term they want to as they go. When creating the structure of your Drupal site, however, you may want to create what we call controlled vocabularies. Controlled vocabularies can make it easy for users to find the content that they want because you're defining a structure based on specific subjects. In order to really demonstrate how controlled vocabularies within your taxonomy can help define the structure of the site and make content easy to find, I want to take a look at Library Site, which is a product that the company that I work for, the Cherry Hill Company, puts out for public libraries. In Library Site, there are a number of pages that have these filters at the top here, audience, and in this case, resource type. Or if I go over to events, there's an audience filter at the top. The audience filter right here is a list of terms, and this right here is a controlled vocabulary. If I select any one of these terms, such as teens, and apply, the content that is returned to me is only content that has been marked with the teens term. Likewise, if I go over to Library Collection here, I have this audience vocabulary right here where I can choose a specific term. I also have another category here, another controlled vocabulary, which has options for type of resource. If I go to one of these landing pages that match the audience vocabulary, such as teens, and scroll down to the bottom of the page, I have events and news that are specifically tagged with the teens term. Let's go back to our demo site, and we're going to head under Manage, Structure, because taxonomy is something that helps us define the structure of our site. And then we're going to scroll down to the bottom here and find Taxonomy. There are two vocabularies that already exist. Tags came with Drupal out of the box. This is a free tagging vocabulary that behaves similarly to when you think about the hashtags on social media or when you think about tagging on blog posts. Forums is a vocabulary that was created automatically when we enabled the forum module. The forums vocabulary is a controlled vocabulary, and any term that's added to this vocabulary becomes a forum that is available for people to have discussions on. So taxonomy is the word for the overall functionality of categorization within your Drupal site. Within taxonomy, you have vocabularies. In the library site example, there were two different vocabularies categorizing content: audience and resource type. Individual terms can typically be clicked on to see all of the content that has been categorized with that term. We can see this in action on our demo site here, where we have the free tagging. So let's go to the home page, and then we'll scroll down here and find one of these terms in the tags. We'll find gluten-free, and if we click on that, now we see a list of all content that has been tagged with the gluten-free term. This kind of metadata can really help you structure the content of your site, as well as create relationships between content. To review, there are two types of vocabularies: controlled and free tagging. Controlled vocabularies have a predefined list of terms from which the content editor must choose. Free tagging allows the content editor to add whatever terms they want and create new ones when entering content. Free tagging is more like the current hashtag craze, whereas controlled vocabularies are an effective resource for creating a site structure. In the next lessons, we'll see how we can put taxonomy to use on our site. In this lesson, we're going to add a controlled vocabulary that will be a key structural component of our site. Tasty Cakes for All is not only about providing blog posts and events, but also recipes. Recipes can be categorized in many ways, but in this case, our users are probably interested in easily finding recipes based on their food sensitivities. Likewise, our blog posts may be relevant to specific sensitivities, so this will be an effective way to categorize content on our site. Our blog posts have already been using free tagging. We take a look at the river of news on our homepage. We see the free tags that have been created, and we've been putting the food sensitivities into these free tags. This is too loose of a structure, however, for us to effectively use towards our current goal of providing a really nice, effective interface. The first step to making something a little bit more structured is to create a controlled vocabulary. We're going to do this under Manage, Structure, Taxonomy, and then we'll create a new vocabulary, which we will call food sensitivities. And now we'll save this. Once the vocabulary exists, if we want it to be a controlled vocabulary, it needs to have terms in it. Otherwise, there's nothing for the user to select. So we're going to add a couple terms. We can include descriptions for our terms. Let me go ahead and add some dummy text here. And we can relate our terms to other terms. Right now, no terms exist to relate this one to, so there's nothing in the parent terms option. We'll come back to this. As with our content notes, we can also create a URL alias for this term. And then we'll save this. We're going to add a couple more. The peanut-free term should probably be related to the nut-free term. So we're going to say that the parent term for peanut-free is nut-free. This means that nut-free is kind of an umbrella over the peanut-free category. And now we'll just do one more so that we have a good selection here. Now let's go back to the list so that we can see all of them. And we can also see the structure. So peanut-free was said to be a child of nut-free, and you can see that it's indented here. Each of these terms is a Drupal entity and can be referenced or treated just like content and files. Now this vocabulary is available to the site, and we can add it to our content type so that they can use it. So we're going to head over to the article content type under Structure, Content Types, Article. We're going to manage fields, and now we're going to add a new field. The field that we're adding is a reference to an entity. So it's under the new field list, and the entity type that we're referencing is taxonomy term. So we're going to select that. We can label this food sensitivities. Now we need to say which vocabulary it's going to use. Obviously, we want it to use the food sensitivities category, which was selected by default only because it's the first one in alphabetical order. We'll leave that selected, and we're going to allow unlimited values because there might be multiple sensitivities that a recipe addresses. And then we'll save these field settings. We can add help text. We can set the field to required. We can set a default value, just like setting up any other field on our content type. Save these settings. Now we're going to head over to the form display so that we can control how this particular field looks on the node form. I'm going to scroll down until we find the food sensitivities item. And instead of select list, I'm going to choose checkboxes radio buttons because there aren't too many, and that I think will look pretty nice. If I wanted to turn this into a free tagging vocabulary, I could do so right here by choosing autocomplete term widget tagging, which would then allow me to create terms in the field itself. But I don't want to allow this because this is a controlled vocabulary. And now we'll go ahead and save this form display setting. Okay, let's go ahead and edit an existing article content. We'll edit the myth of healthy here. And we can take a look at this new field, which is a list of checkboxes. So in this case, we're going to add gluten-free and dairy-free, since people often believe that if something is gluten-free and or dairy-free, it's more healthy than other products. And now we'll save this and keep it published. If we take a look at this piece of content, scroll down to the bottom, we can see these food sensitivity tags right there on our article. Clicking on either one of these will take us to a list of everything tagged with that particular food sensitivity tag. Right now there's only one item, but you will also notice that there's a description up at the top because a taxonomy term is an entity and therefore it has fields on it. And this text comes from the description that we set when we created the taxonomy term itself. So in this lesson, we added a new vocabulary, food sensitivities, with a few terms already set in it. This is a controlled vocabulary, so people will not be able to add terms to it while they're creating content. We also set up the article content type to use this controlled vocabulary for the purposes of our site structure. In this lesson, we're going to review creating a content type, and we're going to make sure that that content type references the food sensitivity vocabulary so that we can use it to structure how this content is displayed. The content type we will create is recipe. Let's go ahead and do that now under Structure, Content Types, Add Content Type. Under Submission Form Settings, we're going to change the title field to Dish Name. Under Publishing Options, we'll disable Promoted to Front Page. And under Display Settings, we'll disable Display Author and Date information. Under Menu Settings, we'll disable Main Navigation because we don't want these recipes added to the main menu. We'll go ahead and save this. We're going to add a couple of fields here. First, we're going to change the label on the body field to Directions. We'll scroll down and save this. And now we'll start adding fields. We're going to add a plain text field for ingredients. This particular field is going to have an unlimited number of values because there may be multiple ingredients. And we have all the normal field settings here. You'll see how it'll display, and we'll save that. The other field that we need to add here is the food sensitivity term reference. This field already exists because we created it in the article content type. So we're going to reuse an existing field, and we're going to look for taxonomy term food sensitivities. We're going to leave all of the settings the same as what we've done before. Save this. And now we have all of the key fields that we need for our recipes. Let's go to Manage Form Display and just make sure that everything looks the way that we want it to. We want the dish name to be a text field. We'll keep that as it is. We want ingredients to show up before directions. And we may also want food sensitivities to be the first thing that displays. We're going to change Select List to checkboxes. And on the ingredients field here, we're going to increase the size of the text field because some of the ingredients might be kind of long. So we'll just add a little bit to it, change it to 100, update that. And that's enough. We can save this and be happy with our form. Now that we have the recipe content type, we can take a quick look at what it looks like to add content. So we'll go to Content, Add Content, and then choose Recipe. And we can see what this form looks like. It's pretty straightforward, nothing wrong with it. For the next lessons, and in order to really set up this functionality the way that we want it to behave, we need a few recipe nodes to exist so that we can see how everything works. Rather than sitting here and creating one node at a time, I'm going to use a module called the Devel module, which is very helpful when you're building a site for the first time and you need sample content in place. Let's look at the Devel module on Drupal.org. We can see that this module is definitely one that has a lot of activity. If you look at the reported installs, there's over 211,000 sites using this module. So let's go ahead and download this module. We need to grab the Drupal 8 version. We're going to download that. And now that we've downloaded it, we'll head over to our Finder, extract this, and then drop it into our modules directory. Now we can go back to our site and go to the Extend tab here, find Devel and enable it. Not only am I going to enable the Devel module, but I'm also going to enable this other module here, Devel Generate. You'll see in the description that it says generate dummy users, nodes, menus, taxonomy terms. In our case, we want to generate some dummy nodes so that we have something to develop with. So I'll check that off and I'm going to save both of these. I'll find the Devel tools under configuration, so we're going to head over there. We'll scroll down to development here, scroll a little bit further, and what I'm interested in right now is generate content. I'll check off recipe, and we might as well do 50 nodes. That's perfectly fine. We can leave all of the settings as they are, and now we'll go ahead and generate. We now have 50 recipe nodes. If I go to content here and sort by type recipe, I can filter that. You'll see that we have a lot of content here. If I click on one of these, it has all of the fields filled out as they need to be. I do want to point out a bug here. The Devel module is pulling tags from different vocabularies and not just from the food sensitivities vocabulary. If we try to edit this node, it will correctly only allow us to choose from actual food sensitivities. But since we're using this for development purposes, it's okay that there's a little bit of a bug in the module. This is something, however, that we would want to report on Drupal.org in the issue queue. Now that I have a bunch of nodes that use the terms that I'm looking for, if I click on one of these terms, such as dairy-free, I'll see a page that has all of the content listed on it that uses the dairy-free term. This is the term page, and since the term is an entity, it can also be modified. Let's take a look at this. So I'm on the dairy-free term right here. Let's go back to structure, down to taxonomy, food sensitivities. And now that I'm looking at the terms for food sensitivities, I see up here at the top that I also have Manage Fields, Manage Form Display, and Manage Display tabs. So this allows me to actually add fields to these terms and to manage the way that they display. This means that I could put, for example, an image at the top if I wanted to, or I could put other fields in here for other types of information, such as external resources on this particular food sensitivity. This can be incredibly useful for setting up the structure of your site and making it really easy for users to find the types of things that they need. In this lesson, we reviewed creating a custom content type and set that content type to reference terms from a vocabulary. We also looked at how those terms are entities into themselves and have their own pages in our Drupal site. In this chapter, we looked at taxonomy, which is a powerful resource for structuring your site by providing categorization tools. Taxonomy is the overall functionality and contains vocabularies. Vocabularies are the specific types of categorization that might happen. Within a category, there are terms. Terms are the subjects within each overall category. Terms are Drupal entities just like content nodes, files, and users, and can be treated as such, including adding custom fields and formatting. In order to use this categorization method on content, you must allow the content type to reference the relevant vocabularies by adding the reference field to the node form. A well thought out taxonomy structure will make for a well structured site, which does most of the work for you in ensuring that your site is accessible and easy to use. Since ultimately people want to get to the content that's relevant to them as quickly as possible, it's important that you make these resources available. In this chapter, we're going to dive deeper into Drupal views and what you can do with views in order to provide more contextually appropriate content to your user. Drupal views offer some sophisticated filtering options. We're specifically going to look at exposed and contextual filters, which enable a Drupal site builder to deliver specific content to the user based on contextual information that's dynamically pulled from the user's session or other information, such as what other content might be on the page. And all of this can be set up entirely through the user interface while building your Drupal site. In this particular lesson, we're going to look at exposed filters. Exposed filters are filters that are visible to the user. The user is able to make choices as to which content they see by choosing how the content is filtered. This is a common user experience on shopping sites. For example, if you're looking to purchase children's clothing, you might want to filter the choices of clothing to those which are the appropriate size for the child. A great example of exposed filters can be found in your Drupal site out of the box, in the Content Management page. So we're going to click on Content under the Manage section, and we'll see that all of the content on the site is listed. There's a lot of content. Up here at the top, we have filters that are available to us to change what content displays. So we can say that we only want to see content of type recipe, and then filter, and now we only have 5 items available to us. These are exposed filters, and they're very easy to add to your own view when you're configuring your Drupal site. We're going to go ahead and do that by creating a view of recipes and then enabling the user to choose which food sensitivities are considered in the list of recipes that are displayed to them. I'm going to go under Structure, scroll down to the bottom for Views, and now I'm going to add a new view. The view will be called Recipes. It's going to show content of type recipe. And I'm going to go ahead and create a page. The URL recipes is perfectly fine for this particular page. I will leave all the other settings default, except that I do want to create a menu link. The menu that I want this to be part of is Main Navigation, and the link text Recipes is perfectly adequate. So I'm going to go ahead and save and edit this view. And if I scroll down to the preview area here, I will see all 5 of the recipes that have been added to this site. Let's go ahead and save this view. And now I'm going to head back to the site in a new tab so that we can keep this view open and continue to edit it. And we see that I have this recipes tab right here in my menu. If I click on it, it shows me all of the recipes on the site. But what I really want is a drop-down menu up here at the top that allows me to choose which recipes we're actually seeing based on whatever food sensitivity I have. So I'm going to go back to the View tab here, scroll down, and what I want to do is add a new filter. So I'll click Add, and I'm going to search for food sensitivities. I'm going to check that one off and apply it to all displays. I happen to know of a bug in this particular version of Drupal 8, which is a beta, that's going to cause the next steps that we're going to take to fail. We will be able to fix them, so in case this bug lingers into the version of Drupal 8 that you use, you'll know how to work around it. The first thing that I need to do is reselect which vocabulary I'm using, even though I've chosen the food sensitivities field. So I know that that's selected, and we'll leave that as it is. The next thing that I want to do is change the selection type from autocomplete to dropdown. And the reason why I want to do this is because autocomplete would require the user to have an idea of what food sensitivities are available on the site, whereas the dropdown is going to actually place the text into a select list that I can then choose from. So in this particular case, because there aren't very many food sensitivities listed in the vocabulary, dropdown is easier. So I'll go ahead and select that. And we do know that it has a hierarchy, so I'll select that as well. Now I'm going to apply and continue. I can further adjust the operators here, including choosing to filter by a specific term if I want to. So if I want to pre-filter all of the recipe's content by gluten-free, I would go ahead and make that selection here. But I want the user to make the choices. I don't want any choices to be preset, so I'm going to leave all of these terms unselected. I can also change whether or not the results are one of, or none of, or any other operator available here. The real piece of this that I'm interested in is expose this filter to visitors and allow them to change it. And here's where the bug is going to come in. When I check this off, this modal is going to reload and it's going to go back a step in the process of applying this filter. So I'm just going to go ahead and click Apply. And we'll go ahead and go back and fix these settings again so that we can turn this into an exposed filter. If we look under filter criteria here in this list, food sensitivities is now one of the filter options available, but it's not filtering by any sensitivity. That's why it says or unknown, because no particular sensitivity has been chosen. So I'm going to click on this, and now I'm going to recheck expose this filter to visitors. Now the modal has reloaded and it's given me the specific options that I actually want to work with in setting up how the user interacts with this particular filter. The only option that I'm going to change here is the label, because you'll see here that the label is showing the machine name for this field. The machine name is not very user-friendly. Most users won't know what to do with it. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that so that the label is much more comfortable for a user to look at. And at the very bottom of this modal is a blue Apply button. I'm going to go ahead and click on that and apply these settings to this filter. Now under Filter Criteria, you'll notice that or unknown has changed to exposed. If I go ahead and save this, the view has reloaded and it tells me that it's saved. Now we'll go back to the page here and reload it. And you'll see that at the very top here, there is now a drop-down list that's allowing me to make a selection. At the start, we're seeing all 5 recipes. If I change the food sensitivity selection here to egg-free and apply, we're only going to see 2 recipes. Another very easy and useful option for exposed filters is the search keyword filter. This filter is going to enable you to create a focused search field that's a text field that will only search content that also meets all of the other filter parameters for the site. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to the view, scroll down to Filter Criteria, and I'm going to add a new filter. And rather than scroll through all of these fields that are available, I'm going to type in the words that I know are related to the filter that I want to apply. So I'll start typing in the word key, and now I have search keywords. I'll check that off and apply to all displays. Now remember that bug that we experienced last time. So rather than go ahead and try to check off expose filters and go through that, I'm going to click Apply, and then we'll come back to the search keywords filter here, click on it, and now we'll go ahead and expose it to the visitor. The label in this case is perfectly adequate, so we'll leave it as it is. And I'm going to go down to the bottom of this modal here and click the word apply. Now I'll go ahead and save this particular view, and we'll reload the recipes page and see what's happened. My egg-free food sensitivity filter has remained in place. I could change that back to any if I wanted, but I'm going to leave it there. And the search keywords text field is now available in my filters. So if I go ahead and type chocolate and apply, scroll down here, now the results that this view is giving me are only egg-free recipes that have the keyword chocolate within them. I can remove egg-free, go back to any, apply, and chocolate is still the valid parameter here. So now I have two options because coconut macaroons, while chocolate is not in the title, have the ingredient chocolate in their ingredients list. So that keyword is part of the content. In this lesson, we looked at an extremely easy and powerful tool for delivering relevant content for the user, which is exposed filters on view displays. When you use these as a site builder, you create an experience for your user in which they can make their own choices about which content they want to see. In this lesson, we're going to cover a more intermediate filtering option, contextual filters. Contextual filters look at the context of the page being viewed. Any number of elements may be considered in a contextual filter, such as something about the URL path that the user happens to be on your site, the type of user that is actually engaging with your site, when that user last logged into the site if they are authenticated, when the content that they're looking at was created, and much more. The clearest example of how contextual filters work is with an out-of-the-box view for taxonomy. This comes with Drupal when you install it, and it's already set up. A lot of our content is already making use of the terms that we've set up in the vocabularies in our taxonomy. So if I scroll down here, we have all of these articles on the home page, and they have tags. These are terms, and if I click on any one of these terms, such as baked goods, I'm now taken to a display of all of the content with that specific term selected. So if I scroll down here on baked goods, I see a few articles that are available. We also added a vocabulary to our recipes content for food sensitivities. So if I go into one of these recipes and I click gluten-free, and if I scroll down here, you'll see a number of nodes that have been given the term gluten-free. Some of these nodes are recipes, and one of them happens to be an article. At the very top of the page, you'll also see that there's a paragraph here. And this paragraph is actually set up in the taxonomy term itself. If I click edit here, I'm going to edit the taxonomy term, not any of the articles listed below. So you can see that happening here. If I go back and view this term page, again, I see all of the content that has been created that uses that term. So this is a view that's actually displaying, and this view is using contextual filters. The contextual filter that it's using is coming from the URL path for the page that I'm on. And let's take a look at that up here. So here's the URL path that I'm on. It says taxonomy, term, and then it uses a number here. This is the term ID. Every taxonomy term on your site is going to have a unique ID for that specific term. So this one happens to be term number 8. Now we're going to go ahead and go to the view and take a look at how that's working. So if I mouse over the area where the content is, I get this little contextual link here, which I can click on, and then I can choose Edit View. And this will take me to the view, which is available in my list of views. I can also get there under Structure, scroll down to Views, and then look for the taxonomy view. So taxonomy term and edit. If I scroll down here into the preview area, you'll see that there are no results. Now I happen to know that the contextual filter that I was looking at previously was for the term with the ID 8. That was the gluten-free taxonomy term. I know that because we looked at the URL together just before we came over here. So in here, under preview with contextual filters, I'm going to add 8, and then I'll update the preview. And now if I scroll down, it will actually show me all of the results for that particular taxonomy term because of the contextual filter that I placed into the preview area. So how is the view actually making this happen? I'm going to scroll up here into the view area itself, and there's this tab here for advanced, which is collapsed by default because most of your views will not use the advanced settings. But we'll go ahead and open this up, and you'll see that the very first item here is contextual filters. The filter that has been added here is content has taxonomy term ID. So if I were adding this for the first time, I would click on add. And then if I knew that I wanted to go with a taxonomy term, I could type in the beginnings of the word that I'm looking for. And now this filter becomes available to me in the list. So I could check that off and start setting what I need to make this work the way that I want. I'm going to cancel this here. I want to point out that I'm using the contextual filter here rather than adding the filter under filter criteria. The reason that I'm doing this is because if I add the filter under filter criteria, then what I need to do is set this particular display to filter to a specific taxonomy term. If I did that, then I would have to create a new display for every single one of the terms on my site, which doesn't make a lot of sense. I know that I want this particular display to be available for each and every taxonomy term that's on the site, and I don't want to have to create an individual display for each and every one because that would be a lot of overhead and maintenance. So rather than adding a filter for term ID 8, what I'm going to do is add a contextual filter, and that's going to be content has taxonomy term ID. And if we click on this, now I have a few settings that I can choose here. If there are no results, then I don't want there to be a page available. So there's probably not a taxonomy term 203 on our demo site because we haven't built in enough content yet. So if somebody went to the URL taxonomy/term/203, the result that they would get would be page not found. I'm going to scroll down a little bit more here. And you'll see this override title option here that's checked off. The help text here is very useful. What this is saying is use %1 for the first argument and %2 for the second argument. This continues on. You could use %3 for the third argument and so on and so forth. So what is the argument here? The argument is what's listed under our contextual filters. So right now we only have one argument, and that argument is taxonomy term ID. So what this is saying is for the title of this page, rather than displaying none or displaying taxonomy term, take the term itself and display that. I'm going to scroll down here a little bit more and just show you that there are more options available. So we're going to go ahead and apply this to all displays. And actually, in this case, I'm going to cancel it because we haven't made a change. If I scroll down here, show you 8 is the term ID that we're looking for. The title that it's giving us is gluten-free because gluten-free is the actual term, the actual text term for the term ID 8. So that %1 is rewriting itself as gluten-free. And it's also saying, okay, here is all of the content that uses the taxonomy term with the term ID 8. Let's scroll back up here. And I also want to show you something else that's happening with this contextual filter. Under page settings, you have path, and you'll see that the path here is taxonomy term %. If I click on this to edit it, we get some really nice help text here. This help text tells us that we can use the % symbol to represent values that are used for the contextual filters. So when I showed you that the path for that gluten-free page was taxonomy term 8, what's happening here is the view is saying display on the path taxonomy term 8, this particular view, with the content that has the term ID 8. I'll cancel this because I don't actually want to edit this. And then the other thing that I want to show you here is the header. So we know that views are lists of content. And what we've been seeing up until now is that your filters will then show all of the content for that specific item that you're looking for. So in this case, a typical view, let me scroll down here, in the preview, would start with the content in this area. It wouldn't actually start with the paragraph that comes from the term page itself. So that's being brought in using a token. we're going to scroll up here to the view and take a look at the header area here, which is looking for a global rendered entity, and that's the taxonomy term that's being used by the contextual filter. I'm going to click on that, and we'll look at the replacement patterns here. The replacement pattern here is that we're making use of, if I scroll down here, is this exclamation point 1. So it's looking for the term ID from our contextual filter. I'm going to go ahead and cancel this. And we don't need to save this view because if we made any changes, we actually don't want them to take effect. We're going to go back to the site and go back to this gluten-free term page here. So we see the term, we see the content from the specific taxonomy term, and we see the results of the view. If I go to another term, we'll see the same thing. So now we'll go to nut-free. And we have the same effect, but with different content. One of the best ways to learn how to work with advanced functionality in views, such as contextual filters, is to duplicate a view that came with core or a contributed module, and then play around with the view to see what changes. If we go over to Structure, and then all the way down to Views, we have our list of views available here. If I know that I want to play with contextual filters, and I want to do so by playing with taxonomy terms, I'll scroll down to taxonomy term here, and I will choose Duplicate under the operations. This will then allow me to rename it. I can duplicate it. The only really important thing to do before you make a duplicate and start playing with your view is to make sure that you change the path. The reason that I changed the path here is because if I have two views that are using the same path, I have a conflict. One view may be telling the site to behave one way when these specific parameters that are set up in that view are actually in play, and another view might be saying something else. If the two conflict and they both have the same path, then the site has to make a choice as to which elements it's going to use and which ones it's going to reject. So the results may be unpredictable and most likely will not be the results that you want. So it's very important before you save your view that you change your path if you have a page display so that there aren't those conflicts. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at another advanced configuration option for views, relationships. Relationships are primarily used to include information that is related to an entity being displayed, but not actually from the entity being displayed. An obvious practical reason when you might need to use relationships on a view would be if you have a view of a bunch of articles where you're displaying the entire article, and under each article you want to add an About the Author byline. In the instance here in the site that we're demoing, we're going to include a photo of the recipe's author on the recipe listing in the view. So if we take a look at this listing of recipes here, right now all we have is the title, the teaser, and then a read more link. And if we click through to one of these, we can take a look at what content exists on this particular entity. We have the food sensitivities taxonomy listing, we have ingredients, and then we have the directions for the recipe. The author information is a separate entity and is not part of this particular entity itself. The only thing that this entity contains in relation to an author is who the author is. There's no other information retained in the entity itself about the author. And that information can be found if we edit this particular entity, go to authoring information, and then we can see which user is the author of this particular entity. So back to our view here of recipes. What we want to do is clean up this view a little bit and then include the photo of the author in each listing. So we're going to go ahead and do this now. I could click on the contextual link here and then click Edit View, or I could go under Manage, Structure, Views, and find this view. But I already have this view open in another tab, so I'm just going to flip over to that. The first thing that we're going to do is change the way that this view displays a little bit. Rather than displaying just the teaser for the recipe, which we're seeing right now, we're going to choose some fields that will make this a little bit more useful. So I'm going to change the format from Show Content to Fields, apply to this display, and I can leave everything else the same. I'll apply that. Now if I scroll down, the only thing that's being shown of each recipe is the title, because the title is the field that's in here. I'm going to change the title to show, I'm going to customize the field HTML here to show as an H2. I'll apply that. Now those are H2s. I'll bring back in the recipe description, which is actually the body field. And in this case, all I want to show under the formatter is summary or trimmed. And I'm actually going to limit it to 200 characters to keep it nice and short. I'm going to rewrite the results to strip any HTML tags so that it stays nice and clean. I'll keep BR tags and paragraph tags, and then go ahead and apply this. The other thing that I want to add are the food sensitivities tags that might be on the recipe. And I'll create a label so that it says what it is that's being shown. And apply. Okay, now we can scroll down to the preview here and see a much nicer display that makes more sense for these recipes. Now what I want to add is the picture from the user that added the recipe. Let's go ahead and save this view, and then we'll come back to it. I'm going to scroll down here to save. And now we can see this looking more the way that we set it up to look. I did not include the read more link. I would need to add that if I wanted to, but we're not going to worry about that right now. What we're really interested in is getting the photo of the author of the recipe in here. So we'll go back to edit the view. And now under fields, let's see what we can add in relation to the author of the node. So I'm going to do a quick search here for user, and we'll see that the options that I have here are comment statistics, so the last user who created a comment, an add comment link so that users can add comments, who authored the content, and who did the last revision of the content. But none of these fields are for the photo of the user, and that's what I'm interested in. And I just want to quickly show you the two users that we have. We only have two users on this site right now so that you can see their photos. So user 1, TC4A, is using the Drupal for its photo, and user Rain is using a photo, this is me, is using a photo of me. Coming back here, let me see if I can search for something that says photo. Okay, so there's a photo credit field that's in our article, but that's not what we're interested in. And we can search for picture, nothing shows up. And we may also want to search for image. There's the image field, which appears in article and event. None of these are going to help us. So clearly the field that we're trying to show here isn't available under the fields list right now. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel this. And this is where I need to add a relationship. What I need this particular display to do is to go out and find out information about the author of the node for the listing of each node. So under advanced here, I'm going to add a relationship, and that relationship is going to be to the author of the node. So I'll click add, and then here I'll search for author, looking for content author. Then I'll apply this to all displays. I can change the title of this relationship if I have multiple relationships on a particular view display. I might need to give them titles that are meaningful to me. Author makes sense as the title of this relationship, so I'm going to leave this alone. I can also require this relationship. What that means is that anything that's going to display in the view results must actually have this relationship to something else. Every node will have an author, so we don't necessarily need to require this relationship because it'll have an author regardless. But if you have events, for example, that reference recipes, and you only want your view to display events that are related to a recipe, then you could require this relationship. I'm going to go ahead and apply this. I'm going to reopen advanced so that you can now see that under relationships, there's the author relationship, which we could edit. We could add more relationships if we want to, but this is the only one that we need right now. Now I'm going to go back to fields and see what I can add in relation to the author. I'm going to search for user because what I'm interested in is something about the user itself. And I'm going to scroll down here and see what I've got. I have user email. I have the last time the user logged in. I can link to the user. I can find out the user's language. I can find out the user's name. And here it is down here, user picture. So this is the one that I'm interested in. This is now available to me because I have the author relationship. So all of this data is available for the listing in this view. So I'll go ahead and check that off and apply to all displays. The first option here in these settings is to choose the relationship that is going to pull this picture into the entity listed. In this case, we only have one relationship, which is author. But if we also had a relationship to the user that last commented on the recipe, then we may be able to choose that as well. Since this is an image, we can choose an image style. I'm going to choose thumbnail here. We could link the image. So in this case, we'll link it to the content, which means that we're going to link it to the user. We could add styles and treat this just as we treat any other field in our view, and go ahead and apply it to the view. Let's scroll down and take a look at our preview here. And you'll see now that the user picture appears at the bottom of each of these recipe listings. I'm just going to move this picture up to the top under title because that might make more sense in terms of looking at this view. So I'm going to click on this little add listing here and choose rearrange. Now I'm going to move picture up between title and body and go ahead and apply it to all displays. Before I do that, I want you to notice the author is in parentheses here, which tells us that this field is using a relationship and is pulling in data from a different entity from the entity that's actually being looked at. Apply that and save. Now if I scroll down here, our view shows the pictures of the person who created the recipe. We can click on any one of those pictures and it will take us to that user record. In summary, these relationships allow you to pull in data from other entities, ones that might reference or be otherwise related to the entities that you are displaying in your view, and then display that data along with the results in the view itself. In this lesson, we're going to quickly look over some of the other advanced options in the View's user interface. Right now, I'm on the Recipes page display. I'm going to click on the little contextual link here and choose Edit View. On the right, I have this advanced section which I can open up, and we've been looking at contextual filters and relationships. There are a lot of other options in here to look at. It is important to note that you will only want to use these advanced options when you feel comfortable with them. You should test everything out and see what it does before putting it on a production environment. Most Views displays will not need these settings changed. The first one that we're going to look at is Exposed Form. There is an option here to put the exposed form in a block. Let's talk about what this means. I'm going to head back to the site in another tab here, and we'll look at the Recipes view. We have an exposed form up here at the top that allows us to filter the results in the view. This is being displayed at the top of our view. But what if I want to place it in a block off to the side? Perhaps I want to move this over above external resources in the right sidebar. And perhaps I actually want this block to be available to show on any page on the site. I can use the exposed form in block to pull the exposed filters out of the view and place them in a block and then show them anywhere I want to on the site. Let's go ahead and do this. We'll go back to our view, and under exposed form in block, we'll change no to yes and apply that. I'm going to click on advanced here, and we're also going to look quickly at exposed form style. So we're going to leave this as basic, and then now I'm going to click on settings here. And rather than apply, I'm going to change this to filter results. Or I could change it to show recipes. And maybe I'll go one step further and just add a cute little raw quote there. I'll undo allow people to choose the sort order and then apply this. Click on advanced to expand that again. And so now we have exposed form in block. Let's go ahead and save this view. And you'll notice now that the form no longer displays at the top of the recipes view. It's gone. So what we want to do is go to blocks configuration, find the block, and place it in the right sidebar. And we're actually going to place it site-wide in the right sidebar so that it's available on any page. So now we're going to head over to the block layout. And then under Place Blocks, we need to find the block that has our exposed form in it. So we would be tempted to look under List Views, but this is not actually in this particular listing. We need to scroll all the way to the bottom and find a block under the Views section, which now appears. And here it says Exposed Form Recipes Page 1. So this is the exposed form for the Page 1 display from the Recipes view. I'm going to go ahead and click on this to add it. We can override the title to Find Recipes. We want this to show on every page on the site, so we'll go ahead and leave Pages Not Restricted. And then we need to place this in a region, so we're going to place it into the second sidebar, and then we'll click Save Block. I'm going to scroll down here, so we have it in our second sidebar, along with external resources, upcoming events. I'm going to move this up to the top here because I want this to be the first thing available in the second sidebar site-wide. And then we'll go ahead and save it. Now let's head back to the Recipes view, reload the page, and you'll see that the display is right here, including Show Recipes, which is different from what we had as the default for the filters, which was Apply. If I go to another page, such as Why Tasty Cakes, this block is still here, and I can change it to another option, say egg-free, show recipes. It's going to take me to the recipes view, only showing egg-free recipes. This is an incredibly handy little option that you can use for your site to make it very easy for your users to find the content that they need. Let's take a look at more of the advanced options available on your views display. The first one here is machine name, which is page 1. The machine name for your view display is how Drupal identifies this display. Just as each entity has its own ID, each view display, each block, and each configuration element on your site is going to have a machine name. This is also used in theming to apply IDs that can then have CSS rules applied to them. And it can be used for theming hooks in more advanced Drupal development. This option, Use Ajax, is currently set to No. Enabling this option adds overhead to your view and page, meaning that more resources are required to display it to your user. This is because a lot of Ajax code is then loaded onto the page when you have this enabled. What it allows, however, is for content to change dynamically when the user provides their own feedback, such as paging through the view or selecting a filter, so that you do not need to reload the entire page when the user makes that click. Query settings is also one that you may need to use at some point in your Drupal site building life. Let's click on Settings next to Query Settings. The one that I want to point out here is Distinct. In some instances, your view may end up showing multiple versions of a record. Distinct will help to eliminate this and to show only one version of each record. Because this particular option adds overhead to your display, only enable it if needed. Until you feel comfortable with views, don't use any of the other settings under Query Options. Caching is also a really useful setting in your views display. This setting will enable you to deliver cached versions of the view display to users, meaning that rather than running the database query, you can show the user what is, in effect, an already loaded version of the page. This can really speed up performance. Enabling this, however, means that the display may not always show the newest content as quickly. The final advanced setting that I want to show you is CSS Class. You can use this to add a class or classes to your view display, which will then help you with styling when you're working on your theme. Note that this is a class, not an ID, and so it can be used on multiple displays in a variety of ways. I just want to reiterate that for the most part, you're not going to use most of the advanced settings in your view display unless you discover that you need them. I also want to reiterate that you should test everything that you do in a development environment, either on your local system or somewhere that's not available to the public before putting it onto production. Up until now, we have been creating views that display content entities. In this lesson, we're going to create one using a different kind of entity, taxonomy term. This view will act as a navigation for recipes based on food sensitivities, and we can then treat it like a menu and place it into one of the sidebars to make an easy navigation point for our users. So we're going to go ahead and create a new view under Structure, scroll down to Views, click on Views, and then Add New View. I'm going to call this Recipe Navigation. Under View Settings, the first option that I have here is Show. And up until now, everything that we've done has been Show Content. This is the type of entity that you're going to show in this view. You'll see that files are an option, as are comments and log entries. The other option that we have here is taxonomy terms. So I'm going to select that. And then under type, I want to select food sensitivities because that's the only kind of taxonomy term that I want displayed. I'm going to scroll down here. I'm not interested in a page because all I need is a block for the sidebar that lists all of the taxonomy terms and links to each one. And then I'll go ahead and create a block. I can adjust everything here if I want to, but I'm going to leave this at the defaults. We'll click Save and Edit. Now if I scroll down here, you'll see all of the taxonomy terms that are part of the food sensitivities vocabulary are listed under the recipe navigation preview. This is exactly what I want. I'm going to make one quick change up here under Format. Instead of Unformatted List, I'm going to go ahead and change this to an HTML table, and I'll apply that. I can change aspects of the HTML table if I want to, but I don't want to change anything. I'm going to apply this, and then scroll down to the preview here, and you'll see that it's a nice little HTML list. Now I'll go ahead and click Save on this view, and we're all set. It was that easy to create a view that used a different type of entity as opposed to content in order to create a list of something that's on the site. Now if we go over to Structure, Block Layout, and scroll down a little bit to List Views here, Recipe Navigation is one of the options, and we can go ahead and place that into a sidebar. I'm going to put it into the first sidebar and save the block. This has been added to the bottom of the list in the first sidebar. I would probably like it to show above Tools, so I'll go ahead and place it up there. And then I can go ahead and save blocks to set this order. Now if we go back to the site and reload, we'll see Recipe Navigation here in our first sidebar. Clicking on any one of these will take us to the taxonomy term page, not to the recipes view. So if I click on gluten-free and then scroll down here, I'm seeing all content related to gluten-free, not just the recipes. So this includes an article. I'm also seeing the description for the gluten-free taxonomy term. So this is different than choosing a food sensitivity here on the right. If I choose gluten-free and click Show Recipes, it's just showing me recipes that have been tagged as gluten-free and nothing else. In summary, your views do not need to be content views. They can also be views displaying other entities such as taxonomy terms, users, and media. The Views UI works similarly no matter what type of entity you want to display. In this chapter, we reviewed the advanced options in Views configuration. First, we looked at exposed filters. These are set up under your filter criteria, and in the case of the recipe database, we set up a filter for food sensitivities as well as a filter for keywords. Let's take a look at what this looks like on the site. I'm going to open up a new tab here and make sure that we're on recipes. Scrolling down here, the exposed filters that are available have been placed into a block in the sidebar. Normally, they would be shown right here at the top of the recipes view. Making a selection in these filters will narrow down the focus of this particular view and which elements are displayed. So I'm going to choose egg-free and chocolate and see what I get. So now I'm only seeing content that fits both filter parameters in this exposed filter block. We also took a look at contextual filters. Let's go back to our view here. and take a look at contextual filters, which is currently empty in our recipes view. We looked at contextual filters through the taxonomy term view and saw that based on the URL structure, the content displayed would be content that contains the same term as the term ID in the URL itself. Let's take a look at this in another view. So we're going to head back to structure here, to views, and we're going to scroll down to the taxonomy term view here and edit this. So under advanced filters, we say has taxonomy term ID, and then we have page settings here to have taxonomy term and then the taxonomy term ID. So on our site, if we go to one of those taxonomy terms, our URL has the ID in it. And then based on that, based on the contextual filter, the content that displays below is only content that contains term ID 11. We're going to head back to the recipes view and back to advanced. We also took a look at views relationships. Specifically, what we did was we created a relationship to the author entity that is tied to a specific recipe so that we would be able to show the picture of the author on the recipe teaser in the recipes view. We're going to go ahead and go back to the recipes here. And under food sensitivities, we'll choose one of these so that we get to see all of the recipes and we can see the author picture in these recipes. With all of these advanced configuration settings available in your Views UI, your Views UI is extremely powerful. This is where a lot of the sophisticated site building work can be done without ever touching code. In this chapter, we will cover user management, including permissions and custom user roles. The way that Drupal handles users is one of the features that makes it such a powerful content management system. User roles and permissions can be as fine-grained as you want, making it possible to isolate user activity on the site in very unique ways. Drupal site builders frequently use this level of control to establish complex workflows for content management on their site. It might also be used for gamification and social networking style sites. Out of the box, Drupal comes with 3 user roles. The first user role is anonymous, which is a user that's not logged into the site. So I'm going to move over to another browser here and take a look at the site as an anonymous user. You'll see that this looks like any website that you might visit. There are no edit tabs anywhere. There is a login field, which I could, as the site builder, remove if I wanted to. And really, I'm just here to look at and read the content. The next type of user is the authenticated user. This is a user who has logged into the site with an email address or a username and a password. Authenticated users don't necessarily have any permissions. It's entirely up to you what an authenticated user is able to do on your site. The third out-of-the-box Drupal user role that comes with your site is the administrator user role. This is a site administrator with permission to do almost everything on the site. The role has security implications and should only be given to truly trusted users. In the browser that we're looking at right now, I am logged in as a full administrator. I have access to every configuration element of the site. There is also a fourth type of user for Drupal out of the box that isn't actually a user role. It's a very special user called User 1. User 1 is basically the root user on your site. It's the first user that's created when you install Drupal and is truly the all-powerful user. Ideally, you will never use the User 1 account to manage your site. The first thing that you should do when you start working on your site is create a new user for yourself, assign that user to the administrator user role, and then log out of the User 1 account and log into your own personal account. I personally like to block the User 1 account so that no one with the credentials will accidentally log in as that account. There are some Drupal developers that I deeply respect, however, that would disagree with me on this tactic. So how you treat User 1 is definitely a personal decision on your part and does have security implications, but it's a very good idea to not use that User 1 account as the one that you're going to manage and configure your site. In this lesson, we will cover user creation and management. The first thing to establish on your site is how user accounts are created. This is done under configuration rather than under people. So we're going to go to Manage, Configuration. And the very first option in the configuration area is People Account Settings. Here we will determine the default user behavior, including what happens when somebody tries to create a user account, or if they can even try to create a user account at all. The first option is whether or not there's a personal contact form on the user page. This would be appropriate for a community site, but may not be appropriate for a site where you don't want people to be directly contacting those individuals on the site. For example, a company profile. You can also set the role names for two of the default user types that are on your site. Anonymous, which means the non-authenticated user. So you could change this to public or guest or patron, any number of options. And you can change which user role is the administrator user role. So if you have multiple types of users on your site, you might choose a different role for the administrator role. The administrator role will always be given all new permissions whenever there's a new module or a feature that has a set of modules with various permissions. Essentially, the administrator user role is somebody who can do anything on the site. This role has security implications and needs to be treated with care. The next option that you'll have here is who can create accounts. So for example, can your site visitors create an account or request account creation by themselves? Or do they need to actually contact someone or have the account created by some type of administrator? You can also determine whether or not visitors can request accounts that then require administrative approval before those accounts are actually enabled and the user can log in. Require email verification when a visitor creates an account will then cause the site to send out an email when the user tries to set up an account to the email address the user attempted to use. The user will then have to go and check their email and then click on the link that they receive in that email to confirm that that is truly their email account. So this provides a level of security, and it also provides some annoyance for the user. So it's something that you'll want to consider whether or not it's worthwhile to use in your particular case. I recommend keeping Enable Password Strength Indicator checked here. What this will do is tell the user how strong or weak the password that they're planning to use actually is. The password strength indicator just forces them to think a little bit more carefully about what they're going to put in as their password. There are contributed modules that you can use that will force very strong passwords and give a password policy to your site. You can also choose what happens when a user account is canceled. I don't tend to cancel user accounts, rather, I will block them instead of canceling them. But your site may need to be able to have user accounts canceled, so this is something that you'll want to think about. If somebody creates a bunch of recipes, what will happen to those recipes if either the user cancels the account or somebody else needs to go in and cancel the account because of misbehavior? This next section here controls the emails that are sent when various actions take place with user account creation. Most of these have to do with whether or not visitors are able to try to create accounts on their own and what kinds of approval are required in order for that account to become an actual user account. So this is where you can set up the emails that will be sent and what those emails look like. Two very important automated emails that are in here, regardless of how your user accounts are created, are account activation, which is the email that gets sent when a user account is created, even if that user account is created by a site administrator. And most important of all, password recovery. So what happens when a user forgets their password and needs to click on the forgot password link in order to get a new one? And once you make all these changes, you'll go ahead and save configuration. Once the account settings behavior is established, it's time to create a couple of users on your site. As we've discussed a few times, the first user that you should create, if you haven't already, is an administrative user account for yourself so that you're not continuing to configure the site as user one. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to go to the People tab here. And by clicking on that, I'm now seeing a list of all the users on the site. There's currently only one user, the first user that was created during site installation, which is user 1. Now I'm going to add a user for myself. My password is change me. This is the password that I really like to give new users when I create them on sites because it gives a hint to the user that they need to go in and change their password. So I'm going to make this user account an administrator. I don't need to notify the user of the new account because I am the user. And then I'll go ahead and create this account. If I click on the account that was just created, I can go ahead and edit it and I can see everything I need to see about this account. I'm going to go back to the People tab here and take a look at the list here. So user Rain has never logged into the site. At this point, I'm going to log out of the site as user 1 and log back in as myself. My interface looks pretty much exactly the same because my user account is an administrative user account, but I don't have root level permissions and I'm not the all-powerful user on the site, so I don't have quite the same level of security risk using this account as I did using the user 1 account. Next, you would create user accounts for anyone going to help with content on the site. For now, I'm simply going to create one authenticated user so that we can test the permissions and see how the site looks with different types of users. So we'll go back to Manage, People, and I'm going to add a user here. Same password, change me. And I'm not going to choose any user role aside from authenticated, which is already checked, because any user on your site will have the role of authenticated user. In this case, I might notify the user of the new account since this isn't actually me. But right now, I'm not going to do that because I used a fake email address. Scroll down and create this new account. Now, if I go back to the listing of all people on the site, I see these 3 users that I have. I can also see what roles are assigned to each user. Just to be careful, I'm going to go ahead and block the user 1 account. Doing this means the user 1 account will no longer be able to log in. Nothing else has changed. The account still exists on the site, and all of the content that that user created is also still present on the site. It's also still marked as being associated with that particular account. So the only difference is they can't log in until they're no longer blocked. Let's head over to Safari. And now I'm going to log in as that authenticated user account that I created. Since the authenticated user doesn't have that much in the way of permissions, the interface didn't change much at all. The only changes that took place were the login box went away, and now in the top right corner there's a My Account and Logout link. So I can go to the My Account link here, and then I can edit it and change my information if I want to. Since I don't have that many permissions, I cannot change my user role. So all I will be is an authenticated user until an administrator makes me something else. I'm going to log out because what I want to show here is that if this login block were not on the left-hand side, and there's no login link to be found, with a Drupal site, you can usually, unless the site builder has changed this, access the user login page by going to the site URL/user. And now you can log in here as well if you want to. In this lesson, we covered account settings under configuration, where the default behaviors on user accounts can be predefined. This includes automated email messages that might be sent when a user tries to create an account. We also created 2 new users, an administrative user and a basic authenticated user. In this lesson, we're going to look at custom user roles and permissions. Right now, we're under the Manage tab, People, and we're on the list of users on our site. We can see all 3 users on the site. In the People section, the 3rd tab at the top here is Roles. If I click on this, I see the 3 roles that came with Drupal out of the box: Anonymous, Authenticated, and Administrator. You can set up pretty much any user role you can think of and use that to set up any kind of workflow that you might need on your site. For example, if you have an RSS feed that feeds content to Facebook, you might have a user role that only has one permission, which is to determine whether or not content goes to Facebook. In the case of this site, we probably want to have a recipe contributor role for users who can add recipes and edit their own recipes, but can't touch other people's recipes or do anything else on this site. We're going to go ahead and create that role by clicking on the blue Add Role button here, and we'll call this Recipe Contributor. Notice that as with all of the other types of things that we're creating on our Drupal site, we do need a machine name for this as well, and it auto-creates on the right-hand side of the field. So let's go ahead and save Recipe Contributor. And I'll scroll down now, and we can see Recipe Contributor exists as one of the roles on our site. In order for this role to be useful, we need to work with the permissions for the user role. We can do this in two places. We can do this under Operations. So we're going to go to the Recipe Contributor row here, click on the drop-down menu, and under Operations, we can choose Edit Permissions. This will show us all of the permissions available with only one category to which we can set those permissions, which is whether or not the permission is available to the Recipe Contributor role. The other place that we can go to set permissions is under People, this second tab here, Permissions. This shows us all the permissions available on the site with little checkboxes for every user role on our site. As a warning, if you have a lot of user roles on your site and a lot of different modules that are enabled, this can be an incredibly intense page to load. The database query alone could potentially cause your site to freeze up or be a huge performance hit on your site each time this page needs to load. There are contributed modules that you can use to make this a little bit more manageable if you do get into that situation. Since we only have 4 user roles here and not very many modules, however, we're going to go ahead and use this page so that we can see how the permissions are being applied to the different user roles. I want to point out that the administrator column here is entirely grayed out. This is because the administrator user role is a user role that has permission to do everything on the site. The recipe contributor role also has whatever the authenticated user is capable of doing, because any user that's logged into your site is an authenticated user. We don't need to add permission for the recipe contributor to post comments because the authenticated user is able to post comments. If we uncheck whether or not the authenticated user is allowed to post comments, notice that recipe contributor also loses the check mark. And now we could say that recipe contributors can post comments, but authenticated users cannot. The only permissions that we're interested in right now, however, are the permissions to add recipe content and edit your own recipe content. So I'm going to scroll down to the node permissions, and you'll see that each content type has a bunch of permissions associated with it. So the basic page content type, for example, has create new content, delete any content, delete own content, delete revisions, edit any content, edit own content, revert revisions, and view revisions. So that's a lot of different categories of permissions for each content type. The difference between edit or delete any content and edit or delete own content is whether or not the content is content that that specific user created. So we're going to head down to the recipe content type here. We do want the recipe contributor to be able to create new content. So we're going to go ahead and check that off. We don't want them to be able to delete any content. I'm going to say that they can't even delete their own content. So once a recipe is up on the site, we want it to stay there. Perhaps other users will start contributing to it. We don't want them to be able to delete revisions. We don't want them to be able to edit any content because we don't want them editing other people's recipes. But we do want them to be able to edit their own content. And it might be nice to allow them to view revisions, though not allow them to revert revisions, because perhaps they might want to see what changes an administrator made to their recipe. Now I'll scroll down all the way and save these changes. Now that we've done this, we need to go ahead and create a user that is a recipe contributor. So I'll go back to List, Add User, and then I'll just create a fake user. Password is still Change Me. And I'm going to add the recipe contributor user role. Notice that this user will be an authenticated user no matter what I do. And now I can create this account. In this lesson, we took a look at how to create a custom user role and how to set the permissions on that user role. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at how to review the permissions and make sure that everything looks correct on your site. In this lesson, we're going to go over strategies for checking permissions and making sure that the interface works as expected for your different types of users. There are two ways to check your permissions. One is to have another browser open and log into the other browser as a user with the roles that you want to test. So in this case, I'm in Chrome right now, logged in as an administrator, and I can move over to Safari. Here, I can log in as the recipe contributor. Now I can go through the process of testing this particular user role by making sure that the tools I need are actually here. The only thing that this particular user role is able to do is add a recipe or manage existing recipes that I created. So I'm going to go to Add Content and see if I can create a recipe. And it looks like I can. And then I'll go ahead and save this recipe. The other thing that I can do here is I can edit this recipe. So I have the Edit tab available here, and I can go ahead and click on that. I'll scroll down here. I can't delete the recipe. All I can do is edit it and save it. And then I can go ahead and add another recipe if I would like. So it looks like this behaves the way that I expected it to for the recipe contributor. And I've just tested this out and made sure that it's all good. This can be a pretty arduous way to test all of your user roles and the permissions that you have set up for each user role, because it means logging in and logging out, logging in again and logging out again, especially if you have multiple user roles. A much easier way to do this is with a module called Masquerade. Masquerade is a contributed module that allows you to temporarily pretend to be another user while still logged into the site as yourself. Let's take a look at how this works. First, we need to get the Masquerade module from Drupal.org because it's not actually in our site yet. You'll notice that when I want to quickly get to a module page, I type in drupal.org/project/the module name, and that will take me to the module page itself. This pattern is always followed by project pages on the Drupal.org site. The only trick is knowing what the actual module name is, because sometimes it's not always obvious. We're on the Masquerade project page here, and I'm going to scroll down to the bottom and find the Drupal 8 module download and download that. Now we'll go to our Finder and add the module to our modules directory in our Drupal root directory. If we go back to our site under Extend, we'll now be able to find that module and enable it. I'll just double check the requirements and make sure that I have what I need, and it looks like I do. And then I'll go ahead and enable this module. Now remember that I'm a site administrator. This means that any new module that I enable, I will have permission to use. If I weren't a site administrator, I would then need to go and check the permissions to make sure that I could make use of the Masquerade module. The Masquerade module has a nice little block that I can place on my site, and I can use this block to quickly masquerade as another user. So I'm going to go to Block Layout here and find that block. It's under the Forms menu, and I'm going to go ahead and add it to my regions. Specifically, I'm going to add it to the first sidebar. I'm also going to restrict this block to the administrator user role, because only the administrator user role should be able to masquerade as other users. This is also set on the permissions page, but I don't want anyone except for the administrator to even see that this functionality exists. And then I'll go ahead and click the big blue button to save this block. The block has now been placed into the sidebar first region, and I need to save the block configuration. Now if we go back to the site, we'll see that we have this block here called Masquerade with a little field that allows me to find a user and then switch what user I'm using to look at the site. So I'm going to switch over to looking at the site as the Rain Recipe user. Notice that when I started to type, it gave me recommendations. So I don't need to know the actual username. I just need to know enough to get the right recommendations. So now I'm looking at the site as if I were Rain Recipe, that particular user. This is very handy and allows me to test the functionality without having two browsers open or logging in and logging out. I can just very quickly masquerade as another user and check something. When I'm done, up at the very top on the right is the Unmasquerade link. This will switch me back to viewing the site as my user. If you haven't tested before your users start entering content, you'll find out that something wasn't set properly in your permissions when a user comes to you unhappy because they aren't able to do something that they should be able to do. In this chapter, we reviewed Drupal users, roles, and permissions. Drupal 8 starts with 4 types of user, 3 roles, and user 1. These roles include anonymous user, authenticated user, and administrator. You can create your own roles and assign fine-grained permissions to these roles based on the workflows you need in your site. Individual user accounts are Drupal entities and can therefore be treated as such and referenced by other content or used to create views. The behavior of user accounts on a Drupal site should be established right away using the Configuration People Account Settings form. Here you can determine if people are able to create accounts without permission, or if administrators must create accounts or at the very least approve them. You can also set the emails that are automatically sent to your users based on certain activities. Since people are Drupal entities, you can also set the fields that are available on people content, and you can change how that form displays and how the content itself displays. So even though these aren't content types, people do work very similarly to content types in how they function within your Drupal site. With contributed modules, it is easy to establish a user role structure that is based on subscriptions, including payment, and/or based on site activity. Keep in mind that users have an entry point into your database. You will want to make sure that your roles and permissions are buttoned up and you are keeping your site up to date with security releases. Since the Drupal community cares a great deal about security, it is not hard to do with a little bit of pre-planning. In this chapter, we are going to barely scratch the surface of Drupal theming. I say scratch the surface because theming merits its own video course. Your theme will be the visual display of your site. In the case of what we're looking at right now on the demo, this includes the blue bar at the top, the way that the primary links are displayed in these tabs, and the way that the sidebars and content area are displayed. The glossary on Drupal.org has a great definition for theme, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. The glossary says that theme is a file or collection of files, including PHP, info, CSS, JPEG, etc., which together determine the look and feel of a site. A theme contains elements such as the header, icons, block layout, and much more. This is actually a little bit out of date for Drupal 8 because in Drupal 8, themes also include YAML files. And we're going to take a look at that when we're looking at our themes in the course of this chapter. In some ways, themes are a bit like style sheets on CSS Zen Garden. And if you have never played with CSS Zen Garden, I definitely recommend you do so because it's a fun place to go if you're interested in design. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. CSS Zen Garden allows you to quickly change the design by choosing a different style sheet. Many different style sheets have been created. You can also contribute your own. So I'll go ahead and click on some of these other style sheets and you'll see that everything is displayed entirely differently. The layout's completely changed. The code that's presenting this, however, is still the same. So the only thing that's changing here is the style sheet. Themes, however, are much more than just CSS. They are everything about the front-end presentation of your Drupal site. This includes JavaScript and the templates that render the content on your site. Templates exist not only for the overall page layout, so if we click on any one of these pages, here we're seeing the entire layout of the page, including the header. This is a template, but there are also potentially templates for the content area itself, or for the primary menu, or even for blocks. Your theme also includes regions, and regions are where the blocks are placed. We looked at regions when we went through the lesson on block placement and management, and we're going to take a quick look at that again here. So if we click on Structure, Block Layout, we have this option here to demonstrate block regions. I'll go ahead and click on that. And all of this is going to be defined in your theme. Though significantly out of date, a great example of how themes work is the Drupal 6 theme garden site. So we're going to take a quick look at that. Again, this is for Drupal 6, so it's very old and not current to Drupal 8, but it is still a good example of how themes work. Right now I'm on the Garland theme, and I can go ahead and click on Next Theme, and the entire rendering of the page and all of the templates here have completely changed. I'll click on another one here, and now I see a completely different site. The content is exactly the same, but the way that it renders is entirely different. No development skills are required to find a contributed Drupal theme and install it. But if you would like to create your own custom theme or customize an existing Drupal theme, you will want to at least have a basic understanding of HTML5, CSS, JavaScript, and jQuery. Ideally, you will also have knowledge of responsive frameworks such as Bootstrap and Foundation, and some comfort with PHP. For Drupal 8, you'll want to know Twig. Let's take a look at some of these things here. Twig is a template engine for PHP, so if you have comfort with PHP, then developing a comfort with Twig will also be fairly easy for you to do. You will also want to have a comfort with Sass and Compass, and so this is something that you may want to learn as well. Again, none of this is really needed if you're going to use a contributed theme, but if you would like to modify a contributed theme or build your own theme, then these are skills that you'll want. In the remainder of this chapter, we'll look at finding and installing a contributed theme and the theme settings that are available to you. In this lesson, we're going to find and enable a couple of contributed Drupal 8 themes in order to change the overall look of our site. We are going to pull two themes from Drupal.org, Insha and Space. Let's go take a look at these. Insha is a theme that claims to be responsive and mobile friendly. It also claims to use HTML5 and CSS3 and have mobile support. It offers a couple of different layouts and 11 regions. Right now I'm just looking at the features that are described on this project page. I'm going to scroll down a little bit here and take a look at who's using it and whether or not it's actively maintained. So right now it looks like it's actively maintained. It has 5 issues, all of which are open, so none of them have been addressed yet, and it looks like it's a fairly new theme. The other theme that we're going to look at is Space. This is also a responsive theme, and it uses CSS coded with Sass and Compass, so we know that it's going to use fairly cutting-edge technology. We can also see that it does not allow support for IE8 and below based on the description, and that it's a very new project. I'm going to scroll down here so that we can take a look at what's available as far as downloads, and right now there's only one download available, and that's for Drupal 8. These are the two themes that we're going to use. I chose these two themes simply because the current version of the theme doesn't break when added to the current beta of Drupal 8. Please do not consider this an endorsement of either of these two themes. When you are looking for a theme, however, you'll want to look for some keywords on your theme. I already mentioned a few when first showing off these pages. Responsive is probably the most important one in today's web development environment. You will want to make sure that your site is mobile friendly, which means that you want to have a responsive theme. It's also a good idea to make sure that any theme that you choose is HTML5 based and makes use of Sass and Compass. Some themes will not support older browsers, as is the case with Space, which says that it does not support IE8 and below. IE8 and IE9 are two browsers that are often still used but are not supported by a lot of the newer, more interesting themes that are available. If you want support for IE8 or IE9, you'll want to pay attention to this in the theme documentation. I've already downloaded these two themes and added them to the theme folder. So we're going to take a look at this. Here's our Drupal root directory, and in here is a themes folder where we can add contributed themes. I've downloaded and added Insha and Space. So the code exists and is available to my Drupal site. If I click on either of these, I can see the files that are available in the theme. The configuration files in my theme are YAML files. This is this extension .yml. The page layout is done using templates, and these are Twig files. The CSS, which in the case of this particular theme is done through Sass and Compass, is going to have its own files as well. These are files that you can edit, although anytime you're using a contributed module or theme, it's not best practice to edit these files directly. Going back to our site, themes can be enabled just like modules, but this happens under the Appearance section of the site management. So I'll click on Appearance, and I'm going to scroll down here. The first thing that we see are the installed themes. We also have this option to install a new theme through the UI, but I've already added the themes to the directory. We're seeing all of the themes that have already been installed the same way that we would actually install a module. And then down here, we have uninstalled themes. These are additional themes that are available to our site and can be installed and then configured as the theme that's being used on the site. So I'm going to go ahead and install and set as default the Insha theme. By setting it as the default, that means that it is the theme that will display the content on my site. So I'm going to go ahead and check that now. The site has reloaded. I'm still in the administration theme right now because I'm on an administration page. But if I go back to the site, everything will look completely different. And this was simply done by installing a new theme. Let's also take a look at space. So I'm going to go back to Appearance. I'm going to scroll down to the uninstalled themes. I'm going to install and set as default the space theme. Then I'm going to scroll down here. Now, because I did not uninstall Insha, it's still an enabled theme, and I can still access it. But the one that will display the content is space. So I'm going to go back to the site, and now we see an entirely different site here. Very dramatic difference. Right now, these may not look exactly as we want them to, since elements are displaying in odd locations. We're going to clean up these displays in the next lesson, and we're going to do this using blocks layout and also using theme settings. In this lesson, we're going to adjust the theme settings and block layout for the contributed themes that we have enabled on our site, and this will enable us to get a better site presentation with these two installed themes. The themes that we have taken from Drupal.org and installed are Insha and Space. Right now, you're looking at Space. So let's take a deeper look at Space first. Right now, we're looking at the normal layout for the Space theme. It's very simplistic in its initial layout, and there are settings changes that we can make. We should also take a quick look at the responsive elements of this theme. So we're going to switch over to Safari, a different browser, and we're going to look at the resizing options here in Safari and see what the site looks like when it's using different layouts. So right now, we're pretending to be a portrait-oriented tablet device. We can go ahead and pretend to be a landscape-oriented cell phone and see what happens there. And we'll look at the site as if we're a portrait-oriented cell phone as well. So this gives us a lot of information as to how the site is laying out and lets us see what we might want to change. So the first thing that we're going to do is go under Manage, Appearance, and this is where we went to enable a new theme. It's also where we're going to go to change the settings on our themes. I'm going to scroll down here and show you that next to each installed theme, there's a settings link available. There's also a settings tab up here at the top, and if you click on that, it brings you to both the global settings, as well as a place where you can click on settings for any individual theme that you have enabled. Whatever you do on your individual themes will override your global settings. So we're going to go ahead and bypass the global settings here and go directly into the space theme and see what's available. The options that are available in the space theme are exactly the same settings options that are available under global settings. Some themes are able to give you more settings options, such as the theme that comes out of the box, Bardic. We're going to take a look at that, and you'll see that there are all kinds of color options in here. So there's a lot more that you can do with your settings in this theme, and that's all set at the theme level. We're going to head back to Space, and you'll see that User Picture in Posts is enabled. So right now, any post will show the user picture. Maybe we don't want to see that because that's too much visual information. And we can make other choices as well. We can turn off the shortcut icon if we want, which then changes the settings options that are available to us to configure. We can turn off the logo, which will also make changes. And if we don't want to use the default logo, we can uncheck that. And now we can upload a new logo if we want to. We can save these configuration settings and then take a look at our site. For reference, this is the logo right here. This is the site name, Tasty Cakes for All, and a source for information on food sensitivities is the site slogan. We can also look at the blocks layout for this theme, so we're going to go under Structure, Block Layout, and here you'll see that your block layout actually allows you to set unique layouts for each theme. And if we go into one of the blocks that are available to us, so I'm going to click on the Help block here, I'm going to choose Configure. If I scroll down, it allows me to place it into a region. The trick here is that your region list that's available is from your default theme. So you may want to set the block layout individually on each of your enabled themes in case you're switching around from theme to theme. There are many reasons why you might switch from theme to theme. One of them is that you're demoing different themes on your site. A very practical reason why you might change from theme to theme is if you have a site that targets different types of audience, such as a site that targets both children and adults. You may actually have a different theme depending on whether the person who has authenticated to your site is a child or an adult, so that the aesthetic interface appeals to the age group that you're targeting. Let's go back to block layout here. And for space, we're going to go ahead and see where all of these blocks are landing and decide if the region that they're in makes sense. Remember that you can always demonstrate the regions by clicking on Demonstrate Block Regions, and then it will demonstrate the regions for the theme that you're on. Right now, we're seeing a bug right here. It's saying Demonstrate Block Regions for Bardic, but we're actually in the space theme. So this isn't helpful at this moment because of the Drupal 8 beta that we're in. I'm going to click on Space, and by the time you're using Drupal 8, this will probably give you the correct block region demonstration. For now, I'm just going to make a guess as to where I want each of these blocks to land. So right now, Help should probably not go in header top. It should probably go in the Messages region. Main Navigation should probably go in the Main Menu region. User account menu is often something that you might want to have in your secondary menu. In the case of this particular theme, there is no secondary menu. So I'm going to go ahead and stick those in the footer right. Now, obviously, we don't want the exposed form for the recipes to be in the header. We want that to be in a sidebar. So we'll go ahead and stick that into the sidebar right. Why Tasty Cakes will stick into the sidebar left. I'm just making some random choices here so that you can see what happens when we make these changes. We'll put search into header top because that makes sense. Recipe navigation, I believe we have in the sidebar right as well. Upcoming events is in sidebar right. And I'll just keep making these choices here, and we'll see what this ends up looking like. Okay, so we've now moved all of the blocks into regions that make sense for the space theme. And I'm going to go ahead and save the blocks so that these changes actually take effect. Now we can go back to our site and see how the layout has changed. It's a little bit messy, so we'll want to play with that a little bit. For example, search and the main navigation are somewhat interfering with each other. But we can play with that and fix that. For now, we can just take a quick look at how this actually impacts our layout. So you can see how there's now a sidebar left, there's the content area, and there's a sidebar right. And everything is taking default layouting and styling from the theme itself. The footer area is probably off of your screen right now, but there is a nice footer area at the bottom that has those two elements that we moved down there as well. Let's also take a look at what this looks like in the mobile environment. So we'll go to Safari here and reload this page. And now we can see the menu at the top. We can scroll down a little bit and see how this layout works. The menu is staying up there, and the sidebars have gone into their own columns. So this all works pretty nicely. If we click on a link, we can see how things change and take a look at how the site actually works. So this is a bit of an improvement over the defaults, but obviously it's still not perfect. Making it perfect would have to do with massaging the settings a little bit more and also customizing the theme, which you might want to do for all of the themes, even if you take a contributed theme. Next, we're going to look at the other theme that we have here, Insha, and we're going to see how that works as well as do a little bit of customization. So I'm going to go to Appearance, Installed Themes. I'm going to scroll down to Insha and set that one as default. I'll click on Settings and see what the options are here. And I'm not actually going to make any changes, but we could if we wanted to. Save configuration and go back to our site, and we'll see that everything looks different right out of the gate. Scroll down here and see what this looks like. As we know, our content isn't necessarily appearing exactly where we want it to, and not all of our blocks are displaying in the places that we want them to. Let's take a look at Safari and look at the responsive layout here. Can go back to the home page, take a look at that, so we can see exactly how this works. If we change to a wider layout, it looks a little bit better, and so on. So now let's go back to the site and adjust our block layout. I'll go to Structure, Block Layout. I'm going to look at Insha, which is the one that I'm interested in. It's first because it's the default theme. And now we can go ahead and move our blocks where we want them to be. So this is a sidebar block. We'll keep search in the header. Notice that this theme only has one sidebar. Okay, we're going to just set a couple more of these here. And everything else looks pretty much where I would place it. Let's just make sure that there's no breadcrumbs region already set up, and there isn't. So that works pretty well. You know what, I'm actually going to move some of these elements that we have in our sidebar into the 4 columns in the footer. So external resources, I'll move to the footer. Recipe navigation, I'll move to the 2nd column in the footer. Tools, maybe I'll move to the 3rd column. And food quote of the day, I'll move to the 4th column. This will make it just a little bit nicer in our layout. We'll be using the full spectrum of the theme. Scroll down here and save these blocks. And now let's go back to the site and take a look. Okay, so this layout probably makes a lot more sense than the initial layout that we were looking at. And if I go over to the mobile environment, take a look here, we do see some dramatic changes. And things just make a little bit more sense. They work more effectively for what we're trying to do. At this point, however, we may want to make a customization to this contributed theme because perhaps we don't want the white and gray color scheme. Perhaps that's a little bit too muted for us. So if we want to make some changes, we're going to need to actually edit the theme files themselves. Let me remind you that editing contrib themes and modules is not best practice. Best practice would be to make a subtheme or to patch a module. And those are more advanced topics that are well documented on Drupal.org and not part of this particular course. In the next lesson, we are going to make some changes to this contributed theme so that you can see how the file structure works and where you would make those customizations. In this lesson, we're going to customize theme files and see how these changes impact our site. I want to reiterate that we are now editing a contributed theme. This is not the best practice. In the event of a security update, we would overwrite our changes. So I am simply demonstrating this here to show quickly how the theme works. In order to edit the theme files, we're going to head over to our site directory and take a look at the code. So here I have a Finder window open, and I'm in the Drupal site directory, and I'm in the themes directory where all of the contributed themes that I've downloaded will be placed. At this point, the only contributed themes we have in here are Insha and Space. On your site, you're likely to only have either one contributed theme that you're using in its default form, or you may have a base theme and then a sub-theme that you've created, or you may have a custom theme that you've entirely built from scratch. The theme that we're working with right now is Insha, and what I want to do is edit the CSS on this theme in order to make some design changes to the site. So I'm going to navigate into the Insha directory, and then I'm going to navigate into the CSS directory. You'll notice that the style sheets are broken out into 3 different categories. And the one that we're interested in is the layout style sheet. We're not changing any of the responsive behavior or any of the font components, but we are changing aspects of the layout. Let's take a quick look at the site again and take stock of what we might want to change. At this point, everything looks pretty good on this particular theme, but maybe I find that this color of the font, which is a dark gray, maybe I'm not happy with the level of contrast on that, and I would like to change that to black. Perhaps also I'm finding the gray background in the side areas where the actual content of the site is not spilling. Perhaps I find that gray to be a little bit dull and I'd like to use something brighter. So I'm going to head back over to the Finder window here in order to see the site directory. And I'm going to find this layout.css file. Now this is pure CSS. This is not Sass. So I can edit this CSS file using old school CSS. I'm going to double click on it and it's going to launch in a text editor for me. And now I can see the CSS that was created with the default theme. The 2 things that I'm going to change here are the color of the text, which I'm going to change to black, and then I'm going to change the background color. I mentioned that the gray, perhaps for this particular site, might be a little bit dull, so instead we're going to use something vibrant. I'll use the color picker here and cheat. Let's go with something in the pink spectrum. That'll be nice and vibrant. Might be a little bit glaring, but it'll be obvious. And we're going to save that. Now we're going to go back to our site and reload and see the changes. And nothing changed. Now the reason why nothing changed is because caching is enabled by default in Drupal 8. Caching enables your site to be very performant and speedy. Caching creates versions of your pages on your Drupal site that are stored as single instances that don't require going back to the database and making another query in order to display fresh content on the site. Because the database query is bypassed, the performance of the site is much better. Things are displayed much more quickly. When we're developing a site, especially when we're working on the theme layer, it might behoove us to turn caching off. You should always have caching running on your production site because that's the site that users are going to access, and you want that to be very performant. But in this case, we're developing the site and it's on our local machine, and we don't really need it to be fast. We need to see the work that we're doing. So I'm going to head over to Configuration, scroll down under the Development section and find Performance. In here, I could either clear all caches one time, but then caching is still enabled, or I can go down to the Bandwidth Optimization section and disable the aggregation of CSS files and JavaScript files. I'll save this configuration. Again, this is only something that you want to do in your development environment, not your production environment. Your production environment should always have caching enabled unless you have a really good reason to disable it, which will only be the case if you are a very advanced Drupal developer and probably have some other form of caching going on your site. So now that we've done this and we're not doing any caching anymore, we can go back to our site and we will see the changes that we made. I'm going to reload. And there you go. The text is a dark black now, so that's higher contrast, which is better for accessibility. And we have this pink background on either side, which gives us a slightly more vibrant experience. Possibly a far less professional one, but a more vibrant one. We can head over to the mobile version and reload that and see how the changes affect this particular version. It's not using that body background, so the only change here is that the text is now black instead of that dark gray color. I want to go back to the default theme that came with Drupal out of the box, Bardic. I'm going to click on Appearance, And under my list of themes, I'm going to change the default theme to Bardic by clicking Set as Default next to Bardic. Now I'll go back to the site, and we see that original theme that we've been working with throughout the entire course. Bardic uses a module that is called Color, which is enabled out of the box in your Drupal install. This module allows you, under Appearance and Settings for your theme, let's go to the Bardic theme, to dynamically change the color of your theme. So we started out with this blue color scheme, but we can go ahead and change that very easily. So I'm clicking in the header background top. If I want to change that to a nice golden color, food is golden, right? We use something kind of bright here. And this is a gradient, so we need both the top and the bottom of the gradient. And then perhaps I also want to change the link color. Maybe I want something that's a dark red. Not too dark because we want those links to stand out. I'm going to scroll down here and you can actually see a preview of how these changes look on the site. I may also want to change the footer background color here to be a little bit more dramatic. Let's change it to something in the dark brown spectrum. See how that looks? And now we can go ahead and save those changes. So I'm going to click Save Configuration at the bottom of this page. And if we go back to our site, you can see these changes take effect immediately. In this lesson, we looked at how we can customize the look and feel of a site using a contributed theme. For true customization, you will need to either use a base theme or create a custom theme. In this chapter, we covered adding a contributed Drupal theme. Drupal.org offers many contributed themes that can be used out of the box and even customized to fit your needs. Many of these themes, such as Zerb Foundation, which we'll look at here, Omega, which we can look at here, and Stark, which actually comes with Drupal out of the box now. Scroll down to the bottom here. It is an uninstalled theme. These themes are designed to be used as base themes and to make it very easy for you to create a sub-theme that will ultimately be similar to a custom theme, but without much effort. These themes don't contain a lot of CSS. They look fairly bare bones when you enable them, but they have a really good theme structure and template system in place. And so they're a really great place to start if you don't want to try to build your own custom theme from scratch. There is also a movement among advanced Drupal users and designers towards what is called headless Drupal. This means replacing the entire theme layer with a non-Drupal based JavaScript solution. Many incredibly beautiful sites have been created this way, but it requires a strong understanding of Drupal and the technologies that you will choose to use. Drupal theming is an entire topic on its own and requires its own course. The best place for you to start in your adventures with Drupal is at drupal.org/theming. We'll take a look at that here. There are a lot of great resources on this page, including a link to the theming handbook. For Drupal 8 specifically, there's also a page here, drupal.org/themeguide/8, which gives you information about how theming works specifically in Drupal 8, which is very different from previous versions of Drupal. Drupal theming can be a lot of fun, and it is really where I fell in love with Drupal. I hope you're able to explore theming and really enjoy it as well. In this chapter, we'll go over 3 key elements of maintaining a Drupal site after it is built. First, we'll talk about deploying a site to production, where the public can view and interact with it. Second, we'll talk about making configuration changes to your Drupal site and moving those to production. And third, we'll talk about keeping your site secure. In this lesson, we'll cover the basics of moving a Drupal site from one environment to another, which is something that you might do when you go from your development environment, whether that's on your local machine, your personal computer, or a remote server, to your production environment where the site will be available to the public. When you're ready to deploy your site or to move it from one environment to another, you need to know that there are 3 parts to your site, 3 pieces that must be moved. The first piece is the code. Let's take a look at this. Your Drupal site has a code base, and that code base needs to move. This is everything in your Drupal directory. The second thing that's really important is your files directory, which will be under sites and will likely be under default unless you're using multi-site. Files contains all of the temporal information about your site, including the configuration information. This directory is not typically going to be under version control, so it won't necessarily come with your code if you're using something like Git. The third important component of your site is the database. Because I'm using MAMP to run the site locally, I have access to phpMyAdmin. This is a local database server on my computer, and I have many databases for many Drupal sites here, including the one that is actually behind our site. Everything about this database, both the structure and the data, must come over when I move the site. For the most part, this is going to be content. Now that we're ready to move the site, the first thing we need to do is make the code available in a way that we can move it from one place to another. I have already zipped up the code here into one single zip file. This file also contains the site's default files directory, which is not something that I would normally do when moving a site, because typically the site code would be in version control, and I would be moving the code through the version control process, and then the temporal files would need to be moved separately. But in this case, I've packaged everything into one single zip file, and that's what I'm going to move to my destination. My destination is, for all intents and purposes, another web server. In this case, it's simply going from the directory that I'm using for MAMP, which has one URL path for my sites, to the directory that I'm using for Acquia Dev Desktop, which is another way of having sites run locally and is in a completely different environment. So I'm going to move this zip file over, and then I'm going to unpackage it. I'm going to rename this something a little bit more useful because it is the Drupal site that I'm moving to this new environment. So I'll call it D8 demo site. And now I've taken both the code, and I also want to point out that I've brought over the site's default files directory. Now I need the database. There are a few different ways that I can bring the database over. I'm going to talk about two that aren't working in this current version of the Drupal 8 beta at this time. And then we'll finish up with the one that is working right now because of Acquia Dev Desktop. The two that aren't currently working are the ones that you're more likely to use, and that's why I want to bring them up. The first option may be a little bit more difficult if you've never been exposed to phpMyAdmin before. So let's go take a look at phpMyAdmin. And as I mentioned before, this is the database for this particular site. I can use phpMyAdmin to export a version of this database. And in this case, I would save the output to a file. I would compress it, otherwise it might be quite large. I can leave everything else the same, and then I would click Go. Unfortunately, with the current version of Drupal 8 and the version of MySQL that's being used here, only part of the database has actually been downloaded into that file. So this isn't going to work. However, if it were going to work, then what I could do in the production environment is go into phpMyAdmin or whatever tool I have for managing my database server, and then I can go to Databases and create a new database. Once I have that new database, then I can go ahead and use Import to bring that file in to that database, and it will fill out the tables and structure exactly with the data that came from my site, from whatever origin environment I started with. The other easier way to do this is using a module called Backup and Migrate. This is a contributed module and does not require any knowledge of or access to phpMyAdmin. I cannot demonstrate this at all right now because as of the time of recording this video, the current version of Backup and Migrate, combined with the current beta of Drupal 8, causes the site to white screen. Check back with this chapter once Drupal 8 is released, as we will be patching the videos in this chapter when everything is working as expected. Now that we've talked about the two ways that you're more likely to actually work with your database and bring it from the origin to the destination environment, we're going to go ahead and move over to the third option, which is the least likely one that you're going to use unless you're setting up the site locally or in an environment where you're using Acquia Dev Desktop. I'm going to start with an existing Drupal site located on my computer. But rather than using this dialog, let's pretend that I already had Acquia Dev Desktop open. Let's move this up a little so that you can see everything on the screen. Down in the bottom left here is this little plus icon. I can click on that and say Import Local Drupal Site. The code base that I want is the code that I moved over earlier. So we're going to go ahead and locate that, which is Drupal 8 demo site. Click Open. I'm going to leave everything default here except the database line. Rather than create a new database, I want to start by importing from another MySQL server. This is going to create a copy of the database in the new environment. The location of your origin MySQL server is going to be different from mine. I happen to know that mine is localhost and the port is 8889. This is because I'm using MAMP on my system. If you're using a different system, then you'll have a different URL and a different port number. If you're using an online service, then you'll have a full URL and you may not have a port number. I'm also going to go ahead and add the username and password for this database server. Now I'll click Get List, and it'll get a list of all of the databases that are available to me on this server or available to the username and password that I entered. And now I can go ahead and select the one that I know belongs to the site that I'm moving, which is this D810 here for Drupal 8 Beta 10. I'll click on that, and now I'll select OK. Now remember that this is not going to cause my site to look at that database server, but rather it's going to create a new database on the Acquia Dev Desktop database server with all of the data and the structure for me. And I'll say OK. This warning is okay. I do want to move this site to this new location. I'm not worried about it working in the old location right now because all of this code is in my new location. It's not touching my local environment. And then I'll say yes. And now it's going to set up this site. So now I have two sites in Acquia Dev Desktop. I have the one that we're looking at right now, the one that we moved from another environment, and then I have just a plain vanilla Drupal beta version 10 that I also set up previously. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and take a look at the new site that we've set up in our new environment. I'm going to click on it, and it's going to take me to a page that should show me the site. In fact, it should look pretty much exactly like this, which is our local version. Unfortunately, what I get is this error: the provided host name is not valid for this server. This is because of a handy security feature that is new in Drupal 8 that we addressed in a previous lesson in this course. Since we packaged our code up exactly and moved it to our new environment, including the settings.php file, we have a settings.php file that is customized for our local environment. Specifically, we've set the trusted host patterns in our settings.php file to only trust localhost 2. What we need to do is edit this settings.php file to accept the pattern for this particular site, which is d8demosite.dd. So let's move back over to our code here, and under Sites, Default, we're going to find settings.php, and we're going to go ahead and open that up. And it'll open in my code editor. I'm going to do a quick find here for the word trusted to see if we can jump down to this more quickly. Notice all this help text that's going to help me set this up correctly. And here's where we have the line that says, Trusted Host Patterns, Localhost 2. I'm a big fan of copy and paste so that we get everything right. So I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste d8demosite.dd. I'll copy that, and then we'll go back to Coda, and I'm going to paste the actual host information that we want in there. I don't need these slashes, and I don't need the http://. Okay, so hopefully that's set. If not, then we'll take more dramatic measures to make sure that we can save this file. I'll go ahead and quit Coda here. And now we can go back to our site and reload and see if this solves the problem. And there we go. Now we have an exact replica of the site that we have on our local environment, the only difference being I'm not actually logged in at this moment in time. And we can go ahead and start working with the site in what we're currently considering our production environment. I want to point out that the best way to store and move your Drupal code is with Git. Git is a tool for version control. It's also wonderful for collaboration, and as it says on the GitHub website, it's great for collaboration, code review, and code management. GitHub is a tool specifically designed for Git, but there are many other tools out there that enable you to use Git for your version control for your code. Git is beyond the context of this course. There is another O'Reilly video that I want to point out. This video is from Emma Jane Hogbin Westby, also known as Emma Jane on Drupal.org. It is titled Collaborating with Git, and it will be a very helpful course for you if you are looking to do any sort of Drupal development long term, because version control is really valuable in the Drupal world. In fact, it's valuable in web development or software development in general. In this lesson, we reviewed moving your Drupal site from one environment to another. Next, we will take a look at moving configuration changes after you have cloned a site in another environment. All of the site building work that we have done in this video course is called configuration. This includes the content types, vocabularies and terms, views, blocks layout, and everything else about the way that the site is set up. This does not include content. In this lesson, we'll go over moving configuration changes that you make in one environment to another environment. So we have our two environments here. We have our local environment where we're developing. The URL up here at the top is localhost 2. And we have our production environment, the URL being d8demosite.dd. Right now, these two sites are identical, which is intentional. It is best practice to work on your site configuration in a local environment rather than in production. Production is live to the world, and anything from enabling a module to editing a view could create conflicts or break your site if not tested first. Should this happen, you don't want the public to experience it along with you. Instead, you will do your configuration work locally or in a remote development environment, and then deploy those changes to production when you're ready. In previous versions of Drupal, this work was stored in the database. Since content is also stored in the database, it can be risky at best and stupid at worst to do work locally and then replace a production database with a development one. This is likely to lead to data or content loss. And if you have a site where users are logging in on a regular basis, especially a site such as an e-commerce site where you might be selling product, this can be disastrous. Drupal 8 makes strides towards solving this problem with configuration management. In Drupal 8, configuration information can be stored in code and can be moved using code even if it is stored in the database. Note that by default, configuration is still stored in the database. To change this or to learn more, visit drupal.org/documentation/administer/config. If you're storing your configuration in code, those configuration files are going to be stored in your site's default files directory. Let's take a look here. So sites, default, files, or if you're using multi-site, you may have a number of different sites as we have here with demosite.dd, and your configuration may actually be stored in the files directory for a specific site. In the files directory is this config directory. The word config is followed by a long hash. In here you have an active and a staging directory. Staging will contain YAML files, spelled YML, for any configuration changes that are being moved to your new site. Active will remain empty if you are storing configuration in the database. If you are storing configuration in code, then it will be full of YAML files for all of the configuration on your site. Once you are ready to move your configuration changes from one site to another, you will export your configuration and then import it into your production site. Let's see how this works. So we're going to go over to our local site, our development environment, and we're going to make a couple of changes. The first thing that we're going to do is add a content type. So under Structure, Content Types, I'm going to add a new content type. I'm not really going to do anything with this content type. It's just going to exist for the purpose of demoing the configuration. So I can really call it whatever I want, but in this case, I'm going to call it poll. I'll leave everything as it is and then click Save and Manage Fields. And maybe I'll add another field here. Okay, so now I have a content type that exists. If I go to Content, Add Content, we'll see Poll here. And if I click on it, it has a body and then it has a poll results field. On my production site, if I go under Content, Add Content, the poll content type does not exist. I'm going to make one more change on my local site to show a little bit more in terms of how these configuration management tools work. What I'm going to do is go under Blocks Layout, take a look at the blocks. I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to take Powered by Drupal, and I'm going to remove it from the content area so it's no longer displaying. It's now disabled. I'm going to go ahead and save blocks. And we'll go back to our site and take a look and make sure that this actually happened. Scrolling down to the bottom here. And there's no longer a Powered by Drupal note at the very bottom of the page. If we go to our production site, go to the home page, scroll to the bottom, we see Powered by Drupal is still there. And now we're ready to move our configuration from our local environment to our production environment. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to go to our local environment. Just going to double check and make sure that I am in the correct place because this is an area where I do not want to make a mistake. And then I'm going to click Configuration. Scroll down to the Development section here and click on Configuration Management. There's nothing under Synchronize because we have nothing in our staging directory for this site. What I want to do is a full export of the configuration changes that have been made on the local site, which I will then import into the production site. So I'm going to click on that. It defaults to import. I want to be careful here because I don't want to accidentally import changes from somewhere else into this version. And I'm going to click Export. The Export button here is going to take all of the configuration work and export a config file that I can then move over to production. So I'm going to go ahead and click that. Now a file is being created and downloaded. I'm going to head over to the Finder to see this particular file. And here it is in the Downloads directory, config.tar.gz. We'll go back to my site here. Okay, now I'm going to head over to production. I'm going to confirm that I am now on production. I'll go under Configuration, scroll down to Configuration Management in the development box. And now I want to import, full import, same thing that I did from local, but on local I was doing an export, and on production I'm doing an import. So now I'm going to choose my file, and I need to find that downloads file, open that, and click Upload. This is not going to make the changes on my site. It's simply going to prepare the changes that have been made. So notice that I've jumped over now to the Synchronize tab, and I have a list of all of the changes that are waiting to be moved to the new site. Some of these are new configuration. These are from the content type that I created, which doesn't exist currently on production. And some are changes. This is for the block that I removed. It's changing something that exists in both environments. I can take a look at the differences between production and the staged changes so that I know what's happening. And that way I can confirm that the changes that I'm bringing in are ones that I actually want. Now let's also take a quick look at the directory structure. And you'll see that the staging directory now has a whole lot of YAML files in it. These are YAML files for every configuration option on the site, including the ones that are changed. We'll head back to the site now and click the big Import All button at the bottom because we know that we do actually want these changes to be moved to the production site. It's going to take a moment for the synchronization to happen. Okay, now that the synchronize is completed, let's take a look and see if the changes have actually come into our production site. So we're going to go back to Site. And the first thing I'm going to check is the very visible one. I'm going to scroll to the bottom and see if the little Drupal block has been removed, and it has. The next thing I'm going to do is go to Content, Add Content and see if my content type exists, which it does. I'll click on that, and I can see that all of the fields that I set are right there. So this worked perfectly. My production site and my development site are now in sync with each other. Note that you cannot import configuration from any random site. The two sites must have started out as clones from each other. You can also take small pieces of configuration, such as a content type. So to do this, you would use single import-export instead of full import-export. And you would head over to the Export tab here, and then under Configuration Type, for example, if you wanted to do content type, you would make that selection here. And then you would select which content type you wanted to export. The code will be added here. You can take this, copy it, and then head over to your target site under Configuration, Configuration Management, Single Import-Export, select Content Type, and then paste your configuration. Finally, you'll click Import, and it'll move this configuration into your target site. Since these are all YAML files, they can be stored in Git and version controlled. This helps when working with large teams and is a best practice, but using Git is not part of this video course. In this lesson, we looked at the configuration management tool in Drupal 8, which enables us to quickly move configuration from one environment to another, such as our local development environment to our production environment. In this lesson, we will talk briefly about Drupal security. Website security is a deep and complex subject, and most of what you need to know is not Drupal specific. As a content management system, Drupal needs to be kept up to date. The company I work with, the Cherry Hill Company, runs security updates on all of its sites at least every 3 months, and immediately when there is a critical issue. Keep in mind that getting behind on security updates will make your update path more complex. Staying on top of updates will make the process fairly straightforward and usually painless. The most important consideration for security in Drupal is keeping that codebase up to date. The easiest way to know when an update is available for your Drupal site is to have the Update Manager module enabled and to check off to receive notifications when updates are available. Typically, you would have the Update Manager enabled when you're installing your Drupal site. If you're not sure if it's enabled or not, you can always go to Reports, Status Report, and if you scroll down, you will get a warning under Update Notifications if the Update Manager is not enabled. In this case, it's not enabled, so we need to go ahead and take care of that. Under Extend, we'll do a search for the Update Manager module. We'll enable and save configuration. I also want to check the settings on this module, so I'm going to click on Configure. And I'm going to tell the site that I only want to receive notifications when there are security updates. I also need to specify the email address or addresses that I want to receive these notifications. So I'll go ahead and enter an address, and then I can click Save Configuration. Another great way to know when there are security updates for the things that you use or for any modules or themes that are on Drupal.org is to subscribe to the Security News mailing list. You'll find this at lists.drupal.org. You'll simply click on Security News and then go ahead and add yourself. The emails that you get from Security News are incredibly useful because not only do they tell you how critical the security update is, it will also tell you where the vulnerabilities are so that you can determine whether or not you are actually vulnerable. The current beta of Drupal 8 does not have an update path for going from one version of Drupal 8 beta to another, so I cannot demonstrate this at the time of this recording. Please check back for updates to this video course after Drupal 8 is officially released, as we will be patching these videos as needed. There is more to security in a content management system, and in Drupal, than just staying on top of security updates. The way that you configure your site will have an impact on how secure your site is. Drupal community member Greg Nattison, known as Greggles on Drupal.org, has a book called Cracking Drupal. This is a must-read for Drupal security. While Drupal 8 will have different security requirements than previous versions of Drupal, This will give you a deep understanding of the considerations to make. Some simple considerations that will make a big difference in your security will be to not allow anyone but the most trusted site administrators to access the User 1 account. The User 1 account is the first account on your Drupal site. In the case of this site, it's TC4A. You also want to make sure that you're not allowing PHP to be written into your database through the content management system. Additionally, you'll want to keep the full HTML input format restricted and only allow the most trusted and knowledgeable users to access it. You'll set this under People, Permissions, and I'm going to do a quick find here for text format. We'll see use the full HTML text format as one of the options here under Permissions. Right now, only administrators have permission to use this input format, and that's a good thing. Another consideration would be to use the web form module, a contributed module that should have a version for Drupal 8 by the time Drupal 8 is officially released. At this time, the module is currently looking for a maintainer. Let's find this on a page here. So this module is currently looking for a contributor for the Drupal 8 version. Using the web form module allows you to then not have the content manager adding markup for form fields into the content on the site. And this is a very good thing to do for security. And of course, most important of all, stay on top of your security updates. In this lesson, we reviewed high-level security considerations. Drupal can be one of the most secure content management systems out there when set up correctly. The community is passionate about security and is constantly scrutinizing the code to make sure that we have a system that is safe and reliable. In this chapter, we looked at 3 critical elements of maintaining a Drupal site. 1. Moving the site from one environment to another, such as development to production. 2. Making configuration changes on a site after it has been deployed by doing the work locally and using configuration management to move the changes to production. And 3. Security considerations. The most important takeaway from this chapter is to stay on top of security updates on your site. The second most important takeaway from this chapter is do not make sweeping configuration changes on your site, as you could break something in a public environment. Do this work locally or in a development environment, and use configuration management to move it to production. And now you should have everything you need to build and deploy a decent Drupal 8 site. As I'm sure you've realized during this course, the wonderful and sometimes intimidating thing about Drupal is that it is infinitely extensible. You can customize your site however you need to and create something exciting and innovative in the process. As you embark on your Drupal journey, you will find many resources available to you. In addition to the more advanced topics offered by O'Reilly, there are subscription-based websites that focus entirely on producing videos centered around Drupal training. Your best resource, however, is Drupal.org and the community that you will find there. This includes global training days, which are available online and at physical locations throughout the world multiple times per year. It also includes community-driven documentation. The documentation on Drupal.org is built up by the community, which includes you. There is even an issue queue for community documentation. The issue queues on modules themselves are also a really great place for you to learn. You can also go there to ask questions and find what others have done to solve similar problems to one that you may be encountering. The Drupal community also has many IRC channels. These are live chats where you can often get assistance immediately if you have a question. After participating for a short amount of time, you will quickly come to find that you are also able to answer others' questions. Another incredible resource is groups.drupal.org, or GDO as it is often referred to. These are local user groups that exist in communities all over the world, and more likely than not, there is a local user group near you. If there isn't one close enough, then there are a number of groups that meet online in Google Hangouts and on Skype. If I head over to Geographical Browse, you can see just how many groups exist. If there isn't one close enough to you, then you can go ahead and create your own group. User groups around the globe frequently run Drupal camps, such as this one, Drupal Camp LA. These are usually free events, and the amount of learning that you can do at these events is phenomenal because people share their solutions for real world challenges. You also meet a lot of people who become your resources and friends. Two of my favorite camps, largely because of where I'm located, are Drupal Camp LA and the Bay Area Drupal camp called Bad Camp. Many user groups and camps will post the videos from camp sessions online following the event, such as here on Drupal Camp LA, where there is a link to the Los Angeles Drupal YouTube channel. Finally, every year there are a handful of DrupalCons. These are run by the Drupal Association and are really useful events to attend. Videos from DrupalCons are also made available online following the event, but that is no substitute for being present. There is an event type at DrupalCons and Drupal camps that you can only experience by being there, and these are called Birds of a Feather. These are informal gatherings where people with like-minded goals or problems get together to share ideas. All of the resources I went through can be found at these URLs. The only advice that I can give you, other than to take advantage of these resources as much as possible and then contribute back in kind, is to enjoy yourself. The Drupal community is made up of exceptional people who will become your friends as well as your colleagues. This is the real value of using Drupal. This course, Getting Started with Drupal 8, covered the basics of building a website with Drupal 8. The goal was to give you all of the essentials, including how to create and customize content types, manipulate content displays and views, how to use taxonomy, and manage user roles, users, and permissions. As the title suggests, this course simply scratches the surface of what is possible. Hopefully you now have enough confidence with how Drupal works to find your way around the Drupal community, where you can dig deeper and even contribute back. I love helping people start their journey with Drupal and look forward to seeing great things from you as you build your websites and contribute your ideas. Thank you for spending this time with me.